Introduction: a youthful romance unfolds, leading to a lifetime of entanglement. In her university days, Zhao Mosheng, radiant and bright, becomes infatuated with the exceptionally talented He Yichen from the law department. With her open and straightforward nature, she pursues him with vigor, ultimately capturing the attention of the brilliant young man. However, his struggle with expression causes her to depart for distant shores in heartache. 7 years later, Zhao Mosheng returns to her homeland, and amidst the bustling crowd in a supermarket, her gaze falls upon him at first sight. Still handsome, still distinguished. Chapter 1: Reunion. The first time she saw him again was 7 years later, in a crowded supermarket bustling with weekend shoppers. Zhao Mosheng was navigating the throng alone, struggling to maneuver her shopping cart through the ebb and flow of the crowd. Recently returned from abroad, she found herself unaccustomed to such tight quarters. Yet, the lively scene filled her with an inexplicable warmth, and a smile crept onto her face as she listened to the familiar cacophony of her homeland. She wondered if others returning home felt the same rush of excitement and joy that she could barely contain. 7 years. How long it had been. But how was it possible that she had encountered him upon her return? More precisely, it was them. Mosheng stood quietly, observing the graceful figures by the vegetable stand and marveling at the wonders of fate. 7 years ago, it was indeed their presence that had catalyzed her decision to go abroad. Now they were here shopping together, suggesting that they had ultimately stayed united. How fortunate she was to have left swiftly. Had she lingered, she might have suffered even deeper wounds. He Yichen, He Yichen, how foolish of her to assume that similar names indicated a sibling relationship. We're not siblings at all. Our families were close neighbors, both sharing the surname He, so the adults gave us similar names. After Yichen's parents had their accident, we took him in. Do you really think you can compete with the bond that Yichen and I developed over 2 decades? Today, I want to tell you that I love Yichen. I don't want to love him in secret, I want to compete with you openly. On the eve of her 19th birthday, her usually reserved friend, He Yichen, had boldly declared this to her. The gentle, conflict-averse Yichen would only speak this way if her feelings had reached an extreme. But what could Mosheng possibly use to compete with Yichen? On the very day of Yimei's declaration of war, she had capitulated and fled to America for 7 years. He Yichen suddenly, Mosheng recalled the cold demeanor he had displayed that day, his heartless words causing a faint, painful tug at her heart, subtle yet undeniable. As they approached her, the knuckles of Mosheng's fingers whitened around the shopping cart, and she felt a sudden urge to turn and flee. Yet, the supermarket was too crowded for her to do so. In the next instant, clarity struck her. Why should she run away? She should calmly greet them, saying, "Hi, it's been a while," and then saunter away, leaving behind a beautiful silhouette. Moreover, they might not even recognize her anymore. She had changed so much, her once flowing long hair was now a neat bob, and her fair skin had darkened under the Californian sun. Clad in an oversized t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers, she hardly resembled her former self. Step by step, they drew nearer until they brushed past her. There was pain, but not without relief. A voice, barely audible, floated through the air. "Should we buy some milk?" Yimei's gentle tone reached her ears. Yet the response was too faint to comprehend. How she missed He Yichen's deep, cello-like voice, which had resonated in her ears countless times during her years abroad. Disappointment washed over her, but Mosheng inhaled deeply and lifted her head. Suddenly, with a loud crash, her shopping cart collided with a pile of discounted soaps, sending them tumbling down in a spectacular cascade. Mosheng stared, wide-eyed, at the hundreds of soaps clattering to the floor. Could she pretend it wasn't her fault? "Oh my! That's the 3rd time today," lamented a supermarket staff member who materialized from the shadows. Surely, this wasn't her fault. Who would pile merchandise in the middle of the aisle? Mosheng stuck out her tongue and put on a faux expression of contrition. The commotion attracted the attention of those around, including Yichen. She glanced idly at the commotion, her eyes widening in disbelief. Could it really be her? Mosheng had returned? Yichen? He Yichen inquired, puzzled by her reaction, as he followed her gaze. The tall figure immediately froze. Zhao Mosheng. That innocent-looking girl with her head bowed was indeed Zhao Mosheng. Her face bore an expression of complete apology, yet her eyes sparkled mischievously. From a distance, her expression was not entirely discernible, but Yichen just knew. He had always known. She was the type to disrupt the still waters and then leave carelessly, capricious and reprehensible. 7 long years would she truly remember how to return? He Yichen lowered his gaze. Ime, let's go. Ime looked at Yichen in surprise. Aren't you going to say hello? Maybe. She is no longer part of my life. His tone was flat, as if nothing had changed. Ime scrutinized his expression, but found no clues. She let out a soft sigh. Let's go. Casting one last glance at Zhao Mosheng, she saw her turn as well, their eyes meeting briefly. Mosheng seemed to freeze for a moment, before offering a faint smile and a nod. In a hurry, Ime turned back, calling, Yichen. Yes? Ime started, but faltered as she looked back at the surging crowd, and Mosheng's figure was already lost to her gaze. What's wrong? Nothing, Ime replied, lowering her head. Yet she had seen them, so why had they slipped away so easily? And Yichen had clearly seen her too. Who could have imagined that one day she would return to this place? During her interview with the editor-in-chief, she had been asked, Miss Zhao, why did you choose to work in a city? Mosheng found herself at a loss for words. Why indeed? Was it because she had studied here for over a year? Because she had met him here? Because she had experienced so much here? She hadn't quite understood until that moment when she saw him. She realized she had come back to see him. Though he no longer belonged to her, she still longed to catch a glimpse of him. Just a glimpse. Perhaps it's because I cannot go home, Mosheng said at last. The editor-in-chief regarded her with curiosity for a while before accepting it. She was hired as a photographer for a women's magazine. However, the editor-in-chief's disproportionate regard for her experience at a foreign magazine made her uneasy. It was just a small magazine, Mosheng replied. Oh. Ah Sheng, the friendly, 40-something editor called out, are you praising my knowledge? I even know about that inconspicuous magazine in America. Mosheng laughed, her anxiety dissipating. Solemnly, the editor said, Ah Sheng, I know how challenging it is for a Chinese person to work as a photographer in America. You have to be better than most white people. They all think we Chinese have no artistic sensibilities. With that, she settled in, continuing to shop at that supermarket without another encounter with them. Until one day, a security guard stopped her. Miss, could you please come to the security office? Mosheng froze, her instincts warning her of trouble. The newspapers were rife with stories of supermarket guards forcibly searching people or even resorting to violence. Mosheng watched him warily as the guard said, I mean no harm, I just need to ask if you lost anything about a month ago. A month ago, she had just come back. Could she have lost something unknowingly? Curious, she followed him into the security office, where the guard handed her a black wallet. Mosheng knew immediately that it wasn't hers. She smiled and shook her head. You've got the wrong person, this isn't mine. But the guard was unexpectedly insistent. Just open it and see. As she took it and opened it, she spotted her own photo. The guard smiled triumphantly. Miss, that's your photo, right? Although you look quite different now, I recognized you immediately. The difference was striking. It was her university entrance photo, featuring her long hair tied back in a ponytail, grinning like an innocent child. How had it ended up in a stranger's wallet? Mosheng returned the wallet to the guard. This definitely isn't mine. The guard remained bewildered. Isn't the person in the photo you? It is me, but the wallet is not mine. It must belong to someone who knows you, Mississippi. Perhaps the owner has a crush on you. Ah. Who says Chinese people lack imagination? But. Just take it, nobody has come to claim it. If we leave it here, it will be difficult to handle. We can't just collect it, it's better off with you. You must have some connection with the wallet's owner. Who knows, maybe I'm facilitating a beautiful romance. The guard was lost in his own dramatic fantasies. A month ago, back when she unknowingly bumped into He Yichen and He Yichen, was it possible he had dropped it? With that amusing thought in mind, Mosheng took the wallet home. That night, after her shower, she carefully examined it on her bed. Simple in design, of an expensive brand, it contained little cash, leaving her uncertain of its owner's identity. As she cautiously pulled out the photo, she noticed the ink imprints upon it, likely torn from some identification documents. Flipping it over, she suddenly froze. There were words on the back. The elegant yet striking handwriting was one she would never forget. It was He Yichen's writing, composed in black ink sunshine. Life in the bustling city could still be quite simple: work, eat, and sleep, that was all. After a chaotic period of adaptation, her existence settled into a monotonous rhythm. "Ah Sheng, I've been looking for you everywhere." As Mosheng stepped into the magazine office, she heard someone calling from a distance. "Old Bai, what's going on?" Old Bai was actually quite young, another photographer at the magazine named Li. He had earned the nickname Old Bai due to his constant mention of the character. He had a knack for charming celebrities and often handled cover shoots. "My wife is about to give birth. Could you help me out with a shoot for model Xiao Xia tomorrow?" "Xiao Xia?" Mosheng hesitated. "I'm fine with it, but I've heard her temperament is difficult. She won't cooperate unless she knows you." Old Bai thought it over. "How about this? You try it first, and if it doesn't work, then call me." The next day, when Mosheng finally met the stunningly beautiful Xiao Xia, she was utterly taken aback. She was unfamiliar with domestic stars and had never seen any photos of Xiao Xia, so she was astonished to find how much she resembled her college friend. But her friend had always been a simple and awkward girl from the countryside, while this woman exuded an air of sophistication as she skillfully smoked, her long legs crossed elegantly. Mosheng found it hard to believe perhaps they just looked alike. Yet, as Xiao Xia approached her with narrowed eyes and graceful steps, stopping directly in front of her, she smirked. "What's wrong? Don't recognize me? Xiao Mei?" "Huh." She scoffed, a mocking smile playing on her lips. "Incredible, isn't it? Ah Sheng, you know Xiao Xia? How wonderful." A colleague exclaimed in delight. "She was my upper bunkmate in our freshman year." "Bunks in college imply closeness," Xiao Xia's manager chimed in. "Shouldn't we get started on the shoot?" Xiao Xia complained impatiently. She had changed so much. As Mosheng snapped away, she pondered who was the person behind the lens. The woman before her was no longer the adorable, clumsy Xiao Mei, so who was she? Maybe she was nobody. A great photographer could capture the soul of the subject, yet Mosheng found it difficult to see Xiao Xia's essence. Perhaps it was due to her own shortcomings, more likely, the woman in front of her simply had no soul. Xiao Xia felt hollow. An emptiness so despairing that it enveloped everything in darkness. Perhaps this was why she had become such a sensation. As they finished one set of shots, Xiao Xia waved her hand dismissively. "That's enough for today." "But Xiao Xia, we still have more to do," her manager urged, anxious. "That's enough," Xiao Xia stated coldly, turning to Mosheng. "Let's go have some coffee. Reunions call for a drink, but unfortunately, my stomach has been acting up, so coffee it is." Coffee sounds great, or perhaps you should have some milk," Mosheng stammered, struggling with what to say, an abundance of questions swirling in her mind yet uncertain how to voice them. "Health comes first, dieting must have its limits," Mosheng offered, grasping at irrelevant topics. "I never diet," Xiao Xia replied with a half-smile. "I drink heavily." "Xiao Mei." Mosheng was taken aback by the self-loathing in her eyes, gripping her hand excitedly. How had she become like this? Xiao Xia instinctively pulled away her hand, leaving Mosheng stunned in the awkward silence that followed. "You've changed so much," she finally managed to say. "Indeed. Do you still remember that I had a crush on someone during freshman year?" Xiao Xia recounted coldly, the story spilling from her lips. "One day, I confessed my feelings to him. He accepted my confession, but he didn't love me. Then, Xiao Mei died, and now I am Xiao Xia." In just a few lines, the words pierced through Mosheng's heart. Unable to voice a single question, she felt an ache inside her. A moment later, Xiao Xia retorted, "You haven't changed much at all. Still wearing a faute of insincerity. What brought you back from the glittering shores of America?" The remark stung Mosheng, yet she knew she deserved it after having left without a word for 7 long years. "I was in such a rush." "You don't have to say that," Xiao Xia interrupted. "Those words should be directed towards He Yichen." "He Yichen? Why was he involved?" Mosheng recalled the image of him and Ime. "I don't think he cares anymore." "Doesn't care? Do you think everyone is as heartless as you?" Xiao Xia's voice rose with emotion. "In those days after you vanished, he searched for you frantically, even waiting at the dormitory all day. What did he receive instead?" Her eyes turned cold as she levied her accusation against Mosheng. Some people came to take your things away and told him that you had gone to America and might never return. Mosheng, you really are heartless. Xiao Xia paused before continuing. I'll never forget what he looked like a vacant shell, at the brink of desperation, haunted and hollow. It was unbearable to witness. He was such a proud man, yet he displayed that kind of despair. Mosheng felt dazed. Had all of this actually happened? Maybe he felt guilty. Zhao Mosheng, you were the one who abandoned him for America. You're the one who should feel guilty. Xiaomei, you don't understand. I have my eyes, I can see. Mosheng fell silent. Did everyone really think she had abandoned him? That was far from the truth. He was the one who had said those words. He said he didn't want to see her again, that he would rather have never known her, that she should run as far away as possible. It was he. Bidding farewell to Xiao Xia, Mosheng walked along the streets beneath the early summer sky, the echo of Xiao Xia's words still ringing in her ears. So he's been alone all this time, He Yichen? Isn't she his sister? They hadn't ended up together? Then why had she left all those years ago? What had compelled him to voice those sentiments? Mosheng spread her palm wide, revealing a piece of paper that bore the address of Yuanxiang He law firm. Xiao Xia had said, perhaps you need it. She hadn't purposely come here, she had merely passed through. Yet somehow she stood within Yuanxiang He law firm. The receptionist greeted her with an apologetic smile. Lawyer, he is not available. Do you have an appointment? Mosheng couldn't quite decipher whether she felt more disappointed or relieved. No. What do you need? I can pass along a message, or the receptionist glanced at the clock. You could wait here, lawyer, he should return shortly. Oh, that's all right. I'll come back another day. Mosheng took 2 steps forward only to turn back. This is lawyer, he's wallet. Please help me pass it to him. Thank you. And that was that. Though the ties that had once bound them felt faint, her feelings still ran deep. Ah Sheng, what differences have you noticed between working abroad and here in the country? As the workday wound down and colleagues became more relaxed, someone casually asked. Mosheng glanced around, noting that her boss was absent. The salary is much higher. Gasps of envy erupted. Colleagues with unfulfilled dreams didn't hide their irritation. Did you encounter discrimination when you were there? A bit, yes. In reality, it's not worth paying too much attention to. Didn't people from Hong Kong look down on mainlanders? De Bao, who had returned from Hong Kong, chimed in. When you truly face it, you can't brush it off as easily. One time, my boss said in front of all my colleagues that there aren't any real artists from China. When I heard that, I was furious. Never before had I felt so keenly that I was Chinese. I pointed my finger at that foreigner's nose and said, what do you know about Chinese art? When we were busy creating art, you Americans were still scrambling around. Wow, you're fierce. Full of integrity. Her colleagues applauded, showering her with praise. They then inquired, so what excuse did they give you for firing you? Mosheng chuckled at the absurdity of it all. Though Americans can be arrogant, they also tend to be measured. One day, my boss brought in some calligraphy materials and asked me to write a few Chinese characters for him to hang up in his living room. Seriously? Ah Sheng, can you write? Huh. I displayed a trick typical of Zhang Beiza, pouring ink all over the rice paper, pretending to concentrate while I squiggled around for half an hour, leaving the Americans in awe. Truth be told, if I hadn't written it myself, I wouldn't have recognized it. What did you write? It was something like you are a barbarian. Laughter filled the room as colleagues enjoyed tea. Then someone in the distance called out, Ah Sheng, someone is looking for you. Turning, she spotted a lively colleague known for her love of flowers, all too eager to share gossip. In the conference room, there's a handsome, cold, sophisticated guy. And he looks like an accomplished young urban elite. Ah Sheng, you've snagged this kind of handsome catch right after returning home. He's even better looking in person than in his photos. It was hard to take her seriously, she often exaggerated. In general, whatever she claimed tended to be half-truths, sometimes even drastically exaggerated. Yet Mosheng felt compelled to know who would be seeking her out. She did not expect to find him. As she entered the conference room, she saw the tall figure standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, He Yichen. Upon hearing the door open, he turned, his icy gaze meeting hers with no trace of emotion. The flower-loving colleague had been right. He was indeed striking, exuding poise and confidence, his well-tailored suit accentuating his tall stature. He was reminiscent of the self-assured man she once knew, yet he now emanated a formidable allure. Mosheng found herself utterly speechless. He maintained his calm composure, nodding politely. Miss Zhao. Miss Zhao? A laugh almost escaped her, but that seemed burdensome. Mr. He. Gesturing toward a chair, Mosheng said, please, sit down. She took out some tea, lowering her gaze to hide her fluster. Unlike his cool indifference, Mosheng struggled to mask her excitement. Can I get you something to drink? No, thank you. I'm only here to speak briefly before I leave. Oh, you came to find me, how did you know I was here? He paused for 5 seconds before answering. Zhao Xia. I am her lawyer. Is there something you need? His tone carried a frosty edge. Miss Zhao, 3 days ago when you visited my office, you mentioned you would be returning but have yet to appear, so I thought I'd come here in person. Mosheng was taken aback. She looked up to meet his penetrating gaze. How did you? I never even left my name, how did you know I was the wallet's owner? Miss Zhao, I happen to possess the reasoning skills of a normal person, he replied with a hint of sarcasm. Perhaps lawyers all had such innate normal reasoning abilities. Mosheng busied herself with a wall, I merely returned the wallet. Since you've received it, there's no need for this visit. He Yichen's eyes flickered momentarily. Outside of returning the wallet, do you have anything else to discuss? What else could she possibly have to say? Mosheng paused, bewildered. No, I don't. Well then. A flash of disappointment appeared in his eyes as he stepped closer to her. However, I have a matter to address. He produced the black wallet, holding it before her. Inside, there used to be a photograph. Do you know its whereabouts? Of course, she did. Mosheng lowered her head. Is there? I didn't notice. Oh? The wallet only contained cash, how would you know it's mine? Mosheng was at a loss for words. She nearly forgot he was a lawyer, well practiced in exposing the flaws in others' arguments. Trying to deceive him meant weighing her own strength carefully. He leaned down. Miss Zhao, can you return the photograph to me? Mosheng felt puzzled. What was he implying? Acting as if they were strangers while simultaneously demanding her photograph? The person in the photo is me. Why should I give it to you? Miss Zhao, I advise against discussing ownership of items with a lawyer, He Yichen warned coldly. Feeling disheartened, Mosheng struggled to handle this unfamiliar version of him. The picture isn't here. Bring it tomorrow. I have plans for tomorrow. Miss Zhao. He Yichen interrupted. I believe neither of us desires excessive entanglement, why not put an end to this now? Put an end? Mosheng paused for a moment. What do you want that photo for? Who knows? He Yichen's gaze was challenging. Perhaps I want to keep it near me as a reminder of that foolish past. Foolish indeed. How naive she had been to harbor any hope. He decisively concluded, I will come by tomorrow to collect it. If you're unavailable, you may have someone else return it. Goodbye, Miss Zhao. As he turned to leave, just as his hand grasped the doorknob, she called out quietly, wait tomorrow, I will bring it. All right, he replied without emotion, thank you for your cooperation. See you tomorrow. Mosheng stood there, watching his tall figure depart, feeling despondent. They had both wondered what a reunion would entail, yet she never expected they would lack even the sentiment of saying long time no see. A foolish past? Mosheng stood before the mirror in her bedroom, examining the woman she saw reflected back at her. If only her short hair could lengthen into a ponytail, if her tanned complexion could lighten, and if she could smile freely and radiantly, most importantly, if she could shed the heaviness that those 7 years had cast upon her eyes and embrace the unbridled innocence instead, then she would transform back into the Zhao Mosheng who had first met He Yichen in university. He Yichen, He Yichen. Mosheng wasn't entirely sure how she'd pursued him. Undoubtedly, He Yichen had found it perplexing at the time. Before long, she had been following him like a shadow until one day, exasperated, he asked, Zhao Mosheng, why do you always follow me? If she were the current version of herself, she'd likely feel ashamed. Yet back then, she had been utterly shameless, looking up at him and asking, Yichen, are you dumb or am I? Hey, you're so smart, surely, it must be me who's slow-witted. After chasing you for so long, how can you not realize what I'm doing? He had reportedly been flabbergasted, unable to respond. Later, when he brought it up, he had mixed amusement and exasperation. He had intended to make her feel embarrassed with his questioning tone, but instead, he had found himself tripped up by her audacity. Thus the gifted law student could only stammer out, "I don't plan on finding a girlfriend in university." At that time, she was so naive that she couldn't even detect his disinterest, and buoyed by the moment's spirit, she boldly inquired, "Can I reserve my place in line? Once you graduate, can I have the first choice?" Faced with such irrational queries, the once eloquent debater was left speechless, barely muttering, "I have class," before making his escape. She certainly didn't give up, but before she could devise a better plan, news began to spread around campus that the brilliant law student, He Yichen, was dating a girl named Zhao Mosheng's name was quite a mouthful. Hastily, she raced to the study hall, found him, and anxiously clarified, "I swear I didn't spread that rumor, you have to believe me." He Yichen had looked up from his book, clarity in his eyes. "I know." Mosheng, bewildered, asked, "How do you know?" His answer came calmly, "Because I shared it." This time, the roles had reversed, leaving her momentarily at a loss. She heard him deduce matter-of-factly, "I considered this, if you're destined to be my girlfriend 3 years from now, why not assert my claim early?" Ah. Those days. The corners of the reflection in the mirror lifted slightly. Yet her smile dimmed before it could reach her eyes. She drifted aimlessly to the balcony, gazing at the clear moonlit sky, hopeful that tomorrow would bring better fortune.
Chapter 2, Turning around as the sun descended in the west, casting vibrant hues across the sky, He Yichen stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of his 10th-floor office, pondering how he had come to appreciate the beauty of the sunset. Perhaps it was due to her return. As Miting pushed the door open, she caught sight of Lawyer He with his back turned, a cigarette pinched between his fingers, exuding an air of desolation. Desolation, Miting questioned her own eyes. Could such a term apply to the ever-confident and composed Lawyer He? Hearing the sound of the door, Yichen turned and asked, "What is it?" "Oh," Miting exclaimed, jolted from her reverie. "Lawyer He, Vice President Zhang from Hongyuan Company has arrived. Please have him come in." Yichen reined in his scattered thoughts and devoted himself fully to work, casting a glance at the clock on the wall. 5 o'clock, she had yet to arrive. After finally bidding farewell to Vice President Zhang, Yichen wearily leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes for a moment of respite. Suddenly, a large hand slapped down on the desk, prompting Yichen to open his eyes in resignation. Old Yuan, after graduating from university, he had declined the opportunity for graduate school and directly joined what is now known as Yuan Shanghai law firm, where he had become one of the partners. Old Yuan, a burly man whose appearance was more akin to that of a bandit, casually took a seat across from him, brazenly propping up his leg. "So, what are you planning to do next?" Without looking up, Yichen replied, "Work overtime. No way," Old Yuan exclaimed incredulously. "Today is the weekend, and so what, and so what?" Old Yuan echoed, shaking his head. It was indeed something cold-blooded workaholic, Yichen would say. Yichen squinted. "I didn't realize you were so adept at rhetoric. No, Old Yuan waved his finger. "This is a consensus among all the female acquaintances of He Yichen." Leaning in conspiratorially, he added, "Yichen, I've always wanted to ask you, are you gay or do you have some hidden ailment?" To such a tiresome and base individual, Yichen deemed it unworthy of a response. Miting entered with 2 cups of coffee, and Yichen halted her, inquiring, "Has a Miss Zhao come by today?" Miting thought for a moment and shook her head. "No," Yichen acknowledged her response with a grunt and told Miting, "I have no further matters here, you may head home early." Miting shook her head. "I'm in no hurry." Lawyer He, when are you leaving? Do you need me to bring you something to eat? "No, thank you," Miting sighed. Disappointment etched across her face as she exited. Old Yuan clucked his tongue. "Hey, beautiful, Miting seems interested in you. How about a little office romance? She's a respectable girl." "Don't speak nonsense," Yichen warned him. Cruel-hearted, Old Yuan shook his head discreetly. Yichen was always courteous towards women but never crossed the line. Over the years, countless women had met their tragic ends under the name He Yichen. One could hardly blame them for flocking to him. Even from Old Yuan's male perspective, He Yichen was simply too exceptional. Setting aside his strikingly handsome exterior, his rising reputation in the legal field and his steadfast, upright character were enough to entice any proud or beautiful woman. "What kind of woman do you actually like?" With so many women around, haven't any of them made your heart flutter? That overseas beauty director, she's quite alluring. What about that female host from the television station? You've worked together for so long, surely there must have been some sparks. And our astute peer, Xu Pili, I encountered her at the courthouse today, and she subtly inquired about you. Old Yuan grew increasingly animated. While Yichen remained indifferent, letting him ramble on. He found no joy in this one-man show, and old Yuan, feeling dejected, paused before suddenly brightening up. I know, it must be our little sister Ime. You must have some humanity left for her. Ime frequently visited the law firm, and old Yuan was quite familiar with her. She is my sister, Yichen replied tersely. Come now, you have no blood relation. Old Yuan feigned a knowing expression. That doesn't change anything. Yichen's tone was somewhat indifferent, yet old Yuan could still detect the underlying firmness. Shaking his head, old Yuan chose not to press further. He had learned Yichen's stubbornness over the years. Lawyer He Yichen re-entered, holding an envelope. A lady just delivered this. Yichen immediately recognized its contents. What about the lady? She left as soon as she dropped it off. Left? Yichen's expression darkened. How long ago? Less than a minute. Yichen did not dwell on it further. He grabbed his car keys and coat and headed out. Old Yuan called after him. Where are you going? He seemed not to hear. At the door, old Yuan happened to run into Xiangheng, who had just returned from the courthouse. What's going on with him? Xiangheng gazed in the direction Yichen had departed, seemingly deep in thought. I think I know the reason. You know? Speak quickly. I just saw someone downstairs. At first I thought I was mistaken, but it truly was her. Who? Don't keep me in suspense, old Yuan replied impatiently. What kind of person do you think Yichen is? Xiangheng countered with a question. Calm, rational, objective. Old Yuan provided an honest assessment. Then this person is his antithesis. Irrational, unreasonable, and subjective. Old Yuan's curiosity was piqued. A woman? Yes, his ex-girlfriend. Although Xiangheng ranked a level above Yichen, they shared a dorm and he was quite familiar with Yichen's past. Ex-girlfriend, old Yuan's expression morphed into one of disbelief. He had a girlfriend, yes, she broke up with him because she went to America. You mean? Old Yuan's eyes widened. Yichen was dumped, indeed, and without any notice. He only learned of it after she had left for America. This incident spread widely throughout the school, and Yichen was quite despondent for a time. It was then he picked up smoking and drinking. No way. Old Yuan struggled to fathom what sort of woman would abandon He Yichen. No wonder he was distant from women. It seemed he had been bitten by a snake once and now feared the rope for 10 years, during the peak hours of the workday. Mosheng was in no rush to return home, aimlessly wandering along with the bustling crowd. Only just now did she have to admit that she had indeed changed significantly from her former self. In the past, she would never have hesitated like this. She desperately wanted to see him but lacked the courage. And no matter how cold or distant Yichen had been, she could always maintain a smile in his presence. Now, she lacked even the bravery to utter a few words. Yichen had once called her sunshine, the light he could neither reject nor escape, yet now, even the sunshine within her had vanished. How could she illuminate others? A silver BMW abruptly halted in front of her, and Mosheng did not look up, opting to walk around it. But then she heard a familiar voice. Get in. Startled, she raised her head to find him. Seeing her frozen in place, Yichen frowned and reiterated, You can't park here, get in. Mosheng had no time to ponder the situation, as the car had already merged into the evening traffic. Chinese cuisine or Western? Yichen asked, his gaze fixed on the road ahead. Chinese, she replied reflexively, only realizing afterward how odd it was. Was he inviting her to dinner? Yichen cast her a cold glance. Do you still know how to use chopsticks? Feigning ignorance to his sarcasm, Mosheng cautiously asked, Are you inviting me to dinner? You found my wallet. It's only right that I thank you. Really, there's no need for such formality, Mosheng replied, a wave of disappointment washing over her. When had they reached the point of exchanging such pleasantries? Dinner was at the renowned Xinji, where the exquisite atmosphere, delectable dishes, and attentive service could do little to enhance Mosheng's dining experience. Facing the impassive visage across the table, she was doomed to indigestion. The harmonious chime of a mobile phone shattered the table's silence as Yichen answered, Hello, yes, I'm at Xinji. No, Zhao Mosheng is here. Quite the coincidence. All right. He suddenly handed the phone to her. Ime wants to speak with you. Mosheng took it, momentarily stunned. Hello, Hello, Mosheng, a gentle voice resonated from the other end. Ime, it's been a while. Indeed, it has. Silence fell on both sides. Neither knowing what to say, eventually, Ime broke the ice. Mosheng, how have you been these past years? Not bad. I'm almost too happy to care. Mosheng feigned nonchalance, oblivious to Yichen's sudden stillness across the table. Millimeter, another silence ensued before Ime continued. Could you give me your contact information? We should meet up sometime. Sure. Mosheng relayed her phone number. All right, goodbye for now. Goodbye. After hanging up, she returned the phone to Yichen. He did not take it. Input your number. Mosheng was taken aback, lowering her head to enter the number but hesitating when it came to her name. What Chinese input method do you use? Strokes. Oh, still, she struggled to type it. How do you write Mo? Yichen reached over to take her phone from her hand. I'll do it. Mosheng awkwardly observed his slender fingers dancing elegantly and swiftly across the silver-grey phone, deftly composing a message in mere seconds before tucking it away into his pocket. Have you even forgotten how to write your own Chinese name? No, I just don't know how to use your phone. Mosheng stammered an explanation. He cast a brief glance at her, falling into silence thereafter. Dinner unfolded in this muted atmosphere, persisting even as he drove her home. As Mosheng alighted from the car, she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for bringing me back." He nodded and sped away. Mosheng stood rooted to the spot, engulfed in a haze of confusion, unaware of how long she remained until the peculiar gazes of passers-by jolted her back to reality, prompting her to hurriedly ascend the stairs. Date, a blind date? Mosheng called out, raising her voice. Lower your voice. The flower fairy covered her mouth, and Mosheng squeaked in protest. The flower fairy warned her. Don't make a sound, understand? Mosheng hastily nodded, and as soon as she released her grip, she inquired, Are you going on a blind date? Not me, but a stop me. Why? Mosheng was momentarily bewildered. Among those in our circle without boyfriends. You are the oldest. If you don't seize the moment, you might never marry. Do you realize that? The flower fairy rifled through her planner with fervor. Today's target is a system engineer from XX company. 2 of you, just perfect for you and me. If you want to go, you can go alone. I'm not going, there are 2 of them. I can't handle that. Sheng, how well have I treated you? Whether I can marry this year depends entirely on you. The flower fairy gazed at her with pitiful eyes resembling an abandoned puppy. You can just arrange to meet one at a time. No way, that would be too inefficient. Besides, I need your help. What kind of help? Mosheng replied cautiously, as the flower fairy's requests typically exceeded the capabilities of ordinary folk. Indeed, she began to pull out an array of items from her desk: black-framed glasses, odd-shaped wigs, oversized earrings that could double as bracelets, and a flamboyant ensemble of colorful clothing. What's all this? Mosheng gawked at the pile. To disguise your image, to accentuate my beauty. How many victims have there been before me? As soon as work hours ended, the flower fairy dragged her downwards with fervor. Upon finally reaching the ground floor, she suddenly shouted, I forgot my lucky lipstick. She dashed back upstairs to retrieve the lipstick reputed to guarantee success on blind dates. Mosheng waited at the entrance when suddenly she felt a piercing gaze. Following the line of sight, she was startled to find He Yichen. He met her gaze and nodded in acknowledgement. Her heart raced. Could he be here to see her? It had been nearly a month since their last silent dinner, and they had not been in contact since. Was this his intention? Her feet moved toward him involuntarily. What are you doing here? Waiting for someone, he replied tersely. Oh, waiting, accompanied by a soft voice. A slender and beautiful woman appeared in her line of sight, and Mosheng's heart sank. The person I'm waiting for has arrived. I'll take my leave first, he said flatly, departing alongside the woman. All right. Goodbye. She stood there, dazed, watching them walk toward the parking lot, utterly devoid of strength to move her feet until the flower fairy appeared, tugging her along. Why are you just standing there? Hurry, we're running out of time. We still need to get you made up. Remember, you must appear slightly less impressive. There's no need to pretend. At the blind date banquet, Mosheng's expression indeed appeared dazed and her reaction sluggish, perfectly complementing the flower fairy's radiant persona. He's waiting for her again. Mosheng peered down from the floor-to-ceiling window, spotting the dashing He Yichen in a simple shirt and trousers standing below, exuding an air of confidence. Over the past month, he had been appearing here every 4 or 5 days, only to leave with that beautiful woman. Today was the weekend, and he was back. He had never waited for her before. Sheng, the flower fairy was calling out again. Today is the weekend. You coming with me? All right. Ho, the flower fairy paused, shocked. You know what I'm going to do, a blind date, Mosheng replied tersely. Given her stellar performance last time, the flower fairy had become quite insistent. Dragging her along for blind dates every weekend, however, accompanying her on these outings turned out to be quite entertaining. Mosheng didn't have to worry about anyone being interested in her, as her sole role was to enjoy the meal and watch the flower fairy put on a show. But who would it be today? He, a young and promising talent, a surgeon, dining at a Western restaurant. Mosheng couldn't help but chuckle at her smug demeanor. She certainly had a knack for it, each blind date prospect more impressive than the last, yet never managing to capture one. Instead, they often ended up as her good friends or spouses of friends, the kind that were simply unattainable. At the ripe age of 29, the flower fairy had sworn to marry any man who came her way. Due to her need to return home early to prepare, Mosheng clocked out promptly, inevitably encountering He Yichen downstairs. She wished to keep her head down and pass by unnoticed, but unexpectedly the flower fairy halted abruptly, glaring fiercely at He Yichen. And the beautiful woman beside him. How outrageous, the flower fairy said through gritted teeth. Mosheng had yet to process the situation before she was pulled in front of He Yichen and the beauty. You vixen, you're at it again, seducing others. The beauty, surprisingly, responded not with softness but with hostility, saying, blind date addict, are you dragging someone else along again? She shot a glance at Mosheng. She is much prettier than you. Just wait to be a wallflower, you'll never get married. The two women began to bicker, leaving Mosheng dumbfounded. She awkwardly greeted He Yichen with a shy hi. His expression appeared grim, which was understandable. Who would be pleased to have their girlfriend insulted as a vixen? I'm sorry, she doesn't mean any harm, she just speaks without thinking, Mosheng interjected on behalf of the flower fairy. He Yichen's eyes glinted with a murderous intensity, his voice as cold as ice. You're going on a blind date? Yes. Mosheng faltered, unsure of what to say, but her hesitance only served to reinforce his suspicions. He said nothing further, casting her a dark glance before turning to leave. He Yichen, wait for me. The beauty, who had been arguing with the flower fairy, upon seeing him walk away, quickly abandoned the quarrel and hurried after him. Mosheng was momentarily lost in her thoughts, as the expression on the flower fairy's face was undeniably strange. Was she crying? The flower fairy, who was always so lively, was crying. Xiaohang, you can't just cry when you're outmatched. It's quite disgraceful. What do you know? The flower fairy glared at her with tearful eyes. She stole my first boyfriend. So it's a deep-seated grudge. Mosheng immediately found herself on the same side. Patting her shoulder, there are plenty of fish in the sea, let us find someone better tonight to make her jealous. I'm not angry that she took the person I liked, I'm angry that she took him and didn't cherish him, leading to his accident, causing him to break his leg and then abandon him. How could she do that? Why does he still love someone like her? Why doesn't he like me? Is it just because I'm not as pretty as her? Boohoo. Mosheng was taken aback, having never expected the usually infatuated flower fairy to have such a story. Indeed, those who appear the most cheerful often harbor the most fragile hearts. Having consoled her, they both arrived late for the first time, and Mosheng didn't even have time to apply her disguise. The flower fairy, feeling downcast, surprisingly didn't engage in any antics, and as a result, the two outstanding surgeons were surprisingly quite interested in them. My goodness, is this what they call a blessing in disguise? Due to the excessive enthusiasm of the men, the four of them ended up watching a movie, singing, and enjoying late-night snacks, only returning home past 11. As they approached her doorstep, Mosheng finally sighed in relief, saying, Dr. Zheng, I've arrived home. Thank you for bringing me back. Dr. Zheng, having concluded their conversation on heart disease, replied gallantly, well, good night, Miss Zhao, I had a pleasant day today. Me too, good night. Mosheng smiled, waiting for him to walk away before heading upstairs. The hallway lights were out, casting a somewhat dim atmosphere as she reached her door and fumbled for her keys. Suddenly, a tall shadow appeared in her line of sight, startling her and causing her keys to clatter to the ground. Before she could finish her sentence, she was abruptly pulled into a firm embrace. Caught off guard, her lips were seized, and he relentlessly ravaged her mouth with fervent kisses, his heated lips even daring to wander down to her neck, as if he sought to unleash all the pent-up fury within him. His hands tugged at her collar, and just as she felt a chill, his lips and tongue enveloped her, consuming her entirely. Mosheng barely had time to react before she found herself ensnared in this unexpected whirlwind of passion. The air thick with a hint of alcohol he had been drinking. Mosheng regained a semblance of clarity, breathlessly calling out, Yichen. His movements faltered, coming to a halt, his head still buried in her neck. Breathing heavily, after what felt like an eternity, his hoarse voice broke the silence. I lost. What do you mean? After so many years, I still lost to you. Utterly defeated, why did his voice sound so mournful? Yichen, what are you saying? Are you drunk? She asked anxiously. Silence followed, and then he suddenly pushed her away, his striking eyes reflecting a mix of distress and anger against the dark backdrop, as he coldly declared, I am not drunk, I've gone mad. He turned and vanished abruptly, as suddenly as he had arrived. If it weren't for the slight sting on her lips, she might have thought this was all a ludicrous dream. Picking up her keys from the ground, she unlocked the door, yet once inside, she stood there in a daze. Had it not been for the sudden ring of the phone, she would have been oblivious to how long she had been standing there. As she picked up the receiver, she was greeted by the excited voice of the flower fairy. Xing, how are things on your end? What things? Mosheng was momentarily at a loss. Quick, tell me, has Dr. Zheng made any advances? Did he ask you to meet again? No, how can that be? Flower Fairy exclaimed. He clearly seemed very pleased. Perhaps he was simply content to have someone so willing to listen to his lectures on heart disease and love. And you, Mosheng, unwilling to indulge her, directly inquired. He asked me to watch a movie tomorrow. He. A chilling laughter echoed from the other end. Xing, starting tomorrow, I am going to act like a lady. Chapter 3, Closeness. Is there anything more challenging than the Flower Fairy's determination to become a lady? Xing, which of these outfits looks better, or perhaps this one? In the clothing store, the Flower Fairy was comparing dresses. Seeking the counsel of Mosheng, who had been dragged out early in the morning by her relentless calls, this one. But that's what I wore today. The Flower Fairy's face darkened. Xing, are you still half asleep? You seem utterly lost this early in the day. Mosheng chuckled sheepishly, quickly changing the subject. You know, the essence of playing the role of a lady is not merely in the attire. Then what is it? It's in your demeanor and conversation. Mosheng explained. For instance, if someone asks what music you enjoy, you must never say heavy metal. I don't listen to rock. The Flower Fairy beamed. My favorite is Xie and Inyo's Waves of the Sea. This time it was Mosheng's turn to wear a grim expression, as her mind conjured images of three men in floral shorts, grinning foolishly while chasing bikini-clad girls with guitars on the beach. She could almost hear the Flower Fairy's excited commentary, especially the line, "Their beauty turns into an old hag." It perfectly expresses my expectations for the future. When you are together, be sure not to discuss music, Mosheng insisted resolutely. How about movies instead? Aren't you going to see one tonight? That too can showcase a lady's taste and grace. Movies? The Flower Fairy's eyes sparkled. I adore A Chinese Odyssey. Luo Zhouing is so handsome in it, and his dialogue is so philosophical, especially the line "humans are born of humans, and monsters are born of monsters," which encompasses ethics, love, medicine, and religion, truly the best interpretation of equality of all beings. Xiaohong, Mosheng interjected with difficulty, I think it would be best if you refrained from speaking tonight. After much persuasion, the Flower Fairy finally relented, and it was already 2 in the afternoon. Mosheng returned home, took a nap, and then plunged into her dark room. When she emerged again, the sky was completely dark. Glancing at the clock on the wall, she was shocked to see it was already 7:30. Famished, she opened the refrigerator only to find it empty. Grabbing her wallet and keys, she prepared to make a trip to the supermarket. As she descended the stairs and passed through the flower garden, Mosheng's footsteps suddenly halted, her gaze lifted. Under the dim glow of the streetlight across the way stood Yichen, his eyes locking onto her through the swirling smoke, silent and unyielding. Yichen. He stood at a distance, not rushing to approach. He was dressed casually today in a simple shirt and long pants, yet he exuded an undeniable charisma. She had often gazed at him in admiration, saying, Yichen, why do you look good in everything you wear? To which he would reply with an exasperated roll of his eyes, once again, it was once upon a time, Zhao Mosheng, you have grown. You can't dwell on the past. Yichen extinguished his cigarette and walked to her side. Can you accompany me for a stroll? Sure. A silence lingered between them as they walked a considerable distance. With Yichen showing no inclination to speak, unable to contain herself, Mosheng finally asked, "Where are we going?" "We're here, the bus stop." "Were they taking the bus? Do we have any coins?" "Yes." Mosheng fished out a few coins from her wallet and laid them in her palm. "Give me one." Yichen took a coin from her outstretched hand, his fingertip inadvertently brushing against her palm. Mosheng froze, quickly withdrawing her hand, but he seemed oblivious, his gaze fixed in the direction from which the bus would arrive. "Let's board." She had no time to ask anything further as she followed him onto the bus. The Saturday bus was predictably overcrowded, with 2 or 3 people separating them, making it difficult to breathe and move. After several stops, Yichen suddenly reached out and pulled her off the bus, only to release her immediately and walk ahead. Mosheng surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, towering buildings. "Where is this?" Yichen paused and turned back. "Don't you recognize it?" Should she recognize it? A city was so vast. She hadn't been everywhere yet. Why did he look so displeased, as if she had committed some grievous offense? Observing the evident confusion on her face, Yichen's expression darkened. "Forget it." He coldly spat, abruptly turning away and striding ahead with purpose. Mosheng, perplexed, was only enlightened when they arrived at the ancient and picturesque school gate. This was, astonishingly, C University, so this street. She gazed in disbelief at the bustling thoroughfare they had just traversed, which was indeed Old North Street. The very same Old North Street she and Yichen had walked countless times. How could that be? What had become of the lively night market, the shouting vendors? Where had all the various cheap and delicious eateries gone? "Didn't you come to visit after returning to the country?" Yichen asked, regaining his composure, his tone calm. "No, it's not that I didn't want to come. It's just I've been too busy with work," she stammered. Even she found her excuse laughable. Yichen cast her a sidelong glance, his tone indifferent as he said, "You don't have to say anything. I understand." What did he understand? She was none the wiser. They entered C University, a century-old institution that had hardly changed. Mosheng felt as though she were wandering through her own old dreams, the towering trees, the seemingly antiquated dormitories, the students laughing as they passed by her. A wave of nostalgia and sorrow surged within her, and at that moment, it became painfully clear, she had truly been away for far too long. "Oh," Mosheng pointed to a small grocery store at the corner. "That store is still here. I wonder if it's still run by that old couple." "No," Yichen replied, "it changed hands before I even graduated." Mosheng replied softly, looking up with a smile. "I'm going to buy something to eat. I'm starving." The shop had a young female proprietor now who attended to her child while greeting them. She purchased some bread and cola, while Yichen picked up a can of beer and paid for both. Mosheng recalled how they used to bicker over who would pay. She had been too young to grasp a man's pride and dignity. Yichen must have found it exhausting to be with her back then. "When did you start drinking?" It was a casual question, but as soon as she asked, she remembered the intense kiss from the previous night, laced with the scent of alcohol, and felt a wave of discomfort. "Just these past few years," he replied after a moment of silence, his tone flat. "Indeed, just these past few years. Well, let us find a place to sit." On the playground at around 8 o'clock, many young students were exercising at night, alongside some older professors strolling about. They sat on the edge of the playground, and Mosheng remarked with a smile, "This playground holds my most painful memories." Yichen, rarely smiling, quirked the corners of his mouth slightly. 800 meters? Yes. Mosheng admitted bashfully, "My best time for the 800 meters was 4 minutes and 10 seconds. I still remember how you couldn't believe it back then." She suddenly halted as Yichen's deep gaze bore into her. "What did I say? You said, Zhao Mosheng, how did I manage to catch up with you when you ran so slowly?" "Oh, is that Professor Zhu from your department?" Mosheng pointed to the elderly man walking not far away. Yichen turned his gaze, nodded, and stood up. "I'll go say hello." Mosheng watched him approach. Professor Zhu's face lit up with pleasure upon seeing him, and they exchanged a few words, the professor patting Yichen's shoulder approvingly. The old professor's hair was becoming increasingly sparse. It was entirely because of Yichen that she had met this esteemed law professor. Back then, Yichen was so engrossed in his studies and department duties that it was hard for her to find him. To spend more time together, she would attend classes in his department whenever she had free periods. She had endured an entire semester of Professor Zhu's criminal law lectures, though she still struggled to grasp even the most basic principle of the presumption of innocence, unlike Yichen, who, after she had dragged him to a few higher mathematics classes, managed to help her review for the finals. Unbeknownst to her what Yichen had said, Professor Zhu glanced over at her direction, smiling as he nodded before departing. When Yichen returned, Mosheng curiously asked, "What did you talk about?" "I mentioned that I was back to visit a friend." Yichen regarded her with mild surprise. "Professor Zhu still remembers you." "He does," Mosheng replied, somewhat dazed. "He probably has a vivid impression of me." She had caused quite a scene in his class. Professor Zhu never refers to the attendance sheet during his lectures, often calling on students at random. Once, by sheer misfortune, Mosheng was the one he pointed to. She vividly recalls that his question was, "How do you think we should judge the 4 individuals? A, B, C, and D?" She was utterly perplexed. Who were A, B, C, and D? What about E and F, under the table? She tugged at Yichen's sleeve, only to be met with his unyielding response, "I didn't hear. Oh, right." They had argued not long ago, and Yichen was still miffed with her, but to see her in distress and refuse to help was rather small-minded. Wasn't it? In her fluster, she blurted out, "Just throw them all in jail." A moment of silence enveloped the classroom before it erupted into laughter, with a male student shouting, "Professor, she's not from our department." Professor Zhu, visibly touched, replied, "My dear student, are you genuinely interested in the criminal law I teach?" The laughter continued, and the students playfully chanted, "Professor, she came to class with her boyfriend," the open-minded old man eagerly inquired. "Whose girlfriend is she?" His tone resembled that of someone announcing lost property. Yichen resignedly stood up, utterly embarrassed. "Mine." Professor Zhu, of course, was familiar with He Yichen. With a serious yet playful demeanor, he advised, "He, my student, merely excelling academically is insufficient. Familial education holds great importance. The girlfriend of a promising law student being a legal illiterate, what a disgrace." Mosheng still recalls the laughter that erupted in the classroom. Yichen chuckled softly. "Indeed, quite memorable." Mosheng gazed at him, astonished. Was he actually smiling? Had he finally ceased to wear a cold expression and begun to treat her as a stranger, whom she abruptly turned her face away? Concealing her emotions, and awkwardly remarked, "Who told you to ignore me?" Was she still holding a grudge over that incident? Yichen was filled with mixed feelings, finding it somewhat amusing that he truly hadn't heard her. Did she think he was calm enough to endure their Cold War while also focusing on the lecture? If he were that composed, he wouldn't be standing here with her now. Yichen exhaled a heavy sigh. "It's getting late. Let me escort you back." They took the bus, and upon reaching downstairs, Mosheng halted, saying, "I've arrived." He replied, also coming to a stop. "Well then, goodbye." As Mosheng took a couple of steps and turned back, she found him still standing beneath the streetlight. His gaze drifted past her into the distance, hesitating before finally saying, "I'm sorry about yesterday." "It's fine." Mosheng replied somewhat uncomfortably, "You were drunk yesterday." "Was I?" Yichen paused, his voice tinged with sarcasm. Suddenly, he lowered his head, his cold lips brushing against hers for a fleeting moment, his profound gaze ensnaring her as he softly uttered, "Mosheng, I've been quite sober. All along, soberly watching myself, sinking." "You seem distracted today." During a discussion of a tricky case, Xiangheng suddenly interjected. Yichen calmly raised his eyes to meet him. "I believe my proposal is quite sound." "It is indeed sound, not just sound, it's excellent, yet you remain distracted." "Fine." Yichen tossed aside his pen. "What do you want to ask?" Xiangheng chuckled, relishing the rare sight of him losing his composure. "Has our Zhao Sirmai returned?" Yichen raised an eyebrow. "How do you know? Am I that obvious?" "I saw her downstairs the other day," Xiangheng clarified. "She seems quite changed." "Indeed, quite changed." Yichen fell silent. At that moment, old Yuan burst through the door, exclaiming, "Hey, today the United Firm is treating us. You must come with me." United Law Firm, alongside Yuan Xianghe, is one of the 4 premier law firms in a city. Although they often clash in court, their personal relationships remain amicable. Old Yuan had recently lent them a small favor, so they were hosting a banquet at the ULOU. It's worth noting that the folks at United had ulterior motives. Everyone knew that the formidable Qi Peeler had a keen interest in He Yichen. Bringing them together was clearly a setup for some entertainment. Qi Peeler is known for her aggressive tactics, while He Yichen's defense is always impenetrable. One could imagine that tonight's dinner would be lively and entertaining. Old Yuan was already looking forward to it. Lu is situated in the heart of the city, and as night fell, the lights shone brightly. After a few rounds of drinks, Old Yuan and several lawyers from United, all adept at verbal sparring, filled the room with laughter and noise. Xiangheng sat by the window, listening to their banter, but his eyes inadvertently wandered outside. The city's night was ablaze with neon lights, and the bustling crowds moved along the broad avenues. Wait, who is that? Old Xiang, why are you so quiet? What are you looking at? Lawyer Li leaned over, following his gaze. Across the street, a young woman with a camera appeared to be photographing something. She had medium-length hair, dressed in a loose light blue shirt and jeans, with 2 or 3 cameras hanging from her. Is that your type? Lawyer Li inquired with interest. Although I can't see her face, she seems like a student. This was certainly not his type. Xiangheng turned his head, noticing that the stunning Lawyer Qi was relentlessly pursuing Yichen, who was responding courteously yet distantly. If she were added into the mix. How delightful, Yichen, Xiangheng called to gain his attention, pointing towards the window. Now, not just Yichen, but everyone turned to look outside, yet they were all bewildered. Yichen immediately spotted Zhao Mosheng among the crowd, adjusting her angle for a photograph. He set down his drink. I'll step out for a moment. Aside from Xiangheng, who remained calm, the others nearly pressed their faces against the glass in anticipation. They watched as Yichen's tall figure swiftly crossed the street, stopping a few paces from the unfamiliar woman, silently observing her without disturbing her. The woman seemed oblivious, and as she finished taking her photos and turned around, oh, what a pity, with her back to them, they couldn't see her expression. Then, the two exchanged a few words. Following that, a collective gasp escaped their lips. He Yichen, he had actually taken hold of her hand. Yichen, it was unbelievable that the usually aloof Yichen would exhibit such fervent behavior. How could this be? Everyone exchanged sympathetic glances towards the only woman present, Qi Peeler, whose complexion had already soured. It made sense. It had previously seemed that Yichen's aloofness towards women was inherent, but it turned out he could also be so passionate when the occasion called for it. This was a significant blow to female pride, although Qi Peeler often irked them with her sharp tongue. She was still a colleague from the same firm. The plump lawyer Zhang ventured to probe. Old Xiang, who is she? Xiangheng's expression was inscrutable. Why are you asking me? You should be asking Yichen. Lawyer Zhang, unperturbed, replied, I wouldn't dare hope to extract anything from Yichen. Xiangheng chuckled. His coat is still here. He'll need to come back for it. Sure enough, shortly after, Yichen returned, apologetically stating, Old Li, I have to leave early. Old Li happened to be the host that evening. Before Old Li could respond, Xiangheng interjected, Isn't it a bit rude to leave like this? Why not invite Zhao Mosheng over? It's been years since I've seen her. Turning to Old Li, he asked, Would you mind if we had an extra guest? Old Li nodded vigorously. Of course. Bring her along. Yichen hesitated. Qi Peeler, her tone laced with mockery, remarked, Does the great lawyer he have to sneak around with his girlfriend? Is she someone to be hidden? Mosheng stood on the opposite sidewalk, dazedly pondering what exactly her relationship with Yichen was. Neither friend nor lover. Before she could reach a conclusion, her phone rang. It was Yichen. I can't get away. Oh, that's fine. Mosheng sighed in relief. Come over then. The call ended. Mosheng didn't even have the chance to discuss it with him. Glancing back at Yulu, she gathered her things and crossed the street. Yichen awaited her at the entrance. Mosheng hesitated, saying, Is it appropriate for me to go in? Yichen replied casually, Just some colleagues. It's fine, but what role would she play? She swallowed that question. In recent days, Yichen had occasionally reached out to her, but he had deliberately maintained a distance. Yet, this level of interaction had made her uneasy. It shouldn't be like this. She should keep her distance from him. As they approached, the group openly scrutinized Mosheng, noting her decent appearance and casual attire. Though her shorter hair lacked a certain charm, compared to the women surrounding Yichen, she seemed ordinary. The first to greet her was Xiangheng. Zhao Mosheng. You back so soon? He smiled warmly, but his words held a subtle sting. I thought you'd make Yichen endure in solitude for 18 years. A smile concealing a blade, laced with sarcasm. What could Mosheng say? The usual response slipped out. Senior Xiang, long time no see. Senior, not at all, but it has been quite a while. Xiangheng replied with a knowing smile. Yichen briefly introduced her, and just as Mosheng settled in, the beautiful lawyer launched an unceremonious attack. Miss Zhao, I've heard that He Yichen is notoriously hard to please. What tricks did you use to win him over? Not tricks, but rather insights. Came the abrupt silence at the table. Xiangheng nearly spat out his tea, exclaiming, This Qi Peeler. In truth, she harbored no ill intentions. She was merely accustomed to being direct and had spent considerable time in the company of numerous men, which shaped her manner of speaking. She had even berated a judge in court for lacking competence and common sense, so one could hardly expect her to be particularly tactful. Today's line of questioning could be deemed polite. But Zhao Mosheng had never encountered such a situation and seemed ill-equipped to handle it. Just as he contemplated offering assistance, he noticed He Yichen observing the scene with an air of indifference, prompting him to refrain from speaking. Why should he concern himself with another's girlfriend when others showed no empathy? Mosheng was momentarily taken aback before realizing that the silence enveloping the room was not due to her presence. Rather, these individuals were simply eager to witness the unfolding drama, holding their breath in anticipation. Thus, she half-jokingly remarked, "In fact, Yichen is quite easy to pursue." Drawing from her past experiences, she concluded that persistence was key. One must be unabashedly tenacious, employing tears, tantrums, and desperate measures to ensure his capitulation. Everyone gazed at Yichen in disbelief. Who would have thought that lawyer he had an affinity for such tactics? Xu Pili shot her a disapproving glare. "Don't you think that approach lacks feminine dignity?" I didn't consider that at the time," Mosheng replied with a smile. A man pursued in such a relentless manner, how deep could his feelings truly be? Without a genuine connection, he would inevitably grow weary and cast you aside, Xu Pili retorted aggressively. Suddenly, Lao Yuan, who had remained silent until now, exclaimed, interrupting Xu Pili's onslaught, "I remember now. You're the one who dumped Yichen and went to America, aren't you?" What? Aside from Xiangheng and Yichen, the others looked at Zhao Mosheng in disbelief. She, the one who left He Yichen? Mosheng was equally stunned. She had left Yichen. Where did that notion even come from? And why did the gaze of this burly man seem to carry a hint of admiration? "No, I didn't." Still trying to deny it, Lao Yuan employed a roundabout tactic. "Haven't you been to America?" "Yes." "Were you once his girlfriend?" "Yes." "Then that settles it." Lao Yuan slammed his paw like a gavel, sealing her fate. Mosheng stood there, dumbfounded. Is this how lawyers now regard human life so lightly? Just as she was about to clarify, Yichen abruptly pulled her away. "Sorry, we must take our leave." No one hindered their departure, watching them vacantly as they walked away. Once outside the Yi building, the cold wind swept in, clearing her disordered thoughts somewhat. Glancing at the figure ahead, she could not help but ask, "Yichen, why didn't you say anything?" "Say what?" "They seem to believe I left you, but that is clearly not the case. Why didn't you clarify?" How could the proud He Yichen endure such a misunderstanding? How to explain? His form halted, his tall, broad back appearing so solitary in that moment. His voice, thick with emotion, rang out in the night air. "Even I believe that." Chapter 4, Destiny. She could not fathom what he meant by that. To this day, she still questioned whether her words back then had unwittingly provided him with a reason to flee. Yichen's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, yet each word struck her heart like a heavy hammer. How could he say such a thing? How could he possibly utter that? She vividly recalled that day's events. After hearing my words, she had immediately sought him out for confirmation. Yichen would never deceive her. If he said it wasn't true, she would undoubtedly believe him. But what if he truly harbored feelings for my? What then? On her way there, the worst scenario she could imagine was Yichen confessing that he loved my too. She never anticipated being met with his disdainful gaze and cutting words. "Leave. I don't want to see you." Zhao Mosheng, I wish I had never met you. The absolute finality in his tone and expression now felt like a dagger to her heart, yet now he dared to say she had betrayed him? What do you mean by that? Mosheng gazed down at her shoes, her voice low yet clear amidst the thrumming crowd. Who are you apologizing to? Yourself or your father? If it's on behalf of your father, then it's unnecessary. Yichen's voice was cold as ice. You didn't even ask before passing judgment on me. Zhao Mosheng, can you guess how much I've hated you these past years? Hated? Mosheng recoiled, but could not escape his grasp. Her shoulders gripped tightly, the force making her fear for her bones. I never provoked you. Why did you seek me out? If you did, why abandon it halfway? His desperate and furious questioning stifled Mosheng's ability to even utter an apology. She instinctively closed her eyes, unable to bear his gaze. I only wish to ask you now. Yichen began to calm, his piercing gaze fixed upon her. If you had known all of this back then, would you still have left? Would she still have left? Mosheng was taken aback, unable to fathom why he would pose such a question. 7 years ago, she would have unhesitatingly replied that she would not, for at that time, her departure to America was purely an escape from the pain of a failed romance. But what of now? Now, she comprehended that everything 7 years ago had been meticulously orchestrated by her father as a means of escape. How else could the visa have been processed so swiftly? How could everything in America have been arranged beforehand? All had been decided without her knowledge, and she had no doubt that even had she resisted, she would have been forcibly placed on that plane. Mosheng lowered her head. "I'm sorry," Yichen understood. Abruptly releasing her, his eyes conveying a disappointment and anger that could pierce through her very being. After a long pause, he managed to speak with forced calm. "And now? Now what?" Mosheng asked, perplexed. "Do you want to return to my side?" Yichen stated stiffly. The world outside fell eerily silent as Mosheng stared at him in shock, hearing only the frantic beat of her own heart. "I don't intend to waste much time on this matter. Nor am I interested in getting to know someone anew to cultivate a relationship, so you would be the most suitable choice, would you not? Is that so?" Mosheng listened, her heart sinking gradually, because of familiarity. Because of suitability? But Yichen, do you truly know this Zhao Mosheng standing before you? Sometimes she herself felt like a stranger to her own self. Yet none of that mattered anymore. She lacked the strength to pursue a distant heart, and no longer wished to possess a love that could crumble at any moment. The sound of her entire world collapsing around her was something she could not endure a second time. Therefore, Yichen, I'm sorry. Forgive my cowardice. I never anticipated that not even you could grant me the courage I needed. She had rejected him so swiftly. Yichen steadied himself. You need not respond so quickly. His words were gently interrupted by Mosheng. I'm married. The statement hung in the air, and Yichen looked at her in disbelief, each word crystal clear as he asked, "What did you say?" Mosheng gazed down at her shadow on the ground, softly stating, "I got married 3 years ago in America." Yichen's expression darkened, his aura chilling the air around them, and he glared at her with a ferocity that suggested he might strangle her at any moment. After a long while, she finally heard his chilling voice. "Zhao Mosheng, I must be insane to allow you to trample on me." The day slid by monotonously, and it was only when Mosheng saw the National Day holiday notice on the bulletin board at the magazine office that she realized it was already the end of September. The entire summer had passed in this manner. As October approached, the atmosphere in the magazine office grew increasingly relaxed. Just before closing on the 30th, Zhao Mosheng came over to ask Mosheng, "Shing, how do you plan to spend the 7 days of National Day?" "I haven't thought about it yet," Mosheng replied as she was busy organizing the photos on her desk. "You haven't thought about it? I've been looking forward to October 1st since May Day." Mosheng couldn't help but chuckle at her exaggerated expression, and casually inquired, "Why is the holiday so long this year?" "It's like this every year," Zhao Mosheng replied, somewhat puzzled, and then realized, "Oh, you've been abroad for so long you probably don't know. The 7-day holiday has been in effect for several years now, aimed at promoting tourism. This year I'm planning to go to Fenghuang Ancient Town. Would you like to join me?" Seeing her sweet expression, Mosheng knew she was definitely going with that doctor. Mosheng tilted her head and smiled. "Do you want me to accompany you the whole way and take couple photos? I charge a high fee." "Oh, you're so annoying," Zhao Mosheng exclaimed, playfully covering her face in embarrassment. However, when she lowered her hands, she noticed that Mosheng, who had just been laughing with her, had once again fallen silent, her expression lost in thought. Zhao Mosheng nudged her. "Shing, what is wrong? You've been acting a bit strange lately, "Oh, nothing," Mosheng responded, snapping back to reality, suddenly pondering how to spend all these extra days. After work, she still had no idea what to do with herself. The streets were noticeably livelier, with shops looking fresh and new. Mosheng strolled along the beautiful storefronts, occasionally stopping to buy some snacks, then continuing her aimless wander. It wasn't until she saw the familiar, quaint school entrance that she realized she had wandered all the way to see university, startling herself at the thought that she had traversed nearly half the city from her workplace. The school gate was bustling far more than usual, with students carrying luggage and wearing simple, joyful smiles. Mosheng remembered her own student days, when she too would be excited for the holidays for a long time. In hindsight, it felt like a dream. With her hands in her pockets, she strolled along the tree-lined avenue of the school. Her mood was not as tumultuous as it had been when she had come with Yichen last time. It was simply calm, yet tinged with a sense of bewilderment. It seemed her life had gone awry the moment she stepped out of this school, but now, how could she move forward in the right direction? "Do you want to come back to me now?" Yichen's deep voice echoed once more in her mind. Mosheng halted, closing her eyes, waiting for the ache in her heart to subside. Returning to his side was a scene she had imagined countless times. While abroad, she often found herself daydreaming about reuniting with Yichen, fantasizing about their blissful life together. That was her sole comfort, the only joy amidst her long, solitary days. All her strength and perseverance stemmed from this imagined happiness. However, upon returning home, when Yichen approached her with a rational and cold demeanor, seeking to transform her fantasies into reality, she recoiled. Both of them were no longer the innocent young man and woman from her memories. The rifts created by 7 years of separation constantly reminded them of their pain. Perhaps these were merely small wounds, yet they were equally agonizing because she cared too deeply. She could not bear the hurt. The truth was, their fates had already been sealed 7 years prior. Unbeknownst to her, she had wandered to the edge of the playground, where many were jogging on the rubber track. How long would it take her to run 800 meters now? Mosheng bent down, slipped through the railing, stood on the track, and marked a starting line with her toes. She whispered 1, 2, 3, and dashed off at the pace required for the 800-meter run with her eyes closed. She felt the night breeze as she ran to the finish line point for minutes and 25 seconds. It was too slow. Someone tapped her on the head. Slower than yesterday, she muttered in frustration and then lifted her gaze to him. Yichen, why don't you run ahead during the exam while I chase after you? That way, I would definitely run faster. After receiving a glare from him, Mosheng felt a bit disheartened, thinking her idea was quite good. Why don't you dangle your photo in front of me, Zhao Mosheng? Do you have no shame? Yichen finally couldn't he help but scold her, although his ears had turned slightly red, with a smile. She opened her eyes, and the finish line was empty. A sudden dull pain surged in her heart. The clearer the details, the more pronounced the ache became. Tears began to fall one by one, catching her off guard, and then gradually she lost control, sitting on the ground and sobbing loudly. From this moment on, there would never be Yichen at any finish line. The train's final destination was Y City. After returning from C University last night, Mosheng had gone to bed early. She woke up around 4 in the morning, unable to fall back asleep, staring blankly at the ceiling for a while. She got up, tidied herself, and headed to the train station. This was her first return to Y City since coming back to the country. The train arrived punctually at 11 a.m. and it was raining in Y City. Much cooler than a city, the cold wind made her shiver. Standing on the train station steps, she pulled her thin clothing closer around her, lifting her gaze to take in this city that had raised her. Feeling a vague mix of sorrow and joy within her heart, unsure if this was what they called homesickness. Miss, are you here for tourism? Need accommodation? The lowest price in the city. Miss, do you need a tour guide? Discounts for National Day. As she crossed the square, she encountered numerous vendors trying to attract business. Perhaps the exploratory look on her face made her seem like a stranger rather than a local. Mosheng bitterly self-mocked in her heart. Fortunately, the bus station hadn't changed, nor had the bus routes, and she quickly found her way. Someone once said that to truly understand a city, one only needed to ride the bus a few times, as it would take you through all the lively places in that city. Mosheng gazed out the bus window at the pedestrians, vehicles, streets, and shops. Through the drizzling rain, the small Jiangnan city appeared blurred. Much like her current emotions, Qinghe New Village has arrived. Passengers disembarking, please prepare to get off. She jumped off the bus, and a cluster of old houses appeared before her. Qinghe New Village had been around for over a decade, where Mosheng had gradually grown up, somewhat dazed. She had never imagined that one day, standing beneath the familiar building, her heart would be filled with the desolation of change. This time she returned to find her mother. Mosheng hadn't been in touch with her for over 7 years and wondered if she still lived here. The rain outside intensified, and Mosheng dashed into the hallway, knocking on the door. But no one answered. Had they gone out? Or had they moved away? Waiting at the door for over an hour, still no one returned. Her wet clothes clung to her body, and her toes had grown icy. Suddenly, Mosheng recalled a similar instance from her childhood when she had run home in the rain, only to find no one at home. She had waited over 2 hours for her father to return home with his briefcase. She could still vividly remember how heartbroken her father had looked, hugging her tightly and repeatedly saying, "Dad is sorry, Dad is sorry." Xiaoxing, go ahead and hit Dad. Her middle-aged father, when with her, was like a playful child, taking her on mischief-filled adventures, devoid of any semblance of the dignified Mayor Zhao. However, he was simply too busy, and the time he could spare for his daughter was exceedingly limited. Many of Mosheng's childhood classmates envied her for having a father in government. But little Mosheng had once written in her composition, "My wish is for my dad to come home from work on time every day, without any uncles coming to talk to him." Yet whenever he had time, her father would spoil Mosheng to the heavens, completely unlike her mother. In her memories, her mother always appeared cold and distant, rarely smiling at her daughter, He Yichen. A surprised voice jolted Mosheng from her reverie. It was Aunt Huang, the middle-aged woman standing before her was a neighbor, her husband a former colleague of Mosheng's father. Their families had been close. He Yichen, when did you come back? Come in, look at you. Drenched, Aunt Huang welcomed her as she opened the door. After drying off with a towel, Mosheng felt much more comfortable, but she hesitated and asked, Aunt Huang, does my mother still live here? Of course she does. Where else could she go? You've been away for so long without a word, leaving your mother all alone here. It wasn't that she didn't want to keep in touch. Mosheng felt a tinge of sorrow. 7 years ago, upon learning of her father's death while abroad, she had immediately called home, but her mother had calmly told her, don't call again and don't come back. Your father ruined half of my life, now I can finally live in peace, and I don't want to see anything related to him. Then she hung up the phone. Later attempts to call revealed it was already a disconnected number. Eventually, she learned some of the shocking truths from Uncle Lee, her father's old friend in America, truths she still found hard to believe. Mosheng did not respond to Aunt Huang's reproach but inquired, is my mother in good health? I haven't heard anything bad. You're just unlucky. She left today with a travel group organized by our community. She won't be back for 5 days. Why don't you stay with Aunt Huang for now? She went on a trip. Mosheng never expected such an answer. It seemed she was doing quite well. Mosheng lowered her gaze, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she stood up and said, Aunt Huang, I have to go. Aren't you waiting for your mother to return? Aunt Huang exclaimed in astonishment. No more waiting. In truth, I merely wished to see how she was faring, and there were a few matters I wanted to inquire of her. Mosheng paused for a moment, now aware that she was indeed doing well, and suddenly found herself disinclined to ask those questions. The outcome had already materialized, rendering the reasons inconsequential. Aunt Huang, thank you. Please do not mention that I have visited. As she prepared to leave, she requested from Aunt Huang the address of her father's grave, number 157, Area A, Jinjishan, marked almost like a residential address. It was not the Qingming festival, a time for remembrance, and Jinjishan was nearly deserted. Mosheng sat beside her father's tombstone, resting her head against it, reminiscent of the times they shared conversations during his life. Now, she too was engaged in dialogue with her father. Dad, it's been so long since I last visited, you won't hold it against me, will you? In truth, I never wanted to return. Perhaps I am too cowardly to accept it. Why is it that I left alone? Yet now there stands a gravestone. I always felt that as long as I stayed abroad you would still be alive. I recall the cheese biscuits you bought me before I boarded the plane. You told me to go to America and see if it was good, and if it wasn't I could return, but I found it utterly unsatisfactory, and yet I cannot come back. The young man in the photograph at the cemetery bears a striking resemblance to Mosheng. His gentle smile unwavering. Mosheng grasped her sleeve and wiped the photo. Dad, this picture must be from your university days, right? Don't think that using such a youthful photo can disguise you as a young spirit. A thin veil of mist enveloped the mountains, and the surroundings were so silent it felt as though the world had ceased to exist. Mosheng tapped the gravestone. Dad, are you ignoring me? After a prolonged silence, her eyes gradually became as hazy as the mountain mist. Dad, she spoke. Yes, it's He Yichen. Do you remember? He said we could be together again. What do you think? Naturally, there was no response. After a while, Mosheng murmured softly to herself, in truth, I don't think it's a good idea either. He is so exceptional, and there have always been many who admire him. He could easily find someone better. We have been apart for so long, and there is so much estrangement between us. If we were to reunite, it would only lead to conflict. He would soon be utterly disappointed in me, just as he often was before. If we were to part ways again, I cannot fathom how I would cope. This way, at least I have grown accustomed to it. Unable to continue, she lost track of time before gently speaking. I am doing well, so please do not worry about me. I must take my leave now. Dad. As she descended the mountain, the rain had ceased. Looking back at the mountain peak, which was fading into the night and mist, it seemed as though it belonged to another world. Upon returning to the city, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Mosheng glanced at the time on her phone and realized she could only set off again the next day. Inquiring at several inns in the city, she was informed that they were fully booked. Ultimately, she settled into an expensive hotel in the city center. After showering and drying her clothes, it was still too early to sleep. So she decided to head downstairs. Exiting the hotel led her to the bustling Zhongguan Road, the most vibrant street in Y City. Y City, renowned for its picturesque landscapes, is also a well-known tourist destination. At this hour, there were still many visitors on Zhongguan Road, and Mosheng suddenly recalled that her first encounter with He Yichen had taken place on this very busy street. At that time, they were already in a relationship, yet during the winter break of their freshman year, He Yichen adamantly refused to provide her with his family's phone number. She felt both aggrieved and disheartened. How could a girlfriend not know her boyfriend's family contact? After a failed attempt to persuade him at the train station before their breakup, Mosheng angrily turned and ran away, but after a few steps, regret washed over her. What was she angry about? Perhaps if she acted a bit more stubborn, He Yichen would relent. However, glancing back, she saw that he was already gone from the train station. Upon returning home, she sank into a gloomy mood, lacking the appetite to eat or the focus to watch television, and then, quite unexpectedly, she began to venture out each day, hoping to encounter He Yichen. Remarkably, she did. It was a day after the New Year, with light snow drifting down, when she spotted him walking across the street with a girl named Yimai, whom she did not yet know. In that moment, she could hardly process it. She had not held much hope of running into him in a city so filled with people. The next moment, she dashed across the street, leapt into his arms, exclaiming excitedly, "He Yichen, I knew I would run into you, I just knew it." Mosheng closed her eyes. As their past became mere memories, the most excruciating part was how vividly everything remained. Almost entranced, she took out her camera and snapped a picture of the seemingly empty space before her. The developed photo revealed a desolate street, devoid of life, an expanse of nothingness. As work resumed after the holiday, Mosheng found herself busier than ever. Only Xiaohang seemed to have ample free time. Her segment had just concluded, leaving her in a transitional period. Each day, she wandered around Mosheng's office, fretting over her friend's romantic prospects. Sheng, you can't continue to squander your time like this. You must understand that time is youth and beauty. Finding a man now would be seen as a societal contribution. In another couple of years, you would be doing a disservice to the male population, Xiaohang added mysteriously, leaning in close. Now's the time when the biological clock is ticking. Sheng, don't you wish to fall asleep in a warm embrace at night? Xiaohang, did you have that dream again yesterday? Occasionally, she feigned shyness, blushing and lowering her head, swaying her body. After a moment, she became serious again. Sheng, you seem to be back to normal now. It felt like every man was being snatched away before. Mosheng chuckled at Xiaohang's classic metaphor. It was easy to find shallow happiness as long as one did not dwell on it. She could laugh and joke with her colleagues, and others would assume she was genuinely happy. Gradually, she began to feel that she truly was. Not wanting to discuss this any further, Mosheng glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 10 o'clock. I must go now. Their SA meeting. Today's meeting was the quarterly conference. The magazine where Mosheng worked was quite large, not only publishing the renowned women's magazine Xiose, but also a lifestyle weekly, which allowed them to employ 2 photographers. Xiose had long been a staple in the women's magazine market, consistently ranking first in sales among similar publications. Although the previous quarter's sales maintained their leading position, their market share was gradually declining. After the editor-in-chief provided a positive assessment of each department's work from the last quarter, he shifted to the main topic, the introduction of new segments. For our magazine to stand out, we must offer something unique. There are numerous magazines of the same type on the market, with most content being repetitive: beauty, fashion, food, and romantic life. What else can we do? The editor-in-chief surveyed the audience before asking, alternatively, what else attracts women? I know. Xiaohang raised her hand to speak. Men. Laughter erupted among the attendees. Yet, the editor-in-chief nodded seriously. Xiaohang, though you may appear rather straightforward, your intuition is quite sharp. He then revealed the slide, boldly displaying the words elite men. Whispers ensued in the audience. Aren't we a women's magazine? Wouldn't it be odd to focus on men? Someone questioned. The principle of attraction between the sexes is well understood. Men's magazines often feature women on their covers. Why can't women's magazines write about men? The editor-in-chief countered. After some discussion, he concluded, ultimately, the market is the only truth. Thus, we have decided to produce 4 issues for now and will assess reader response before deciding whether to continue. If anyone has suggestions, feel free to share. What about the candidates I have tentatively selected 4? If you have objections, please voice them. The editor-in-chief clicked the mouse, and 4 photographs of young men appeared on the screen. Our candidates are not unreachable science or diamond bachelor types, but rather elites from various fields, possessing a certain degree of fame, youth, excellence, and most importantly, they must be handsome and unmarried. Isn't he that the architect who just won an award? Yes, the one on the left looks familiar too. Everyone pointed and murmured, but Mosheng's gaze was immediately drawn to the young man in the upper right corner. How could it be him, she thought. Isn't he that the special host from Legal Time, the lawyer He Yichen? Indeed, that's him, the editor-in-chief confirmed, nodding. Those who watch provincial broadcasts should be familiar. He is one of the special hosts, and the show has quite a good viewership. I suggest we feature him in the first issue, suggested the seasoned editor Lee. He has appeared on television, has a higher profile, and is likely to make a strong impact. Yes, it seems he recently won a highly publicized economic case here in the province, which adds to his appeal. Others chimed in. I believe his fame is not the main point, rather, his appearance far surpasses the other 3, which should attract a good number of female readers. The editor-in-chief nodded in agreement. Wow, is he really that impressive? Mosheng overheard Xiao Shu, a new college graduate sitting behind her, muttering under his breath, jealous. Are we? Huang, sitting beside him, chuckled, jealousy won't he help, he likely earns more in an hour than we do in a month. I have a friend in law, and I heard this lawyer takes quite a hefty cut from each case. Huang held up 2 fingers. Xiao Shu gasped in astonishment. 20,000. Shaking his head, Huang replied, try 200,000. Huang Bian chuckled, multiply it by 10. A sharp intake of breath followed, and Xiao Shu fell silent. The column had essentially been decided. Now the critical question was who would take charge. The editor-in-chief surveyed the conference room. Who wishes to take on this new feature? Silence enveloped the room. Everyone seemed eager yet hesitant, and for a moment, no one spoke. I'll do it. The voice that rose decisively belonged to Zhao Yichen, a renowned beauty known for her icy demeanor within the magazine. Her lovely visage radiated confidence as she articulated her intentions clearly. Chief Editor, I would like to undertake this feature. I am nearing the completion of my current tasks and will be able to devote myself fully to this. Moreover, I possess an advantage. I graduated from C University, just like lawyer He Yichen and architect King Zhenian. I believe we will have common ground to discuss. Also, I have met lawyer He Yichen before. A fleeting encounter. Mosheng glanced up just in time to see an unusual blush creep across the typically stoic beauty's face, momentarily rendering her spellbound, and a pang of bitterness surged within her. Graduating from C University was quite a feat. My Jia, sitting beside Mosheng, immediately voiced her dissatisfaction, having always had a contentious relationship with Zhao Yichen. She was currently goading Xiao Hang. Why aren't you stepping up? Why let someone like her steal the limelight? Perhaps due to her overly aloof nature and excessive prominence, Zhao Yichen was not well liked within the magazine. Several senior colleagues subtly isolated her. Xiao Hang and Mosheng typically refrained from meddling in such matters. And at this moment, Xiao Hang merely jested, no way, if I take this on, my boyfriend will surely suspect I'm being unfaithful. Casting a glance at the handsome photo, she mused, why does that he fellow look so familiar? Mosheng, don't you think? Mosheng forced a smile. You find every handsome man familiar. Meanwhile, the editor-in-chief had already decided on Zhao Yichen. Yichen, I'll entrust this to you. I believe you will execute it splendidly. Laughter erupted as the editor quipped, I wonder if this counts as a beauty strategy. A male colleague teased, if our beauty Zhao can win over the lawyer, we might save a fortune on legal fees in the future. Arsheng, the editor-in-chief called her name. What? The photography aspect of this feature is relatively light. Please find some time to assist Yichen as best as you can. Mosheng was momentarily taken aback, struggling to conjure a suitable excuse to decline, and ultimately nodded in agreement, planning to arrange a swap with Lao by later. She probably wasn't suited to be in front of him. Currently, the intersection of Mosheng and Zhao Yichen's work lay within a column called White Collar Apartments, which explored the living environments of single professionals and their lifestyle concepts. Mosheng was responsible for photography, while Zhao Yichen handled the writing. After successfully wrapping up work that morning, Dao Yichen proposed. Let us have lunch together, but I've invited a friend. You don't mind, do you? You have a friend. I think I'll head back, Mosheng replied, feeling somewhat awkward. It's fine, if you go back alone, our transportation expenses won't be reimbursed. With that, Dao Yichen left Mosheng little choice but to acquiesce. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Mosheng discovered that Dao Yichen's guest was Ji Li, the female host of Legal Time, senior sister. This is my colleague Zhao Mosheng, our photographer. She is responsible for the photography segment of this interview. Sheng, this is my senior from C University's journalism department, Ji Li, currently the host of Legal Time. Hello. Ji Li nodded gracefully in acknowledgement. Hello. Mosheng returned the greeting, feeling an urge to leave. The world felt so small. Ji Li embodied the quintessential white-collar beauty, fashionable and poised, exuding a friendly demeanor reminiscent of a host as she engaged in casual conversation before steering the discussion back to the topic. Yichen. You mentioned that your magazine plans to interview He Yichen. Dao Yichen nodded. Yes, senior sister, could you help facilitate an introduction? Facilitate? Why would I need to do that? Aren't you two familiar with each other? We merely co-hosted a welcoming party a few years ago, and he graduated shortly after. He probably doesn't even remember my name. A flicker of disappointment crossed her face, and Mosheng noticed her wistful expression. Stirring something within her, this could be significant. Beauty tends to leave a lasting impression after all. Ji Li chimed in teasingly. Senior sister. Dao Yichen retorted playfully. Will you help or not? Sure. Ji Li continued to smile ambiguously. But He Yichen doesn't have a girlfriend yet, so you'd better seize the opportunity. Don't let this golden bachelor slip away. His character is beyond reproach. I assure you, senior sister, please don't say such things in front of my colleague. All right, I won't say anything more. Only then did Ji Li recall the presence of others. Miss Zhao, please don't take offense. We often jest like this. It's nothing. Mosheng offered a faint smile, stirring her coffee absent-mindedly. Yichen, what prompted your magazine to cover this? Senior sister, if a magazine features a young talent who graduated from a prestigious university, is successful in his career, and is handsome to boot, would you buy it to read? Definitely. But I'd hide it from my husband, Ji Li replied supportively. However, Yichen, given He Yichen's personality, he likely wouldn't want to appear in a women's magazine. You have no idea, it took a great deal of effort to persuade him to be a guest host back then. At this point, she hesitated momentarily, but then again, perhaps he would be willing to stand in a prominent position. Mosheng's hand stirring the coffee suddenly paused, and Dao Yichen glanced at her, asking Ji Li, senior sister, how did you manage to persuade him back then? Ji Li recalled the first time she encountered that young alumnus, who had just made a name for himself in the legal field. When she proposed a collaboration, the young lawyer's typically composed expression seemed momentarily distracted, and she faintly remembered him saying, does this count as standing in a prominent place? On another occasion, she sensed that perhaps this young lawyer was not as reserved and low-key as others claimed. He had asked her about the ratings, and when she casually mentioned the impressive figures, she heard him mutter to himself, so many people are watching. Indeed, many people are watching, she had echoed then. Now, reflecting on it, this lawyer might actually enjoy the spotlight. Perhaps he would agree. I'll speak to him on your behalf. Finally, Ji Li concluded. The dining venue required crossing a square, which was bustling with activity as various vendors set up promotional booths. Dao Yichen noticed Mosheng lagging behind and urged, hurry up. We're going to be late for work. Noticing the distant look in her eyes, Dao Yichen couldn't help but inquire, what are you thinking about? As if jolted awake, Mosheng's tone turned somber. I was just reminded of a time when I lost track of a classmate here and searched for him for quite a while before finding him. I told him if I couldn't find him, I'd just have to stand on the display platform. Why, he had asked the same question. Mosheng smiled ruefully. I said, if I can't find you, I'll just stand in a prominent place so you can find me. Was Yichen making an appearance on television in hopes that she would see him and come looking for him? This time, was it his turn to stand in the spotlight, or was she merely being overly sentimental? Someone you like? Dao Yichen probed. Mosheng remained silent for a long moment before Dao Yichen heard her murmur, Someone I like very much. Chapter 5. Looking back in the days that followed, Mosheng continued her outdoor shoots, not inquiring further about the interview, having already arranged to switch cases with Lao Bai. Believing it no longer concerned her, after a smooth day of shooting, Mosheng returned to the magazine early. While washing her hands in the restroom, she was caught up in gossip with Mai and several female colleagues. Sheng, you might not need to do the interview with that elite man after all. Why is that? He Yichen hasn't even met him, yet she has been turned down. How ridiculous. She was so confident at first. And now she is facing embarrassment. Mai's tone bore a hint of schadenfreude. Yeah, I heard she called the firm, but only the assistant answered, claiming lawyer he was ill. Mosheng, who had been about to leave, paused upon hearing this. Is that true? It's definitely a lie. I saw him on a show yesterday. Such programs are usually pre-recorded. Would Yichen really be ill? Sitting in the office, unease washed over her, and she scolded herself. Zhao Mosheng, what right do you have to care about him anymore? It's no longer your place. Sheng, phone call. Lao Bai handed her the phone, mentioning that there had been 2 calls earlier that morning. All right, I'll take it. Mosheng picked up the phone. Hello, is this Zhao Mosheng? A gentle male voice came from the other end. I'm Xiang Hing. The meeting place with Xiang Hing was a cafe called Silent World in the eastern part of the city. After some small talk, Xiang Hing remarked, finding you wasn't easy. Fortunately, Yichen mentioned once that you work as a photographer at the magazine. Seeing Mosheng's astonished expression, Xiang Hing chuckled. What else would that look? Is it strange that Yichen mentioned you? While Yichen might not say much, with the likes of Lao Yuan, a middle-aged gossip, around, they could still dig up some tidbits. The waiter approached with the menu. Having ordered a beverage, Xiang Hing promptly addressed the matter at hand. You must be quite curious as to why I summoned you. Indeed, it was a puzzling request. The elegant and refined gentleman before her, Mosheng, was known to her, yet they had never formed a deep connection. For a considerable time, her impression of him was merely that of a roommate of Yichen, to the extent that she could scarcely recall his name. It wasn't until one occasion, when she accompanied the residents of their dormitory for a hot pot dinner, that the memory of him solidified. It was a mandatory event requiring partners, and to her surprise, Xiang Hing found himself alone. Someone jestingly remarked, Xiang Hing, even Yichen has found someone. How much longer will you remain a single aristocrat? With a sigh, Xiang Hing retorted, you speak so lightly of it. Where am I to find a fearless and unwavering Zhao Mosheng to captivate me? His words were laced with playful sarcasm. To her astonishment, Yichen chimed in, somewhat exasperated, if you wish, I can give her to you. It would provide me with some peace. At that moment, she felt utterly innocent, as if misfortune had befallen her without cause. These law students had a way with words that could pierce. Nevertheless, she would remember Xiang Hing from then on. Noticing that Mosheng seemed somewhat lost in thought, Xiang Hing abruptly spoke, to be honest, I've never understood why you became Yichen's girlfriend during university. You must realize that there were countless girls enamored with him, many more beautiful, intelligent, and accomplished than you. Mosheng was taken aback by his sudden reminiscence, but chose to remain silent and listen. He appeared to be lost in nostalgia. Back then, one of our dormitory's pastimes was to bet on which girl would ultimately win Yichen's heart. One evening, after the lights went out, we began to place our bets. Some wagered on the belle of our department, while others chose the talented girl from the debate team alongside Yichen. I believe I bet on a girl from the foreign language department. He chuckled, recalling their youthful exuberance. Yichen typically maintained a triple no policy regarding such activities: no approval, no acknowledgement, no participation, preferring to read and sleep while we made a ruckus. However, that night, after everyone had placed their bets, he suddenly declared, I bet on Zhao Mosheng. Xiang Hing gazed at her, stating, that was the first time I heard your name. Thus, it was no wonder that rumors circulated of her being his girlfriend. A topic Yichen had never mentioned. One can only imagine the curiosity we had about you. When we finally met you, we were even more astonished. Yichen possessed an extraordinary composure and tranquility beyond his years. And in our minds, his girlfriend ought to be equally mature and sensible, yet, you, Xiang Hing hinted subtly, were entirely beyond our expectations. Honestly, I wasn't optimistic about your relationship at first, yet, over time, Yichen began to resemble a typical 20-year-old man. He would often become frustrated with you, sometimes even allowing us to commandeer him into washing an entire dormitory's worth of clothes on a whim. That incident on his birthday, could such a thing truly happen to Yichen? It was utterly unbelievable. On his birthday, she scoured the entire city but found no satisfactory gift, ultimately appearing at his dormitory entrance around 10 o'clock at night, exhausted and empty-handed, simply wishing him a happy birthday. Yichen, with a stern expression, questioned her. "Where have you been today? Where's my gift?" Naturally, she had none to offer. Yichen glared at her for a while before finally conceding. "Forget it. Close your eyes," she complied. And then he leaned down to kiss her. That was their first kiss. She vividly recalled opening her eyes afterward and foolishly saying, "Yichen, it's not my birthday today." The coffee in her cup trembled slightly before settling back onto the table. Why was he recounting so many past events? Must he continue? Was this all she needed to know? She interrupted him. Xiangheng halted, an indecipherable expression on his face. After a moment, he slowly shook his head and said, "Zhao Mosheng, you truly have a heart of stone." Indeed, she was unyielding towards everyone. Xiangheng ceased his conversation, pulling out a piece of paper and pen, writing down 2 lines and handing it to her. Mosheng accepted it, noting the name of a hospital and a room number inscribed upon it. "What is this?" she inquired. Given his line of work, an early demise would not be surprising, especially considering a minor gastric hemorrhage. Xiangheng's typically gentle voice turned cold as he stated, "I've provided you with the hospital's address. Whether you go or not is your decision. I know not what transpired between you, but Zhao Mosheng." His tone brimmed with reproach. One must not be excessively selfish. After concluding the bill, he departed, leaving Mosheng seated, stunned by the news. The slip of paper in her hand was clenched tightly, her short nails digging into her flesh with painful intensity. Yet she remained oblivious to the need to release her grip. Gastric hemorrhage, hospital, Yichen. Was it because of her? Could it truly be because of her? The coffee had long since cooled, and as Mosheng pushed open the cafe door, she noticed that rain had begun to fall outside, though she could not recall when it had started. How could it rain now, especially when the downpour seemed relentless? She managed to hail a cab with surprising ease, the driver being overly enthusiastic, bombarding her with questions upon learning her destination. "Miss, is your friend ill? Miss, are you studying or working? Miss Mosheng offered vague responses, her gaze fixed outside the window. Each of the driver's inquiries drifted past her ears, not a single one registering. The scenery outside whizzed by, yet she remained oblivious to what she saw. Remarkably, they encountered no red lights, and before long, they arrived at the hospital, where she easily located Yichen's room. However, standing before the door, her hand felt as if it were weighed down by 1,000 pounds, utterly unable to lift itself to knock yet to leave. Her feet felt equally heavy, refusing to budge. For a fleeting moment, she felt as if she might remain there forever, too afraid to approach, yet unable to depart, as if the universe itself had conspired to keep her eternally stationed outside his door. Yet, how could there be an eternity? What was destined to come would inevitably arrive, and there was no escaping it. The door swung open from within, and she had no time to evade, directly meeting the gaze of Yimai. Some individuals seem destined to cross paths, often for similar reasons, much like Yimai and herself. Mosheng often pondered how this gentle and graceful girl, as serene as water and as lovely as poetry, felt when she heard the man she adored introduce her to others as "This is my sister," when Yimai had once introduced herself with a bold declaration of being his girlfriend. And Yichen had not contradicted her. What profound heartbreak had she endured? Now, seeing Yimai smile warmly at her, how much unspoken sorrow lay hidden beneath that smile? Yimai, it has been such a long time. "Mosheng, I am finally seeing you again." "Indeed, finally. Have you come to see Yichen?" Yimai inquired. He just fell asleep. "If you have time, would you accompany me to his home? I need to gather some supplies for him." Mosheng hesitated for a moment before nodding. "All right." Is he all right? "He's fine. The doctor said all he needs is plenty of rest and to watch his diet." "That's good," Mosheng murmured softly. As they walked, they engaged in light conversation, discussing recent developments. Yimai remarked, "I had intended to find you sooner, but I was suddenly assigned to a different location by the company and became utterly overwhelmed. Now that I finally returned, Yichen falls ill." She sighed. "I finally understand the struggles of a career woman." Mosheng replied, "I never anticipated that you would become such a strong woman." "And you? Back then, you were always wandering about with a camera, snapping random pictures. Who would have thought you'd become a photographer?" Mosheng chuckled. I still take random photos. Ema laughed. Your boss would surely be furious to hear you say that. Here we are, she announced, stopping in front of the door, pulling out her keys to unlock it. Mosheng paused for a moment before following her inside. He Yichen's home was situated on the 12th floor of a high-end residential area in the west of the city. The apartment was spacious yet appeared rather vacant, with not a single unnecessary item in sight. Only a few magazines left open on the coffee table hinted at habitation. Everyone has been busy these past few years. We only gather occasionally, Yimai remarked while tidying up, shaking her head in exasperation as she opened the fridge. As expected, there's nothing here. He might just be the worst at taking care of himself. The last time I visited, I found him eating instant noodles and I couldn't bear it any longer, so I dragged him to the supermarket. Little did I know I would bump into you. Mosheng was well aware of Yichen's tendencies. He always prioritized matters far more significant than eating. For someone like him, only the strategy of mutual neglect, if you don't eat, then neither will I, could suffice. Oh, by the way, Yimai suddenly interjected, I'm getting married soon. Did you know? My fiancé is my boss. It's quite the Cinderella story. Mosheng stared at her in astonishment. You're getting married? Yes, I am, she affirmed with a smile, a hint of nostalgia in her voice. In the past, I was too naive to recognize certain truths. I've come to realize that some things cannot be fought for. I've long since given up on Yichen. Why? Perhaps because I couldn't wait for him. He can endure year after year in a seemingly hopeless situation, but I cannot. Yimai paused for a moment before continuing. About 3 or 4 years ago, Yichen won a significant case. And I celebrated with several colleagues from his firm. He got utterly drunk, and I brought him back. He was a mess, and while I was cleaning him up, he suddenly embraced me, repeatedly asking, why won't you come back? I am ready to forsake everything. Why won't you return? Yimai took a moment, smiling bitterly. If that wasn't enough to make me give up. Come with me, she pulled Mosheng into the study. Casually extracting a book and flipping to a certain page, handing it to her. This is something I stumbled upon. Not just in this book. Mosheng stared blankly at the disheveled lines of poetry inscribed on the page. And from the hasty scroll, one could imagine the tumultuous emotions of the writer at that moment. With a sharp clap, she closed the book. Although Mai was still speaking, her words faded into oblivion. A youthful, melodious voice seemed to echo from a distant realm in her mind. He Yichen, you probably don't even know my name. I am Zhao Mosheng. Zhao is that Zhao, Mo is the silent Mo. And Sheng is a type of musical instrument. My name has a story behind it, derived from a poem by Shuji Moore. Quietly, the flute and reed pipes of parting, silence, is tonight's Kangqiao, in her childhood. Yichen's mother often held her and mused about how wonderful it would be if she had a daughter, while her own mother would chime in, suggesting that their families should swap children. Yichen had always been intelligent and sensible. Her mother probably liked him even more than she did. On the way back to the hospital, Mai recounted some past events, and Mosheng could still vividly remember the appearance of her aunt. But alas, how did his parents die? Mai shook her head. I'm not entirely sure. I was only 9 at the time. It seemed to be an accident. Uncle fell from the 4th floor and auntie, already in poor health, succumbed to grief shortly thereafter. Mai paused, as if recalling something, and added, I overheard my mother mention once that after auntie passed, they found her drawer full of untouched medications. In a way, one could say it was a form of suicide. Suicide? Mosheng was taken aback. Yichen was only 10 at that time. How could she have the heart to do that? Mai nodded. Auntie must have loved uncle very much. She seemed to ponder this, softly stating, in truth, Yichen resembles auntie quite a bit. As they spoke, they arrived at the hospital, where they encountered a nurse familiar with Mai. The kind nurse greeted her. Your boyfriend just had a change in his four and has fallen asleep again. Mai thanked her and smiled, explaining he is my brother. Upon reaching the door, Mai suddenly tossed everything she was holding to Mosheng. You take it in. I want to go in. The items were few, yet Mosheng felt the weight of them as a burden too heavy to bear in her life. Mosheng, Mai said softly, I am not defeated by you. I am defeated by him. Mosheng watched as she gradually walked away, unable to utter a single word to retain her. The door was unlocked. A gentle push opened it. It was a double occupancy room. One bed vacant, with Yichen's bed positioned by the window. The sound of the door opening did not rouse him. He remained asleep, suspended in the embrace of the four. Her heart felt ensnared by an invisible thread. each step drawing her closer to him, that thread tightening inch by inch. He lay there, his face pale and gaunt, even in slumber, his brow furrowed. After their reunion, she had not truly taken in his appearance. Now she finally could. Her fingers instinctively brushed across his tightly knitted brow, then glided over his eyelashes, imagining that if he awoke, those eyes would surely be astute and indifferent, occasionally laced with a hint of mockery. Ultimately, her gaze lingered upon his slightly pallid lips. It is said that those with such lips are often cold-hearted. Yichen, why do you not understand? We can never return to the past. 7 years have changed everything. Then, before she realized what she was doing, her lips replaced her fingers. Her lips still bore the chill of the outside air, while his were unexpectedly warm, yet that warmth suddenly filled her with heartache. And tears began to fall, one by one, uncontrollably, until, abruptly, someone grasped her wrist tightly. Yichen, had he awakened? Mosheng's mind went blank, her vision blurred with tears, obscuring his form, but she could hear his furious voice. What are you doing? Yichen gritted his teeth. Zhao Mosheng, what on earth do you mean by this? She stammered, her thoughts scattering like leaves in the wind. For a moment, she could only gaze at his indistinct figure. Feeling the grip on her wrist tightening, as if he wished to crush it in his fury, she tried to hold back her tears, but they flowed uncontrollably, cascading down in a torrent. How could this be? She distinctly heard the once solid foundation in her heart shattering, the sound of this destruction instilling fear and panic within her. Yichen's fierce demeanor intimidated her. She didn't even know what she was doing. Hadn't she intended to sever all ties with the past, excluding him entirely? Then what had she just done? She was utterly bewildered. Run, the thought surged forth, instantly seizing control of her actions. She was unaware of where she found the strength. But she suddenly broke free from his grasp and dashed towards the door. Yichen's voice rang out sharply. Zhao Mosheng, dare you walk away? Damn. Yichen watched as she flung open the door, yanking out the four from his left hand, and attempted to block her. However, weakened from illness and having lain in bed for so long, he stumbled, unceremoniously falling beside the bed. Yet, Mosheng remained oblivious to all of this. Confused, she followed a stream of people into the elevator, where the other occupants glanced at her before returning to their own thoughts. In this hospital, where farewells and partings unfolded daily, a couple of tear-streaked faces were hardly extraordinary. Exiting the enclosed elevator, the cacophony of the lobby suddenly filled her ears, and amidst the ebb and flow of people, Mosheng found herself at a loss for direction. Where could she possibly go? Hadn't she known all along, in this vast world, there was not a single place devoid of Yichen? Chapter 6, Reunion and Parting. He Yichen looked in astonishment at the figure standing at the doorway. Lawyer He, weren't you in the hospital? I was discharged this morning. Yichen, please bring the documents for the Anas case to my office later, Yichen said as he walked. Are there any important messages from the past few days? Yes, Yichen promptly retrieved the records and reported several important updates, hesitating before adding, Lawyer He, a reporter from Shose has called several times, requesting to do an interview with you. She even visited once. She mentioned being your schoolmate. Would you like to return her call? At the mention of Shose, Yichen's eyes flickered momentarily before settling back into calmness. No need. If she calls again, just decline. Understood. Yichen nodded, finally sensing the return of Lawyer He's presence. Handling matters swiftly and decisively. As Xiangheng returned from the prosecutor's office, he pushed open Yichen's office door, finding him indeed buried in paperwork, unsure of what to say. I heard Yichen mention it but couldn't believe it. Can you explain how this happened? What happened? Yichen looked up from his documents, his complexion still a shade pale, yet his gaze was clear and spirited. Don't play dumb with me. I recall you were supposed to be discharged the day after tomorrow. Why are you here now? I was discharged early. Xiangheng rubbed his forehead. Though he was a lawyer himself, he had to admit that conversing with another lawyer was troublesome. Responding was akin to saying nothing at all. Are you out of your mind? The firm won't collapse without you. That may not be the case, Yichen said, raising the file in his hand. I remember you an old Yuan and not particularly skilled in this area. Xiangheng scoffed. We wouldn't collapse at the negotiation table, even if we were at our worst. Xiangheng. Yichen leaned back in his chair, looking at his old friend with a hint of exasperation. I wouldn't jest with my own life, under normal circumstances. You wouldn't? Xiangheng glanced at him and asked pointedly, has she left? Yichen's expression darkened, and instead of answering, he countered with a question, are you looking for her? Xiangheng nodded, observing Yichen's countenance, sighing, "It seems I have made things worse. No, I should thank you," Yichen replied coolly. "If it weren't for the heavy blow she dealt me, I would never have awakened completely." Xiangheng opened his mouth, at a loss for words. "Rest assured," Yichen assured him, his expression serene, "I have completely ended things with her. No, rather, my one-sided affection has come to a definitive conclusion. At 11 o'clock that night, Yichen parked his car and entered the elevator, his mind still swirling with the details of the negotiation scheduled for the day after tomorrow. He realized he hadn't returned before 10 in days. With several cases concurrently demanding his attention, leaving him perpetually busy and fatigued, Xiangheng had long given up trying to persuade him, while old Yuan cheerfully calculated how much the quarterly income would increase, jovially suggesting preparations for the finest coffin. In truth, he was also utterly exhausted. He just needed this business. The elevator chimed, and the 12th floor arrived. Yichen stepped out, retrieving his keys to open the door. All actions froze the instant he laid eyes on the figure at his doorstep. She wore a thin sweater, hugging her knees, resting her chin on them, her gaze vacantly fixed on the ground. Hearing footsteps, she lifted her head. She appeared even more haggard than him, having lost a bit more weight. Her chin was pointed, and her large eyes flickered with panic upon seeing him, as if she were ensnared in a predicament with no escape. No one spoke, and Yichen stood still for 3 seconds, as if blind, walking past her. He opened the door calmly, stepped inside, and shut the door behind him, yet the sound of the door closing never echoed. For his sleeve was tightly gripped by a hand. Yichen, upon hearing her voice, soft and diminutive, reminiscent of a pitiful whimper from a small creature, she asked, "Do you still want me?" Did she truly comprehend the weight of her words? Yichen could only turn sharply, glaring at her with an expression akin to one who has encountered a spectre. Her voice was faint and delicate, yet in the stillness of the night, how could he possibly fail to understand? He struggled to reclaim a semblance of rationality, attempting to pull back his sleeve, but her grip was stubbornly unyielding. A familiar tenacity stirred within him, and to his shame, he found himself yearning for it. "Let go." Perhaps his tone was too severe, for her hand trembled slightly, and then her fingers gradually loosened one by one. With her head bowed, Yichen could not discern her expression. Yet he envisioned her looking aggrieved and sorrowful at that moment. Each expression was vividly clear in his mind, so poignant that he felt his heart soften in the next instant, choosing to ignore her. Yichen strode directly onto the balcony, the cold night air invigorating his senses. She had always possessed the uncanny ability to leave him in disarray. It had been true in the past, and even more so now. Thus, he knew he must remain composed, lest he crumble entirely. Returning to the living room, he found her still standing timidly at the doorway. "Come in." His voice had regained its steadiness. "Would you like something to drink? I only have beer and purified water." He recalled her fondness for colorful beverages. Mosheng shook her head. Yichen did not press the matter further, seating himself on the sofa, adopting the demeanor of a host welcoming a guest. "You sought me out. What is it you wish to discuss?" Mosheng was taken aback by his overly polite and distant manner, leaving her at a loss for words. I went to the hospital today. The doctor said you have been discharged. If you have come to visit a patient, you may leave," Yichen interjected. Mosheng found herself at a loss for words. Yichen studied her, a hint of sarcasm lacing his voice. "If I am not mistaken, it seems you wish to stray from your marital vows, and I am honored to be the one you have chosen." He paused, leaving unspoken words hanging in the air, yet Mosheng was fully aware of his implication. Suddenly, her complexion drained of color. She recognized the extent to which words could wound. In her embarrassment, she managed to squeeze out a few words. Did not what?" Yichen's piercing gaze bore into her. "Is it that you are not married? Is that merely your excuse to ward me off?" Though framed as a question, there was an air of certainty in his tone. His suspicions were grounded in reality. He knew she had been living alone, that she had even gone on blind dates. If that were the case, a subtle bitterness rose within Yichen, an excuse to keep him at bay. Yet, a flicker of joy also surged from deep within. However, Mosheng did not provide him with the answer he hoped for. The fleeting glance she cast away revealed a hint of unease. Without her uttering a word, Yichen grasped the situation entirely. The concepts of rationality and composure vanished into thin air, replaced by an overwhelming tide of anger and embarrassment. He Yichen, how long will you persist in being this foolish jester? Fine, tell me what you want me to do. Shall I become your secret lover in China, or your clandestine affair, Zhao Mosheng? Let me make it clear, do not even think about it. He struggled to rein in his fury, determined not to let his hands encircle her throat. No, I am with him. Mosheng stammered, intimidated by his wrath. Her words a disjointed mess. She could not articulate the nature of her relationship with Yinghui in mere fragments. In her desperation, the only thought that came to mind was, I have divorced. The words escaped her lips, and surprisingly, she felt a semblance of calm as she unconsciously repeated, I have divorced. Divorced? Yichen's expression grew even darker, his anger twisting into mockery. What makes you think I, He Yichen, would want a woman who has been divorced? Mosheng froze, her gaze dimming gradually, her shoulders sagging slightly. Had she not anticipated this outcome? Why had she even come, subjecting her already shattered heart to further torment? How ludicrous it was to gamble everything on a few verses and that photograph, yet still, she yearned for him to understand that her relationship with him was not as it seemed. Mosheng futilely attempted to explain. Enough. Yichen could no longer contain his frustration, cutting her off. You need not recount your history with your ex-husband to me. If you seek sympathy and solace, you have come to the wrong person. She parted her lips, yet ultimately held her tongue. Whether she spoke or remained silent, it mattered little, did it not? The reality could not be altered. I am leaving. Mosheng rose, avoiding his gaze, her voice trembling. I apologize for the intrusion. He made no effort to stop her. As if ensnared in some perplexing reverie, she opened the door, only to hear him call from behind. Wait. Turning back, he stood from the sofa, picking up the car keys from the table. I will drive you home. Mosheng was momentarily taken aback, shaking her head. No need, I can manage on my own. You certainly can, Yichen replied with sardonic detachment, but should an unforeseen event occur, I would become the prime suspect, and we would truly be entangled. Is the mind of a lawyer always so meticulous? Mosheng managed to utter with great difficulty, thank you for your trouble, this will be the last time in this lifetime, Yichen said coldly. Mosheng had never been in a car traveling at such speed. The driver appeared utterly composed, yet the velocity was terrifyingly reckless. When the vehicle finally came to a halt, she was left pale and weak, while Yichen seemed as tranquil as if he had just returned from a leisurely stroll. Give me a reason, he stated, gazing ahead. She observed his impassive profile, her stomach churning, unable to fathom the meaning behind his words. Tell me you love me. Mosheng was momentarily stunned, suddenly choked with emotion. Yichen, enough, he abruptly interrupted her. Do not say another word. She looked at him, bewildered, as his mood fluctuated. After a long pause, he said, you may go. I will provide you with an answer tomorrow, perhaps due to car sickness. She had a restless night. In the early morning, caught between sleep and wakefulness, her phone rang, and she answered almost immediately. Hello. I am downstairs, bring your ID and come down. He hung up before she could inquire further. And hurriedly gathering her belongings, she rushed downstairs. Yichen's car was parked across the street. After a moment of hesitation, she opened the door and slid into the passenger seat. Did you bring your ID? Yes, Mosheng replied, puzzled as to why it was necessary. We are heading to the Civil Affairs Bureau, Yichen stated flatly. The Civil Affairs Bureau. Mosheng had a vague notion but was still somewhat confused. Yes, Yichen spoke as if discussing something that bore no relevance to him. We are going to register our marriage. Marry? Mosheng gazed at him in shock, doubting her own hearing. Yichen. If you wish to leave, then get out of the car, Yichen said without even glancing her way. She looked at his resolute expression and suddenly understood. He was forcing her, also forcing himself. Regardless of the outcome, he sought closure, leaving no room for retreat. If she exited the vehicle now, they would indeed have no future. Mosheng took a deep breath. I will go. Are you certain? Yichen inquired. Mosheng nodded, her decision made. And an unexpected calm washed over her. Do you remember what you once said? If fate dictates you are to be my husband, why should I not exercise my rights sooner rather than later? He turned away, coldly retorting, and the truth is, such thoughts only lead to errors. Do you wish to repeat the same mistakes? Mosheng's eyes dimmed. Drive. At the Civil Affairs Bureau, several couples were already waiting. Immersed in their affection, while she and Yichen stood apart like two solitary statues, drawing curious glances from others, the round-faced woman seated beside Mosheng gazed at them with curiosity for some time, causing Mosheng to feel a bit embarrassed, and she offered a polite smile in return. The woman smiled back, seizing the opportunity to strike up a conversation. "Are you here to register as well?" What a perceptive question. Mosheng nodded. She glanced at Yichen, who remained stoic, and the woman remarked, "Your husband is quite handsome." Hey, a shorter young man beside her protested, pulling her closer. "Your even more handsome husband is right here." "Is he?" the round-faced woman replied, doubt seeping into her expression, suddenly pointing at the sky outside. Look, why are there so many cows flying in the sky?" Her husband seamlessly chimed in, "Because I am here blowing with all my might." Mosheng could not help but laugh. Their happiness was palpable, overflowing with joy. If only. She stole a glance at Yichen, who was gazing out the window, his expression inscrutable. "Hey, how did you two meet?" the round-faced woman inquired, seemingly intrigued by their story. "How did we meet? That was a long time ago." Mosheng hesitated to reject her enthusiasm, reminiscing, "Back when I just started university, I loved photography and would often wander about with my camera. One day, I saw him standing under a tree, lost in thought, and before I realized it, I had snapped a photo, which he noticed. I need to step out for a moment." Yichen suddenly rose, interrupting her narrative, and without waiting for her response, he walked out. The round-faced woman's gaze shifted from admiration to pity. Your husband seems quite cool, indeed," Mosheng replied awkwardly. Moments later, when the staff arrived, Yichen still had not returned. Mosheng stepped outside to find him standing by the door, his back to her as he smoked. "You can still leave," he stated, recognizing her footsteps without turning around. Knowing he could not see her, she nevertheless shook her head. "Let's go inside." Mosheng, "This is your choice." He spoke heavily above her, declaring, "From this moment forth, even if we were to torment each other for a lifetime, I shall not release you." In the early autumn weather, which should have been mild, Mosheng suddenly felt the chill of the wind, penetrating from her soles to her very heart. What followed was a series of procedures. Mosheng could hardly believe how astonishing it was that such trivial matters, a few sheets of paper and a couple of seals, could bind two entirely unrelated individuals together for eternity. Regardless of their pasts, just over an hour ago, she had never imagined that she and he would become husband and wife. This abrupt transformation left her questioning the very reality of her circumstances. Sign. The somber voice of Yichen pierced her thoughts. "Now you have no opportunity for regret." It was then that she snapped back to reality, realizing she had hesitated far too long before signing her name and handing the document to the skeptical staff member. "Miss," the staff member inquired hesitantly, "are you truly doing this of your own free will?" Yichen's expression was grim. "Of course," Mosheng replied with a smile, "I was just contemplating what color to choose for the curtains at home." Upon exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau, Yichen tossed her a set of keys. "Move all your belongings to my place. As for the curtains, feel free to change them as you wish," he said with a slight smirk. Mosheng, oblivious to his sarcasm, clutched the keys in a daze, overwhelmed by the rapidity of it all. But wasn't this inevitable? Yichen produced a bank card from his wallet. "All expenses will be charged to this card. The password is xxxxxx. Do you remember?" Mosheng nodded, then quickly shook her head. "You needn't provide this. I have my own." Yichen's face hardened. "I do not wish for us to have a disagreement on our first day of marriage." Understanding his obstinacy, she reluctantly accepted the card, sensing an underlying discomfort. "And what about you?" she inquired, feeling as though he had completely excluded himself from the equation. "Me, I have a business trip to Guangzhou for a week," he replied, glancing at his watch. "My flight is in an hour." She must have been the most independent newlywed in the world. On the third night of their marriage, Mosheng found herself in Yichen's living room, staring blankly at the pile of items she had brought with her. "These go in the kitchen, those in the study, and I need a darkroom for my photography equipment. Where should I put my clothes?" "In the master bedroom. Should I call him to ask?" She contemplated the phone. Just then, a melodious ringtone echoed, and had the tone been any less jarring, she might have reflexively answered it, opening the door. Mosheng was taken aback to find a woman in loungewear whom she recognized as the infamous vixen from Xiao Hong's tales. The woman, equally surprised to see her, discreetly sized her up before asking, "Is Lawyer He in?" He on a business trip, Mosheng replied. Oh, would you like to come in for a moment? She offered politely. Sure, I want to stand on ceremony then, the woman said as she entered. I am Wen, a former client of lawyer He, residing downstairs. She scrutinized Mosheng with a hint of puzzlement. Have we met before? It turned out she hadn't. He recognized Mosheng. Nodding, Mosheng mentioned a mutual acquaintance. Jiu Xingheng, that Xiao Hong's real name. Oh, you're the one who accompanied her on her blind date. Wen's eyes lit up with realization. So that's how you know lawyer He. No wonder. Mosheng was confused by her statement. Wen shrugged. I meant no wonder he personally picked me up from work to discuss a case. It seems he had ulterior motives, thanks to you. She tossed a bag at Mosheng. This is a batch of wontons I made. I brought some over, she sighed. Honestly, I made a fool of myself for nothing. This delicate-looking young woman spoke with a refreshing directness, evident from her previous quarrel with Xiao Hong. Mosheng felt embarrassed, caught between affirmation and denial, Wen waved her hand dismissively. Well, I'm off then. Mosheng escorted her to the door, and suddenly Wen inquired about Xiao Hong. Is she still going on blind dates? Mosheng caught a glimmer of concern in her eyes and shook her head. No, she is settling down. Wen's expression shifted slightly. She isn't he into game software, is she? No, she is a surgeon. That's good, Wen sighed in relief. She seems to have finally moved on. Tell her not to hate me. The man doesn't he love me? Wen began, but then hesitated. No, perhaps it's better not to tell her yet. After she left, Mosheng looked at the wontons in her hands, hesitated briefly, then picked up her phone and dialed He Yichen's number. After 3 rings, he answered. Hello. His deep voice resonated. Hello, Mosheng replied. Realizing her voice sounded different from usual and quickly composed herself. It's me. What's the matter? Well, Miss Wen from downstairs just brought over a bag of wontons and expressed her gratitude for your assistance last time. As soon as she finished, she regretted her choice of opening line, feeling a pang of annoyance at herself. Sure enough, there was a silence on the other end before Yichen's mocking voice broke through. What are you doubting? Rest assured, even if I once harbored feelings for her, they remain unfulfilled. Implicitly, he suggested that as the one who had succeeded, she had no right to question him. Mosheng, maintaining her composure, shifted the topic. I wanted to ask if the storage room can be converted into a darkroom, whatever. Is there anything else of importance? Well, where should I put my things? There was a pause on the other end. Mrs. He, your husband is in good health and has no plans for separation at this time, he said sarcastically. This phone call had been a disaster. Mosheng tightened her grip on the receiver and finally asked, when will you be back? Friday night. Okay, I'll wait for you. The words slipped out before she could think, and she immediately realized the implications. Holding her breath, silence ensued on the other end, and then she heard the click of the line going dead. Yichen put away his phone and entered the private room. Upon seeing him, Mr. Li from the Foreign Trade Company stood up to toast. Lawyer He, where have you been? Let me raise another glass to you. Today's negotiations were truly remarkable. Yichen smiled politely, clinking glasses and downing the drink. It was merely a collection of compliments and pleasantries, and after about an hour, Mr. Li remarked, Lawyer He, I believe we've had enough to eat. Shall we change venues? A group of men immediately understood the implication, chuckling suggestively. Knowing their intentions without needing to be told, Yichen quickly replied, Mr. Li, you all go ahead. I'll return to the hotel first. Lawyer He, that's rather inconsiderate of you. Mr. Li feigned disappointment. Yichen forced a smile. It's just that my wife is quite strict. She called just a moment ago to check up on me. If she finds out I'm not at the hotel, I might find myself in quite a predicament. A group of men exchanged knowing glances. And Emmer.Li conceded, since Lawyer He insists, we won't press you. Let Xiao Yang drive you back. The driver, Xiao Yang, stood up to escort him, but Yichen declined. No need. The hotel isn't far. I'll walk back and enjoy the night view. Finally free, Yichen didn't want to return to the hotel. He turned on his heel and walked in the opposite direction. Guangzhou was a dazzling city, easily disorienting with its brilliance. Yichen strolled through a plaza, weaving through the elderly, couples, and children, relishing the tranquility amidst the chaos. Suddenly, a flash of white light caught his attention. Someone nearby was taking photographs. Two student-like girls, likely tourists, were capturing memories in the square. Unconsciously, he recalled her. The first time he had seen her, there had been a similar flash of light. followed by a girl smiling at him while holding a camera. Anyone caught in a candid shot would hardly be pleased, yet he said anything at the time, merely furrowing his brow and glaring at her. Initially, she had felt a bit guilty under his glare but quickly regained her composure, indignantly retorting, "Hey, I was just trying to capture the scenery. Why did you suddenly appear?" though he had been somewhat irritated. Her response left him unsure whether to be angry or amused, prompting him to ignore her and walk away. To his surprise, she chased after him asking, "Hey, why are you leaving?" If he didn't, he retaliate now. "It would be a disgrace for a law student of his caliber. Aren't you here to photograph the scenery? I'm returning it to you." Her face flushed instantly, and after a moment of hesitation, she admitted, "All right, I confess I was taking your picture." Acknowledging her mistake seemed to redeem her somewhat, and Yichen resumed walking, yet she leisurely kept pace beside him. After a while, he couldn't help but turn around. "Why are you following me? You haven't told me your name or what department you're in," she replied innocently. "Why should I tell you? If you don't tell me, how can I give you the photo?" "It is unnecessary. Oh," she nodded nonchalantly. "Then I suppose I'll have to ask around everywhere once I develop it." He couldn't believe it. "Stop right there. Why, are you worried I won't find you?" she said with a teasing smile. "Though there are tens of thousands of students in the university where their essay way. I'll eventually find out." He no longer needed to linger in school. He Yichen gritted his teeth. He Yichen, second year of international law. After speaking, he turned and walked away, her laughter still echoing in his ears from a distance. 2 days later, she indeed sought him out, eagerly presenting a photograph of him lost in thought beneath the setting sun. Look, this is the first time I've managed to capture the play of light and shadow so beautifully," she exclaimed. "Did you see the sunlight filtering through the leaves?" Yet when he glanced up, he saw the sunlight dancing across her face, brazenly piercing through the heavy gloom that enveloped his heart, leaving him no time to refuse. She was the only ray of sunshine in his dreary existence, but that light did not solely illuminate him during those 7 years apart. Another man. He Yichen closed his eyes. "Admit it, He Yichen, you are consumed by jealousy." Chapter 7. The near yet distant. The latest issue of Chaucer had been released, featuring a young man on the cover, radiating with self-satisfaction. A rising star in the field of architecture. He had garnered numerous awards at international design exhibitions over the past 2 years, achieving notable fame. "What a pity, though, he's just not handsome enough," Xiao Hong lamented. "That lawyer, he is quite handsome, but alas, he is rarely interviewed." Armei chimed in loudly. "Amei, please don't say that," Xiao Hong retorted, unable to tolerate her sharpness. Yichen had already done her best. At that moment, Mosheng happened to walk by and overheard them. She glanced at Zhao Yichen, who was quietly engrossed in writing at her desk, indifferent to the chatter around her. Mosheng suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. A Xing. Xiao Hong recalled something and playfully shook her arm. "As friends, you wouldn't refuse to help with a small favor, would you?" Mosheng felt a sense of foreboding and cautiously asked, "Xiao Hong, is there an issue with that surgeon?" "Oh, where did you get that idea?" Xiao Hong exclaimed, hands on her cheeks, feigning an expression of sweet contentment. "It's this," she said, pulling out an exaggeratedly large piece of paper and dramatically unfolding it. "Do you see it clearly now?" "Clearly, yet it leaves me dazed." At the top of the paper was the phrase purchase list prominently displayed, followed by a dense list of various brands of clothing, shoes, cosmetics. And a digital camera. It was an eclectic mix, leaving Mosheng bewildered. "Xiao Hong, our prices expected to rise soon. This looks like a shopping frenzy. Didn't you decide to go to Hong Kong with Chen Jie and the others?" "Don't change the subject. One word. Are you in or out?" News traveled fast and Mosheng sighed. "What's in it for me?" After work, Xiao Hong's Dr. Cheng treated them to dinner. Throughout the meal, Xiao Hong kept reminding her, "A Xing. Do you know what it means to bite the hand that feeds you?" Mosheng chuckled. "Don't worry, I'll help you carry things until my hands are sore." However, Mosheng leaned in closer and whispered, "Xiao Hong, shouldn't you maintain your ladylike image?" "Oh dear, I forgot." Xiao Hong reflexively straightened her posture, withdrawing her demanding demeanor and donning a perfectly crafted smile. Mosheng noticed Dr. Cheng, who moved gracefully, his eyes sparkling with amusement, clearly already aware and enjoying the spectacle. She couldn't help but smile. Xiao Hong was finally bidding farewell to her past, returning home alone later. She boarded the bus only to realize she had taken the wrong one, heading to her former residence. She hastily disembarked at the next stop, glancing at her watch. It was still before 7, so she wasn't in a hurry to return. After wandering around the supermarket for a while, she arrived home past 9. Only to find her place eerily empty. Entering the kitchen, she began to unpack her groceries. Monosodium glutamate, salad oil, salt, soy sauce. What on earth did Yichen eat? His bedroom still had some clothes left unorganized. Opening the wardrobe, she found his suits and shirts neatly hung, monotonous and cold. He seemed to favor shades of grey. Mosheng hung her clothes beside his and gazed at them foolishly, a sudden urge to smile creeping in. Yet her heart ached. Yichen. After removing her shoes, she lay on the bed. For the past 2 days, she had been sleeping in the guest room, but now she found herself reluctant to leave. An inexplicable feeling flooded her heart. Perhaps because tomorrow, Friday, Yichen would return. Dressed in her clothes, she fell asleep without even changing, and after some time, in a half-dream state, she thought she heard footsteps. She turned over, waking up after a while to find the room shrouded in darkness. When she woke again, it was dawn. She threw off the covers and got out of bed. The covers, Mosheng paused. She must have pulled them over during the night when it got cold, quickly brushing her teeth and washing her face. She noticed in the mirror that her hair had grown a bit long, constantly falling into her eyes. She needed to schedule a haircut soon. Grabbing her things, she opened the door, only to be taken aback. In a sharply tailored suit, Yichen stood outside, keys in hand, as if he were about to unlock the door. Mosheng widened her eyes, staring at him. Yichen, what are you doing here? Didn't you say you'd be back tonight? Yichen pocketed the keys and nonchalantly responded, walking past her into the guest room. Moments later, he emerged with a document in hand, noticing her still standing at the door with a foolish expression. He frowned slightly. Aren't you going to work? Oh, I was just about to. For some reason, Mosheng felt a bit awkward. It was the first time she truly realized their relationship had changed, and from now on, every morning, the first person she would see was him. I'll walk you over. Mosheng followed him into the elevator. No need, I can manage on my own. Their office and the magazine were in opposite directions. Yichen pressed the button for the basement parking lot and said casually, I'm heading to the X-District Court. It's on the way. Oh, I see. I in the car? Mosheng hesitantly asked, did you come back last night? Otherwise, how could there be documents left in the guest room? Yes, Yichen replied tersely, his focus on the road. Mosheng bit her lip. When? Why didn't you call me? Around 11, he replied, slightly impatient, then added, there was no need. Mosheng's gaze dimmed slightly as she turned to look out the window. It was rush hour, and the traffic was a chaotic mess. Would they be stuck like this forever? Yichen, if you're in the X-District at noon, can we have lunch together? Yichen suddenly turned, his expression unreadable. Who are you speaking to? He turned back, his voice indifferent. I probably won't be there at noon. In fact, he wouldn't be there in the morning either. Yichen, old Yuan blinked in disbelief as he watched someone enter the office, rubbing his eyes as if he were seeing a mirage. I see there's more than just a problem with my eyes. Yichen shot him a glance before stepping into his office. The burly man hurriedly followed and sat down. When I contacted you yesterday around 7, you were still in Guangzhou. How come you're back now? I was at the airport then, Yichen replied, opening a file. Is everything taken care of? Almost. His almost meant there were no issues at all. Sometimes, old Yuan couldn't help but admire his junior. Resolving matters in Guangzhou within a week was already tight. Yet he managed to complete it a day early. How did he pull that off? You must have arrived home quite late yesterday. Why the rush? Coming back today wouldn't be too late, old Yuan said, grumbling. If I didn't know you were as much of a loner as I am, I would suspect you were in a hurry to return to your wife. The pen that had been gliding smoothly across the paper suddenly halted, leaving a heavy mark. Yichen lifted his gaze from the document and coldly ordered, old Yuan, if I recall correctly, you have court this morning. Upon seeing Yichen emerge from the conference room, Mai Ting immediately handed him the materials she had printed. Lawyer He. I've prepared the documents you requested. She also handed him an invitation for the centennial celebration of He University, which had been sent along with those to Lawyer Yuan and others. Thank you. Yichen nodded, accepting it, and opened the beautifully designed invitation featuring a hallmark building of He University, noting the date, November 15th, the centennial celebration. Mai Ting glanced at the clock on the wall. It's 5:40. Lawyer He, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. There's nothing else, you may go, then I'll take my leave. As Mai Ting gathered her things, she suddenly recalled, Lawyer He, your phone rang several times just now, having forgotten his phone during the meeting. He found 2 missed calls, one was from another client, and Yichen promptly returned the call, speaking for a few minutes before hanging up. The other call, his finger pressed the green button, the other end picked up immediately. Yichen, what is it? His tone was slightly cold. The caller hesitated, seemingly put off by his chill, before continuing. Yichen, I've lost my keys. She stood across the street, her bag slung over her shoulder, wearing a large collared sweater. Her head bowed as she counted the squares on the pavement. At the red light, he halted, gazing at her from afar. Some things had not changed. She still loved wearing sweaters, and at 26 or 27. She still dressed like a student. While waiting for someone, she found solace in counting the bricks on the ground. During that time, he often made her wait. On one occasion, after a prolonged wait, she vented her frustration. I've counted to 999. And you only just arrived. If I have to count to 1,000 next time, I will ignore you forever. Yet again, he was unexpectedly summoned to a meeting by his department. When the interminable meeting finally concluded, he rushed over, only to find her still there. This time, her irritation had dissipated. She merely looked at him with a hint of grievance and said, Yichen, I've counted several 999s over these 7 years. How many times had he counted to 999? He had contemplated giving up, but he could never quite reach 1,000. As he hurried along the sidewalk, a plump foreigner appeared beside Mosheng. Cheerfully chatting away, Yichen slowed his pace, gradually closing the distance, and caught snippets of the foreigner's conversation. Your spoken English is perfect, thanks, I have been here for 7 years. The fluent English flowed from her lips effortlessly, as natural as if it were her mother tongue. Yichen instinctively clenched the hand tucked in his pocket. Just then, she turned her head and smiled at him, saying to the foreigner, my husband is coming. Perhaps he knows how to get there. She then asked him, Yichen, do you know the way to XX Road? He nodded and promptly directed the foreigner, who thanked him repeatedly before departing. Left alone, Mosheng suddenly seemed at a loss for words, while Yichen broke the silence. Where are your keys? I probably dropped them, she replied, averting her gaze, or I just didn't bring them out this morning. Yichen scrutinized her awkward expression, a mix of emotions rising within him. If he couldn't discern her guilt, it would be a disservice to his profession in the legal field. Miss Zhao should remain silent if she were to commit a crime in the future, lest her true nature be revealed with just a few words. Let us go, he suddenly announced, striding ahead, suppressing the feelings that stirred within him, the ripples caused by her small gesture and the words my husband. Where to? Mosheng inquired, chasing after him. It's not back to your home, is it? Well, it is in that direction. Eat. Mosheng hurriedly quickened her pace to match his. Shall we return to have a meal? We can stop by the supermarket to buy groceries. It's not too late. When had she learned to cook, and for whom? Yichen felt a pang and lowered his voice. No need. If not, could you please not walk so fast? Yichen, slow down. Mosheng panted slightly, naturally grasping his sleeve, unaware of how intimate the action was. Yichen's heart skipped a beat. Looking down, he saw her delicate fingers clutching the iron-grey sleeve of his suit. He said nothing and slowed his pace. They meandered through a narrow alley and entered a modest little restaurant. Mosheng curiously surveyed the surroundings, unable to discern anything particularly special, yet it is often the most unassuming places that harbor delightful flavors. Yichen must have brought her here for a reason. The owner warmly greeted them. Mr. He, it's been a while. Mosheng was taken aback. He spoke in the local dialect of Y City. I've been quite busy lately. Yichen replied in the same dialect. The owner turned his curious gaze towards Mosheng. Mr. He, is this young lady your girlfriend? It's the first time I've seen you bring a girlfriend. She's quite beautiful. Yichen smiled modestly. Not at all, this is my wife. Mr. He is married, the owner exclaimed in surprise, then turned to Mosheng. Mrs. He, you are truly fortunate to have married someone like Mr. He. Where are you from? I'm also from Y City. Mosheng understood, but couldn't he speak the dialect, as her mother was from elsewhere, and they had always spoken Mandarin at home. The owner chatted amiably while presenting the menu. Yichen gestured for Mosheng to order. She flipped through the menu and noticed that the restaurant's signature dishes all featured bamboo shoots. Sliced chicken with bamboo shoots, shredded meat with fresh bamboo shoots, stir-fried with sauerkraut. This wasn't surprising, given Y City's abundance of bamboo shoots, especially in season. She loved bamboo shoots, but perhaps she shouldn't order them. After selecting the dishes, she handed the menu to the owner. who glanced at it and reproached, "Mrs. He, you're also from Y City, why aren't you ordering bamboo shoots? Is it strange not to eat bamboo shoots?" Yichen didn't eat them either. He had often remarked on their peculiar taste during their previous meals together. Adamantly refusing to take a single bite, no matter how she tried to persuade him. "Mister, he orders them every time he comes." The dishes were brought out one by one, yet Yichen's chopsticks never touched the bamboo shoots. Mosheng hesitantly asked, "Why don't you eat?" The owner suddenly fell silent. "He orders them every time." "Why?" Yichen remained silent for a long moment before finally replying with four succinct words, "Difficult to refuse hospitality." At that moment, a piece of bamboo shoot lingered in her mouth, but she could no longer taste its sweetness, swallowing it down, feeling as Yichen had described that it bore a strange flavor out of the corner of her eye. She noticed the owner enthusiastically welcoming new customers, loudly extolling the virtues of the restaurant's signature dishes. "Truly difficult to refuse hospitality. Aren't you going back?" Mosheng hesitated to ask as they exited the small restaurant. Holding onto the keys Yichen had given her. "I'm heading to the office. There are some matters to attend to," Yichen replied coolly. "Oh." She clutched the keys tightly. "When will you return?" Yichen looked at her, his eyes glinting with a peculiar light. "Are you going to wait for me?" "Yes," Mosheng nodded, awkwardly explaining, "Your keys are with me. They're spare at the office. You don't have to wait for me." He withdrew his gaze from her, unable to discern whether it was disappointment or something else, his tone growing more indifferent, even tinged with self-mockery. "I'm not accustomed to keeping others waiting. When I return, it's always to a cold, empty room." It was 11 o'clock again. Yichen opened the door, his fingers instinctively reaching for the switch on the wall, but just as he was about to press it, he hesitated. The light was already on. He lowered his hand and surveyed the room. The television was on, yet no one was in sight. As he approached to turn off the television, he caught a glimpse of someone curled up on the sofa, and he abruptly stopped. Yichen stared at her sleeping face, wanting nothing more than to shake her awake and scold her. What was she thinking, sleeping on the sofa in such cold weather? Frustrated and annoyed, he could only bend down carefully and lift her from the sofa. Her soft form filled his empty embrace, her warm breath gently brushing against his cold suit. Over the years, he had never dared to imagine such a day. She was now so close, within reach, just a stretch of his hand, a lowering of his head, and Mosheng completely belonged to him. Bending slightly, his cheek grazed her soft face, still warm from being outside for so long. Suddenly, Mosheng stirred uncomfortably, shifting away from his touch. Yichen held his breath. Had she woken up? But she merely sought a more comfortable position, burying her head deeper into his embrace, falling back into a deeper slumber, completely unaware that her small movements stirred a tempest within him. Yichen sighed internally, feeling his heart soften uncontrollably. Pushing open the bedroom door, he laid her gently on the bed. She had added an open cardigan over her nightgown, and after a moment's hesitation, he began to help her out of it, unbuttoning each one, his breathing gradually becoming uneven. Gently lifting her, he slipped the outer garment from her arms, the sensation of her soft skin against his fingers quickening his pulse. He pulled the blanket over her, swiftly rising to retreat. If he lingered, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't awaken her in some way. After washing up in the bathroom, Yichen made his way to the guest room. As he passed the master bedroom, he paused, suddenly recalling something, and pushed the door open to glance at the bed. Sure enough, only half the blanket lay over her, the other half trailed to the floor. 1 foot boldly exposed. In just a short span of 10 minutes, she had managed to sleep in such disarray. Clearly, her previous claim of having merely a slightly poor sleeping posture had been an understatement. He recalled the only winter they had spent together when Mosheng had caught several colds, falling ill 5 times over the course of 2 months, when he had inquired about the reason. She had initially been reluctant to explain, but eventually she bashfully admitted, "I have a bit of a bad sleeping posture. I keep kicking off the covers." At home, her father would return late and help cover her. But here there was no one. She often woke in the middle of the night searching for the blanket, so she felt her colds were not entirely her fault. In retrospect, her sleeping habits were far more troublesome than she had let on. Yichen gathered the half-dragged blanket from the floor and gently covered her once more, but as soon as he released it, she rolled over, sending the blanket sprawling to the other side again. What a troublesome sleeper! He pulled the blanket back, securing it around her once again, his gaze fixed on the peacefully sleeping Mosheng, a fire igniting in his eyes. If she dared to kick it off again, he wouldn't mind spending the entire night correcting her sleeping posture. Unfortunately, Mosheng remained obediently still, not stirring at all, eventually curling up as if to ward off the cold. In such moments, even the slumbering Mosheng is acutely aware of the need to be attuned to the times. What time is it, day or night? How could she have found herself in bed? Rising from the warmth of her covers, her mind still in a haze. Mosheng with bleary eyes descended from the bed. Yet she could not find her slippers anywhere. Where could they have gone? Yichen emerged from the kitchen, spotting Mosheng in her nightgown, hopping about in the living room, and could not help but frown. What are you doing? I'm looking for my slippers. Upon seeing them on the sofa, she joyfully leapt once more, achieving her goal. As she donned her slippers and looked up, she met Yichen's disapproving gaze. Oh, I was just looking for my slippers. A sudden wave of guilt washed over her. She hurried to change into proper attire. He brusquely tossed a few words over his shoulder before turning away, glancing down at her nightgown. Mosheng felt her cheeks flush. She nearly forgot that another person occupied this space. Once she had changed and emerged, Yichen was already at the breakfast table. Mosheng hesitated for a moment before taking a seat beside him. Eyeing the congee and side dishes laid out before them, sharing breakfast with Yichen, noticing her reluctance to start eating, Yichen glanced up. Not used to Chinese breakfast. Oh no, it's not that, she snapped out of her reverie. Hastily sipping her congee. To her surprise, it was quite delightful. Yichen. As if anticipating her inquiry, Yichen kept his gaze down, his tone indifferent. It was brought nearby. The taste is excellent. It's acceptable, Yichen replied absently. The conversation dwindled. Mosheng immersed herself in her congee, her eyes catching sight of a neatly organized stack of documents on the coffee table. Are you going to the firm today? Busy, not too bad. In truth, he was nearly driven to madness, and his current business was entirely due to someone having driven him to distraction not long ago. Oh, the shift in his tone finally piqued his interest as he observed her slurping congee. Her hair nearly dipping into the bowl, they seemed, in a way, like newlyweds. How's your English? Yichen inquired casually. English? Why the sudden interest? It's decent, but I haven't passed level 4 yet. Before heading to America, she had taken the level 4 exam for the first time. With the proud score of 59, how embarrassing to mention. Come with me. Yichen said. Oh, Mosheng looked up at him in astonishment. Where to? To the firm. Help me translate some materials. I can't translate. Mosheng glared at the English text on the paper. Feeling utterly at a loss, all those years abroad seemed wasted. Should she ask Yichen? She glanced up, but he appeared quite busy, not wanting to disturb him. Suddenly, the phone rang in the quiet office. Yichen flipped through documents with one hand while answering with the other. Hello. I'm at the firm. No, I have something to attend to today. After a brief exchange, Yichen chuckled. Old Jew, since when did you become a matchmaker? Old Jew on the other end sounded exasperated. It's not my fault. My wife insisted. Last time she visited the court, she saw you and has been eager to introduce her niece to you ever since. My wife has no other hobbies, just matchmaking, but honestly, Xiao He, I'm not saying this just because she's family. My wife's niece is genuinely remarkable, both knowledgeable and charming. Why not consider it? Yichen chuckled. Old Jew. Are you suggesting I engage in an extramarital affair? What extramarital affair? Old Jew took a moment to process. Are you saying you're married now? After a pause, he quickly rebutted. Don't joke, anyone could be married. But you, He Yichen, could never be. What nonsense? Yichen laughed. After hanging up, Yichen's gaze shifted to the engrossed Mosheng, who was nervously biting the end of her pen. Such a persistent bad habit. Back in the day when she couldn't handle calculus, she would nibble on her pen for a bit before pushing the assignment onto him, looking at him with a pleading expression. Yichen. It was pitiful for him, a law student, to be better at calculus than those in technical fields. Yichen. Mosheng had reached her limit with the translation, looking up for assistance. Alas, he moved beside her, effortlessly taking the document from her hands. Here, how do you translate this? Mobiliar personam sequentia, movables follow the person, such a technical term. In Latin, she certainly wouldn't know normally. His breath was close, lingering in her senses. Suddenly, Mosheng recalled those times they would study together. Yichen would always say earnestly, Mosheng, don't sit next to me. Why not? I came to study with you. You'll distract me. Feeling a bit hurt, she would immediately raise her hand and vow, I promise not to talk, not to go buy snacks, not to move around. Yet, before she could finish, Yichen would look utterly defeated. Even if you're quiet, You'll still distract me, what the heck? Frustrated, she would grab her book and storm off, but now, she seemed to grasp a bit of his sentiment, because he did nothing at all, merely stood behind her. Leaning over, his refreshing masculine scent enveloping her hair gently brushing against his coat, and with just a tilt of her head, she could collide with his chin, her face inexplicably warmed. He was indeed quite distracting. Then, before she even realized what she was doing, she abruptly stood and leapt away, her head colliding forcefully with someone's chin. What are you doing? Yichen rubbed his sore chin, startled by her sudden movement. Oh, how could she admit it? Her face grew hotter. I wanted to go eat. Immediately regretting her excuse, she glanced at the clock on the wall. It was still not yet 10:30. Now, Yichen furrowed his brows. Yes, I didn't have enough to eat this morning, she said, forcing herself to continue. A glance at the mountain of work piled on his desk and then back at the oddly hungry expression on Mosheng's face made Yichen surrender. He had known all along that bringing her to the firm was a grave mistake. Chapter 8, Ruoli. The KFC on Saturday was bustling and lively. Mosheng could hardly believe Yichen would bring her here. She tugged on his sleeve. Yichen, are you sure you didn't take a wrong turn? No, didn't you say this place was for kids? You used to enjoy it too. A flicker of annoyance crossed Yichen's face at her lack of gratitude. Then I'll find us a table. Mosheng wisely chose the easier task, sitting by the window on the second floor. She took a couple of bites of her burger but soon lost her appetite. She swirled her soda, engaging in light conversation with Yichen, only to end up discussing the material she had just translated. Yichen raised an eyebrow as he listened. When did you become so interested in law? Well, it's always good to know a bit of law. That's not necessary. Yichen replied, half smirking. You can continue being legally ignorant, as long as you're not seeking a divorce. I can help you. Mosheng was momentarily taken aback. Was he joking? Xiao He, what brings you here? A surprised female voice called from behind Mosheng. She turned to see a woman in her 30s, accompanied by a pair of adorable twins, making her way toward them. Uncle He, the twins chimed in unison. One of them cheekily added, Uncle He, your girlfriend is so pretty. Fang Jian. Yichen stood to greet her. This astute-looking woman was a prosecutor from the district prosecutor's office. Yichen had a case in hand, and she was the public prosecutor. Fang Jian ruffled her son's hair, reminding him to be respectful. Then, smiling at Yichen, she remarked, Lawyer He, you seem to be living modestly. Considering how much you earn. Why bring someone here to eat at this foreign roadside stand? Yichen chuckled. Someone likes it. Surely that someone couldn't be her, Mosheng thought to herself. She had indeed liked it back in college, but after spending so many years abroad to still enjoy it would mean something was wrong with her taste buds. What's this, Lawyer He? Has Cupid struck? Fang Jian, being a prosecutor, was adept at reading the room and immediately sensed the underlying affection in Yichen's brief words. She subtly assessed Mosheng, realizing that this youthful woman was indeed special to Yichen. Not at all. Yichen brushed it off, not engaging further. I heard you're getting promoted. Congratulations in advance. It's still in the early stages, she replied modestly, though her delight was evident, after a moment of hesitation. She continued, Xiao He, I wanted to ask you something ever since we last met, but I got a call and forgot. I heard you took on the Wei Daguan case. Not at all, a relative of his came to consult. Wei Daguan was the former deputy mayor of a certain prefecture, suspected of embezzling over 100 million, and the media had been rife with reports about the case lately. Mosheng, working in the well-informed media industry, had certainly heard of it, yet such news always reminded her of some unpleasant past, hence she rarely paid attention to it. Fang Jian laughed with relief. If you were handling that case, I would have been worried, but I've already told my colleagues that you never take on cases involving corruption, she sighed. If all lawyers were like you, some criminals wouldn't be able to evade justice. You're too kind, Fang Jian. Criminals do have the right to defense. My refusal to take such cases is due to personal reasons. Personal reasons? Mosheng's stirring of ice cubes slowed as she gazed at Yichen's indifferent expression. Feeling a bit lost, Fang Jian smiled. Regardless, your decision not to take such cases makes my job much easier. As the twins bid farewell to their uncle, the lively atmosphere that had once filled the room instantly dissipated. Mosheng's thoughts lingered on the personal matters that Yichen had mentioned, forcing her to reflect on her own circumstances. Yichen, she mused, as she lowered her head and poked at the ice cubes floating in her collar with a straw. Do you mind my father's situation? She inquired softly. Yi Chen remained silent, prompting her to continue, albeit with diminished confidence. In truth, my father is a good man, and those matters they have nothing to do with me. Her brave admission was abruptly interrupted by Yi Chen's cold demeanor. In her fluster, Mosheng's straw missed the ice and struck the glass instead, causing it to topple and spill cola across the table. Some of it dripping onto her white sweater. Stunned for several moments, she hastily grabbed a napkin, wiping the cola with a mechanical urgency, her fingers trembling slightly. What did he say? Yi Chen closed his eyes. Grappling with his own inability to contain his emotions for the second time, regaining his composure, he leaned forward and took the napkin from her hand. Allow me, he offered, when Mosheng finally realized what was happening. She found Yi Chen focused intently on cleaning the stains from her sweater, his long fingers steady and deliberate. Through the strands of her hair, she caught a glimpse of his resolute brow. And the proximity between them felt both comforting and distant. Yi Chen, so near yet so far, she pondered. I won't be going to the office this afternoon, she stated quietly. Yi Chen paused, looking at her with an unreadable expression in his deep, dark eyes. I'm going shopping to buy a few things, she continued, her voice barely above a whisper, though I can't really be of any help to you. In truth, she had no particular items in mind to purchase. Aimlessly wandering through the bustling streets, Mosheng's spirits began to sag. Perhaps choosing to shop had been a mistake, as the vibrant environment only served to amplify her sense of loneliness. This past month had felt like a dream. Two people who had nearly become strangers had suddenly found themselves bonded by the most intimate of marital ties, yet there was no buffer, no gradual transition, only the lingering estrangement and unresolved emotional ties from years apart. Her father, her previous marriage. It seemed as though all the issues stemmed from her. A bitter smile crept upon Mosheng's lips. After browsing a few stores and trying on 2 sweaters, she gazed into the mirror. Feeling that something was amiss, perhaps one's appearance reflects one's inner state, she suddenly remembered she needed a haircut. In the urban landscape, hair salons were plentiful. Upon exiting a clothing store, she immediately spotted one. Artistic hairdresser, the name struck a familiar chord, and after a mental search, she recalled that Xiao Hong had highly recommended this place. Although Xiao Hong's taste could be questionable, the number of people waiting suggested not everyone shared her standards. After pushing through the door, she found herself seated for over an hour before it was her turn. How would you like your haircut? The hairdresser inquired. Just a bit shorter, she replied. Is that all? He asked, his excitement almost unsettling. I love to have creative freedom. His last remark was almost to himself, and Mosheng paid it little mind. An hour later, she stared in disbelief at her reflection. How could this be? Her hair appeared uneven, as if gnawed upon by some wild creature. Do you find it unappealing? The hairdresser challenged, glaring at her menacingly, scissors glinting in his right hand while his left wielded a blow-dryer. No, she quickly defended, upon closer inspection. It's rather nice, really, he asked, skepticism etched on his face. What do you find appealing about it? Is it good if it looks the same whether styled or not? She ventured. Well, it's very artistic. Yes, very artistic, she affirmed, recalling the salon's name, nodding emphatically. Is it really? His tone shifted, filled with pride. With a flourish, he waved his hand as if orchestrating a symphony. Your haircut is on the house. On the house, Mosheng echoed, incredulous. Are you saying I don't have to pay? Correct, it's free. Why? She asked, bewildered. If not for the hairdresser's overly self-important demeanor, she might have suspected he was too embarrassed to charge her for his botched work. He shrugged, a look of misunderstood melancholy crossing his face. Do you not realize that art is priceless? In my establishment, only poorly executed haircuts incur a charge, as they are failures, not art. Before being further entranced by the hairdresser's artistic logic, Mosheng escaped, instinctively drifting towards the edge of the sidewalk, unable to resist glancing at the shop windows. Those inside, sporting equally disheveled hair, looked back at her with forlorn expressions, staring at her reflection. She found it increasingly humorous, unable to stifle a laugh. Passers-by cast puzzled looks her way, unable to fathom how someone could be so joyous with such a chaotic hairstyle. Miss, would you like to step inside? A cheerful sales assistant called out, prompting Mosheng to realize she had been staring at the window display for quite some time. When lost in thought, she often fixated on one object. a habit that had unnerved Yichen in the past. Sure, she said, a bit embarrassed as she followed the assistant's welcoming smile into the store. The boutique featured a renowned men's clothing brand. And though she initially intended to browse casually, she found herself halted before a trench coat. Its simple design and Yichen's favorite color captured her attention. Her hand instinctively brushed the collar as she imagined how handsome he would look wearing it. "Are you shopping for your boyfriend?" the assistant inquired. "This is this year's latest style, now at a 20% discount. Only $200. Mosheng was taken aback. It was exorbitantly expensive, nearly her entire month's salary. And she certainly hadn't brought that much money with her. Apologizing, she shook her head. The assistant smiled kindly, yet as she approached the exit, she felt an inexplicable reluctance. The coat truly suited him. Suddenly, she recalled the card Yichen had given her. She rushed back. "Can I pay with the card here?" The sound of the card being swiped came to a halt. "Miss, please sign here." As she picked up the pen, she almost instinctively wrote her name, only to remember at the last moment that it was Yichen's card and she should sign it as He Yichen, a name she had written countless times. She recalled a moment from the past when they had quarreled over something trivial. She couldn't quite remember the details, only that he had been studying calculus, using a scrap of paper. And when she returned to her senses, it was filled with the name He Yichen. His voice had suddenly interrupted her thoughts. "Mosheng, you wrote it incorrectly." He had looked at her, his eyes sparkling with mirth. "Where's the mistake?" The embarrassment of being caught had dissipated instantly as she challenged him. "What's wrong with it?" He had explained the proper stroke order. "Here, write it again." She must have been bewitched by his earnestness, as she genuinely took the pen and prepared to write it again. It wasn't until she had written out he that it dawned on her. "He Yichen, why am I writing your name?" Handing the signed receipt to the assistant, she received the bag with a smile. "We hope to see you again." The memories of the past began to darken her mood once more as she stepped outside. Feeling lost and adrift, the sweetness of yesteryears now seemed irretrievably distant, while the sorrow of present reality clung closely. When would they be able to reclaim their former happiness, and how long would these cyclical emotions persist? Knowing that Yichen would likely return home late, Mosheng stopped for dinner before arriving home just after 8. As she opened the door, the darkness within greeted her, while fumbling for the light switch. A deep male voice broke the silence. "You're back, Yichen." Mosheng was taken aback, unprepared for his presence. The voice had emanated from the balcony, where Yichen stood, his tall frame turned away from her. A palpable tension hung in the air between them. "Why didn't you answer your phone?" he inquired, his voice heavy, a faint glow of a cigarette illuminating his fingers. "What phone?" "My cell phone." Mosheng fished her phone from her bag, realizing it had died. "It's out of battery." "Out of battery?" Yichen seemed to relax, fatigue seeping into his voice. "You should get some rest." "Yes," she replied, contemplating before resolutely declaring. "Yichen, I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" Mosheng bit her lip. "I feel that we don't resemble a married couple anymore." "We don't, is that so?" Yichen replied, a hint of mockery in his tone. "What should a married couple be like?" "You should have far more experience in this regard than I." Silence enveloped them for a moment, as Yichen extinguished his cigarette. Turning around, he found Mosheng standing a few meters away. Her lips pressed tightly together, her complexion pale. "I bought you some clothes," she murmured. "Eyes cast down. It was just on your card. Would you like to try them?" The sudden pang of pain surged through Yichen, causing him to instinctively clench his fists. After all this time, what he had longed for was simply for Mosheng to stand before him again, tangible and real, no longer a mere figment of his imagination. Now that she was truly there, what more could he possibly desire? Yichen's voice softened, then abruptly halted, his face paling as he glared at her hair. Realizing the intensity of his gaze, Mosheng looked up. Was he staring at her hair? A wave of awkwardness washed over her. "I cut my hair. I have eyes to see. In a brusque tone, Yichen's eyes seemed to coalesce with something unyielding. Ultimately he turned away, as if he could not bear to look at her any longer. He quickly lit another cigarette, and after a long while he said in a voice steeped in restraint, "You should go to sleep. But do not speak to me right now." He interrupted her roughly. Despite the exhaustion from their outing, Mosheng felt no drowsiness as she lay in bed, listening to his footsteps moving from the balcony to the study. And after a considerable time, from the study to the guest room, followed by the sound of a door closing, leaving behind a profound silence, she was uncertain when she finally fell asleep. The next morning, She awoke with an uncomfortable itch in her throat, suspecting from years of experience that she had caught another cold. He Yichen had long since left the house, and Mosheng took some medicine. Hastily finished her lunch, but still felt unwell, so she went back to sleep. When she awoke, it was already dark outside, and Yichen stood at the foot of her bed, his hand lingering on her forehead. His expression rather serious. Mosheng stared at him, doubting whether she was dreaming. Yichen withdrew his hand. Get up, I'm taking you to the hospital. Isn't that a bit excessive? I'm just a little under the weather. You have a fever. I've already taken medicine, Mosheng insisted. He looked at her, nodded slightly, and said nothing more as he got up and walked away. Mosheng thought he had relented, yet somehow felt a twinge of disappointment in her heart. To her surprise, Yichen walked over to the wardrobe, took out her clothes, and placed them before her. Do you want to change yourself, or shall I assist you? The intravenous drip dripped steadily, and she found herself at the hospital after all. Remembering how he had nearly forced her to change, her face flushed suddenly, and she shot an annoyed glance at him as he reviewed documents. As if sensing her gaze, Yichen looked up. And Mosheng quickly turned her head away. Yichen, unfazed, seemed to recall something, stood up, and stepped out, returning with an entertainment newspaper which he placed beside her. Mosheng pretended not to see, picking up a discarded newspaper from beside her to read instead. Yichen raised an eyebrow, allowing her to do as she wished. It wasn't a bad thing for his wife to learn more, perhaps to delve into securities investment. Mosheng glared at the paper she had casually picked up. What is this? Most of it was a chaotic array of images, and the few words were a jumble of numbers and technical jargon that left her feeling even more dazed. Regret, her eyes flickered toward the gaudy newspaper. How she wished to take a look and then glance at Yichen, who had his head lowered, seemingly engrossed. Surely he wouldn't notice. Her hand crept over cautiously, but just as she was about to grasp it, Yichen abruptly turned a page, causing her to retract her hand. Never mind, Mosheng felt disheartened. It had only been a little over an hour. Surely she could endure. This was bearable, but some matters were far less so. Half an hour later, Mosheng found herself unable to sit still. Yichen noticed her restlessness, furrowed his brow, and turned to a nearby middle-aged woman, asking, "Could you do me a favor?" Upon returning from the restroom, Mosheng could no longer contain her curiosity and asked him, "How did you know what I was thinking?" He couldn't even be bothered to lift his head, casually tossing her for words. General deduction. This person, Mosheng glared at him. After returning from the hospital, Yichen stared at Mosheng until she fell asleep, then turned off the bedroom light and went to the study, whether it was due to her extended nap or the effects of the four. Mosheng felt significantly more energetic and had no desire to sleep at all. After tossing and turning in bed, a sudden realization struck her, nearly making her leap up. Oh my goodness, she was supposed to be leaving for Hong Kong tomorrow. And she had yet to prepare anything. She couldn't fathom how she had forgotten such an important matter. She scrambled out of bed, rifling through her travel bag to pack. Her hurried movements caused her documents to slip from her grasp. And as she bent down to retrieve them, a hand was quicker than hers, snatching them up. Rising, she felt her wrist firmly grasped as Yichen held the documents, a shadow of gloom in his eyes. "What are you doing?" Packing. The grip on her wrist was painfully tight, and as Mosheng attempted to break free, he only tightened his hold. Her gaze darted to the luggage that was nearly packed, and Yichen's expression darkened further. "Where do you intend to go?" Remembering she had yet to inform him, Mosheng obediently replied, "Hong Kong, Hong Kong." Yichen's anger began to crystallize. If it weren't for his coincidental— no, it was not coincidental at all— had he not wanted to check if she was sleeping well? Would she have vanished without a trace again come morning, leaving him none the wiser? Did she not possess even a shred of awareness as his wife? Did she truly understand that she was now his wife, and could no longer leave him resolutely as she had before? Old wounds were ruthlessly torn open, and Yichen's grip tightened uncontrollably, his ominous gaze fixated on her. "Fine, tell me, how many years are you planning to be gone this time?" What was he talking about? Mosheng felt the drowsiness from her cold returning, and the pain in her wrist became increasingly unbearable. "Yichen, could you please let go of me?" Let go of her? Not a chance. With a forceful tug, she was drawn into his embrace. Yichen leaned down, capturing her lips with a fierce kiss, devoid of tenderness, marked by intensity and rage. The manner of his kiss felt as if he intended to consume her whole. Sparing no breath for her, his arm encircled her waist tighter, as though he sought to meld her into himself, making her a part of him from that moment on. Yichen. Mosheng yearned to escape his grasp. She acutely felt the fury conveyed through his actions, yet she could not comprehend why. However, her feeble protests only fueled his fervor, her small struggles deepening his desire to possess her. He pushed her onto the bed. Holding her firmly in place, his deep-set eyes gazing at Mosheng beneath him, the only possession he yearned for. Mosheng, this is a marital obligation. He pressed his lips against her delicate skin, forcibly marking her with his imprint, his assertive and direct actions eliciting shallow gasps from her. Pain. Yichen's movements faltered momentarily. Pain? Did she even comprehend the meaning of pain? Pain was the profound void left after midnight musings. The inability to grasp her fleeting smiles, the inexplicable melancholy that accompanied every joyous triumph. How could she possibly understand? During those times, Mosheng, you were in another's embrace. The nightgown was half torn open, slipping down to her waist, effectively trapping her hands and rendering her immobile, leaving her at his mercy. The sights before his eyes and the intoxicating sensations beneath his hands caused Yichen's reason to dissipate entirely. His burning gaze locked onto her. This was his utmost desire, imagined countless times. The suppressed longing of 7 years could no longer be contained, utterly consuming him. His hands roamed freely over every inch of her he wished to claim, along with fervent kisses imprinted on every patch of skin he desired to possess. That passion tinged with resentment left Mosheng unable to think, engulfed in a haze, as if she had entered a surreal realm. Until a bizarre, piercing ringtone jolted her back to reality. She vaguely recalled that this peculiar sound belonged to Xiao Hong, her phone. Could she still think of her phone now? Yichen tightened his grip. But gradually, the incessant ringing became impossible for him to ignore, and he loosened his hold slightly, reaching over to silence the phone. Mosheng finally had the chance to breathe, but a sudden cough erupted from her, exacerbating her cold until she couldn't stop. As the ringtone ceased, the bedroom was filled with the sound of her harsh coughing. Yichen, still half pressing her down, did not continue, and the lost reason slowly returned. Beneath him, Mosheng's clothing was disheveled, faint red marks adorning her skin as if accusing him of his earlier brutality. He could even sense her body trembling slightly. A wave of self-loathing gripped him tightly. He, Yichen, had already forced her into marriage, and now he was compelling her to share his bed. He managed a bitter smile. What are you going to Hong Kong for? On business. The magazine needs to discuss collaboration with a publisher in Hong Kong. Yichen, it will only be for a few days. I forgot to tell you, Mosheng explained clearly. Yichen fell silent. What had he just done? Marital rape? Yichen steadied his rapid breathing, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within him, and began to help her straighten her clothes, feeling her shiver slightly as he fastened her undergarments. I won't do anything to you, he whispered, a self-deprecating smile escaping him as he suddenly rose and left the bedroom, leaving Mosheng alone once more. With a resounding bang of the door, the strange ringtone resumed its relentless assault, and Mosheng reached for the phone, hearing Xiao Hong's excited voice. Mosheng, there's one more thing you absolutely must remember to bring for me. It's very cheap to buy in Hong Kong. After Xiao Hong finally finished her lengthy monologue, Mosheng closed her phone, wanting to smile, but no joy would come. Tomorrow she would be heading to Hong Kong, yet were they truly just going to leave it like this? Stuck in a loop, she ultimately pushed open the door. The guest room was dimly lit by a yellow lamp, and Yichen sat on the bed, his gaze fixed intently on her, the ashtray beside him already overflowing with cigarette butts. Mosheng quietly approached the other side of the bed, placing her pillow beside his, gently lifting a corner of the blanket before carefully lying down and closing her eyes. Yichen remained still, lighting another cigarette. After a moment, Mosheng softly inquired, could you turn off the light? Please. The word sleep dissipated into the air as she was suddenly swept up into the air, landing on his lap, tightly held in his embrace. The warmth of his breath caressed her neck, and in a low, husky voice laced with an almost imperceptible tension, Yichen asked, do you realize what this means? How could she not know? Mosheng lowered her gaze, tracing letters on his chest with her fingertip. 1 stroke, 2 strokes, 3. She was writing. Yichen trembled, grasping her restless hand, his eyes filled with a tumult of emotions as they fixated on her. Mosheng, how could you torment me so? The moment she marked his heart with her fingers, Joy and sorrow became indistinguishable, crushing upon her lips, seeking to prove her authenticity at that moment. By the time he finally released her, Mosheng was breathless, softly leaning against his chest. Such silence was steeped in ambiguity. Mosheng felt uncomfortable and sought to fill the void with words. Yichen, I have a cold. Did he not fear catching it? I know, I won't take advantage of you now. Yichen held her. Resigned and accepting. Mosheng appeared slightly dazed. Had he misunderstood something? But did that mean she must clarify that was not her intention? She would never. That would imply she was eager for his teasing. And he would surely mock her later. In truth, it could be playful. Who is speaking? It can't possibly be her. Mosheng was utterly vexed. Yichen remained silent. Had he not heard? Just as Mosheng felt a flicker of relief, she discovered the buttons of her blouse had been quietly undone, her delicate shoulders gradually revealed to the chilling air, the tender skin adorned with the marks of his earlier fervor, deep and distinct. A testament to how forcefully he had claimed her, yet now, he only wished to indulge once more. His fiery lips pressed against her skin, smoothing over the marks he had left. Mosheng, did I hear you correctly? Yichen's voice was gravelly. Mosheng found herself at a loss for words. He had already executed his intention so thoroughly, yet he still posed such a question. The passion that had been forcibly extinguished was rekindled with alarming ease as Yichen abruptly lifted her and carried her to the bedroom. Laying her down on the bed, still here, was there any difference? Mosheng could not comprehend, yet she lacked the energy to inquire further. Yichen's scorching form enveloped her, his heated lips and tongue possessively claiming her entirety, guiding her through a realm she had never before experienced, until the fervor subsided. Mosheng drifted into a restless slumber, yet her sleep remained uneasy, awakening in the middle of the night without knowing the hour. She found her side empty, her gaze swept the room, landing on Yichen standing by the window. Perhaps it was the darkness, but Mosheng suddenly felt the weight of his silhouette was suffocating. He seemed to sense her gaze, turning back, the dim night obscuring the emotions concealed within his eyes. He extinguished his cigarette, approached her, lifted the blanket, and lay beside her, quietly embracing her. After a moment of silence, Mosheng could not help but speak. Yichen, what are you thinking? Her voice trembled with unease. Nothing, just contemplating some matters. What have you come to understand? Mosheng wished to ask, yet he silenced her with a kiss. Mosheng, let your hair grow long. Though puzzled by how the conversation had shifted to this, Mosheng's attention was diverted, and she anxiously queried, is my hair very unappealing? Yichen's lips curled into a smile. Not at all, because, that way. You would have just a little more. He pressed his lips against her hair, shattering her already fragile confidence. Mosheng, it truly is quite unattractive. Chapter 9, Constant Temperature. The urgency of the next morning was entirely expected. It was Yichen who awakened her. He had risen at some point, looking refreshed, holding her phone in his hand. Your call. Mosheng struggled to open her eyes, reaching out for the device. The moment she answered, she was bombarded by Sister Chen's fervent tirade. Zhao Mosheng, do you have any idea what time it is? We are all at the airport waiting for you. Hurry up, if you dare to move like a tortoise, I will crush you underfoot, hammer you to death, and then remove your skull to use as a pendant. A series of Sister Chen's characteristic threats. This jolted Mosheng fully awake, and glancing at the time on her phone, she sprang up in a flurry. In a chaotic rush to dress and gather her belongings, Yichen, unable to tolerate her disarray, seized her. Can you please be a bit more organized? You've buttoned your coat incorrectly. Mosheng looked down to see Yichen's long fingers methodically redoing the buttons on her coat. The awkwardness and shyness that she had temporarily overlooked in her haste suddenly resurfaced, causing her cheeks to flush. All done. Sensing the tension in the air, Yichen's heart stirred slightly before he released her, pushing aside his wandering thoughts. Grab your things, I'll drive you to the airport. By the time they arrived at the airport, only 20 minutes remained before boarding. Mosheng could hardly contain her excitement as she jumped out of the car, only to be halted by Yichen. I don't have time for this. His voice trailed off suddenly as Mosheng stared blankly at the unexpected adornment on her left-hand S-ring finger. A simple platinum ring, its design exceedingly unadorned, with only a delicate band of small diamonds set within its intricate pattern, exuding an understated elegance. When did you buy this? I can't recall. It's been too long. I found it last night. Mosheng held her hand aloft, gazing foolishly at the ring, which sparkled brilliantly under the winter sun. You have less than 10 minutes. Yi Chen smirked, reminding her point. 10 minutes. Mosheng's mind instantly conjured the image of Sister Chen wielding a hammer. She was doomed. There was no time for a proper goodbye. Grasping her luggage, she turned and ran, unable to resist glancing down at the ring on her finger repeatedly, her heart brimming with happiness as if it might overflow. In Hong Kong, the magazine agency had sent representatives primarily to discuss collaboration with a local magazine. Initially, Mosheng was not involved, but due to her fluent English, she was invited to act as a translator. With thorough preparation, the negotiations proceeded exceptionally well, and 3 days later, the contract was signed, leaving the group with some free time to shop that evening. Oh my god, why are cosmetics so cheap here? I am dying. This necklace style I just bought was 1,000 yuan more expensive. Sister Chen was on a shopping spree at the mall, originally accompanying Mosheng. She soon became even more frantic than Mosheng herself. Shopping through the night in vibrant Hong Kong, more exhausting than the high-density meetings of the past few days. Upon returning to the hotel that evening, Sister Chen collapsed, lying on the bed like a corpse. Mosheng glanced at the phone on the table, hesitating whether to call Yichen. If you're going to call, do it quickly, it's on the company's expense account. Mosheng jumped in surprise. Turning to look at Sister Chen, who lay with her eyes closed, turning over. Surely she wasn't talking in her sleep. Picking up the phone, she dialed a number she knew by heart. Soon, Yichen's steady voice answered. Mosheng. Mosheng paused. How did you know it was me? A heart that resonates. Caller ID. Oh, I see. So, have you finished work? You dialed the home phone. Mosheng felt utterly speechless. There was a moment of silence on the other end. And she could sense Yichen sighed. What have you been up to in Hong Kong these past few days? Oh. Mosheng immediately began to recount her activities, and whenever there was a lull in conversation, Yichen would effortlessly shift to another topic. The call stretched on for nearly an hour, and when it ended, Mosheng remained lost in the afterglow of their conversation. Meanwhile, Yichen, having hung up, picked up a pen but lingered, not writing a single word. After such a long conversation without a cough, her cold must be nearly gone. The firm had been on a winning streak lately. And after the weekly meeting, everyone was in high spirits, reluctant to disperse, clearly intent on treating 3 senior lawyers to a celebration. With a boss like old Yuan, who adored lively gatherings, he waved his hand grandly, generously declaring, all right, you can choose wherever you want to celebrate, and all expenses will be covered by lawyer He. So he was spending someone else's money. After the meeting wrapped up, Yichen, who had remained silent throughout, finally interjected succinctly, what is the reason? Need a reason? Old Yuan wore a curious expression. Don't you know that throughout history, it's the heroes who get taken advantage of, the greater the merit, the quicker the sacrifice. That makes sense. Yichen nodded in acknowledgement of his fate. Instantly, a cheer erupted, and the discussion about the celebration venue became fervent. Although opinions varied widely, everyone seemed united in seeking the most expensive option. As Xiang Heng listened, shaking his head at Yichen, he remarked, "You better be mentally prepared." Yichen smiled, appearing unconcerned. After so much discussion without a consensus amidst the clamor, someone suddenly suggested, "How about we go to Lawyer He's house?" The conference room fell silent, and all eyes turned to the speaker, a junior intern named Zhao. All gazes were fixed on her. The previously cheerful girl suddenly became bashful. I just think it would be more meaningful to eat hot pot at Lawyer He's house where we can cook ourselves. Though her words stirred some interest, the others hesitated to chime in. Among the 3 esteemed lawyers at the firm, apart from the jovial Lao Yuan, who is rather informal, the other 2 are rather difficult to approach. Particularly, Lawyer He has always maintained a clear distinction between work and personal matters, often exuding an air of aloofness in non-professional settings. However, the thought of visiting Lawyer He's home. How I long to see it. Yes, indeed. Suddenly, Lao Yuan smacked his thigh, exclaiming, "Why didn't I think of that? Your place is spacious enough, and it would make for a comfortable gathering. What do you say? Just one word from you," with Lao Yuan's suggestion. Everyone turned their eager gazes toward Yichen, amused by their hopeful stares. Yichen recalled that Mosheng would only return tomorrow, and thought it would be a good idea to keep himself occupied today. Nodding, he replied, "As long as you don't think it is too much of a bargain for me, you are most welcome to visit." The car glided smoothly along the road with Zhao seated in the front passenger seat. barely able to contain her excitement. Just moments ago, everyone had divided tasks. The others were off to procure ingredients for hot pot, while she and Lawyer He were to return and prepare. Today is surely her lucky day. Stealing another glance at Lawyer He, his striking profile made her blush and her heart race. Although she had only just begun her internship under him, she had already grasped how exceptionally upright and admirable he was. It was utterly impossible not to be captivated by such a man. Lawyer He, what type of person do you like? Xiao Jiao asked curiously, her tone imbued with a youthful innocence and audacity. Yichen chuckled, taken aback by the girl's question. Surely, Lawyer He himself was uncertain. Xiao Gao's expression fell. Without knowing his preferences, she felt as though she lacked direction. Then, Lawyer He, have you ever liked someone? Imagining the seemingly perpetually rational and indifferent Lawyer He in the throes of affection, she wondered if he would exhibit tenderness. It was a hard image to conjure. Of course, that question is much easier to answer. So there was someone, Xiao Jiao exclaimed enviously. She must be extraordinary. No, quite the opposite. Yichen shook his head. She was rather mediocre, her academic performance was lackluster, and she spent her days thinking only of play. Her scatterbrained nature was quite a headache. Regrettably, it seems she remains unchanged. Oblivious to the passage of time. Her conjectures were slightly off. Then she must be quite beautiful. Yichen smiled gently, responding objectively. She is decent looking, but there are many who surpass her in beauty. Then she must possess great charm, Xiao Jiao asserted confidently. Charm? Not at all, Yichen sighed. She is quite loud. So much so that in the early years, I could hear her calling my name the moment I closed my eyes. Yet upon opening them, I would find only emptiness. My disdain for her likely began at that time. Xiao Jiao was puzzled. If she were not exceptional, not particularly beautiful, and seemingly lacked charm, why did Lawyer He have feelings for her? Why? Yichen pondered the same. Perhaps it was because her incessant chatter filled the void in his heart. Perhaps it was because she, despite her aversion to studying, stubbornly kept him company, only to end up dozing off and drooling on half of his criminal law textbook. Or perhaps it was due to the fact that, despite failing her English Level 4 exam, she exuberantly celebrated his success in Level 6, even though he had scolded her harshly for it. At that time, she had pitifully raised her hand, vowing to pass Level 4 next time, promising not to bring him shame. Unfortunately, she never had the opportunity again. Turning his head, the intern was still waiting for his response. Yichen smiled faintly, the hint of resignation evident in his demeanor. Back then, my judgment was poor, and I liked her without reason. There was nothing I could do about it. Why is it so noisy outside? Mosheng murmured, burrowing deeper into her blanket, yet the cacophony still penetrated her ears. Was that the sound of the television? Had Yichen returned? Rolling out of bed, still somewhat dazed, she opened the bedroom door. Only to be taken aback. Why were there so many people in the living room? As the occupants of the living room gradually noticed her standing at the bedroom door, they fell silent one by one. Staring at each other in stunned silence, Yichen emerged from the kitchen with utensils in hand. Upon seeing Mosheng at the door, his handsome face registered surprise, followed by a frown. Go put on some shoes. Mosheng looked down at her feet, realizing she had rushed out without any shoes. Yichen set the items he was carrying on the table and politely nodded to the frozen crowd. Excuse me for a moment, the group nodded dumbly until the host's figure vanished behind the bedroom door. Mai Ting was the first to react. I can't believe Lawyer He is with someone. Xiao Jiao and Lao Yuan exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief evident in their eyes, yet the evidence was irrefutable. Bedroom, pajamas, they all shouted in unison. Cohabitation, the idol had fallen. Xiao Gao's heart shattered. She had thought Lawyer He was a serious man. Yet he secretly lived with someone. The blow was immense. Lao Yuan was equally devastated. Even Yichen had a cohabitant, yet he remained single. Xiangheng did not share their astonishment, though he too had not anticipated Lawyer Yichen would cohabit with Zhao Mosheng. I said it all along, when it comes to Zhao Mosheng, any principal lawyer he holds can be compromised. Upon entering the bedroom, he found Mosheng sprawled on the bed, her head buried in the pillow. Embarrassed, Yichen approached the bed and gently pulled her up, enveloping her in his embrace. Weren't you supposed to return tomorrow? I came back early. Why? What do you mean why? Mosheng quickly changed the subject. Mumbling, Xiaohong is going to be furious with me. I didn't manage to buy everything she needed. Her complaints were silenced by Yichen's eager kiss, fervently seeking her breath. you tempt me, the lawyer who had just crossed boundaries with her declared her culpability. His deep voice laced with dissatisfaction. Mosheng's eyes widened, recognizing the severity of her crime. I didn't. You are wearing my pajamas. Your pajamas are in the bathroom. I forgot to grab mine after my shower and then forgot to change. I got flustered and started to ramble, Mosheng admitted, her expression filled with regret akin to the saying, a single misstep can lead to a lifetime of regret. She vowed never to let it happen again. Then that would be quite the loss for me, Yichen replied with a light smile. Get up, it's time to eat. With everyone else, he shook his head. No, when Yichen said nothing, Mosheng, feeling guilty, offered her first excuse. I'm tired from the flight. You can eat and then sleep. Her second excuse emerged. I don't know any of them. You will get to know them eventually. Yichen countered, effortlessly dismantling her excuses. Left without a defense, Mosheng sighed. It's quite embarrassing, just now. Standing at the door in your pajamas with messy hair and sleepy eyes. Alas, Yichen sighed, reaching for the clothes on the bed. I am quite accustomed to it. I'll step out first, you get dressed and join me. When Yichen exited, everyone had regained their composure. After all, they were all lawyers or aspiring lawyers, and maintaining a facade of calm was essential. Xiangheng and Lao Yuan were smoking on the balcony when they spotted Yichen and waved him over. Lao Yuan eagerly handed Yichen a cigarette, asking, illegal cohabitation. Yichen raised an eyebrow. Legitimate. At this declaration, Xiangheng was momentarily taken aback, while even the seasoned Lao Yuan was momentarily choked, coughing for a while before asking, what does legitimate mean? It refers to a long-term contractual relationship established on the basis of equality and consent between both parties. Yichen explained in precise legal terms. Lao Yuan was left dumbfounded. Yichen smiled. To put it simply, I am already married, so you all need to prepare red envelopes. Are you? Lao Yuan shouted. You got married? Upon seeing Yichen nod affirmatively, Lao Yuan let out another exclamation, jumping into the living room to announce the explosive news. Xiangheng leaned against the balcony railing, gazing at the night sky outside the 12th floor. Life is truly incredible. You took such a long detour, yet you still managed to circle back. He mused, after these 7 years, do you truly not mind anymore? How do you expect me to answer that? Yichen lit a cigarette, his gaze contemplative. I can distinguish what is most important. Xiangheng took a puff of his cigarette, smiling. You have always had good self-control. Yichen said nothing, the thin wisp of smoke swirling around them. Xiangheng glanced at him. I haven't seen you smoke in a long time. Yes, I've been smoking less recently. Do you remember how you felt the first time you smoked? How could I forget? Not long after Mosheng left, I had fallen into the depths of despair, relying on cigarettes and alcohol to numb myself. Yichen flicked the ash from his cigarette, recalling that time when he thought it was a wonderful escape, a means to engage with the world. His calm tone startled Xiangheng. It seemed he had genuinely moved on. Only by truly letting go could one face the past with such composure. The current Yichen appeared serene, devoid of the oppressive aura he once emitted. Xiangheng sincerely remarked, congratulations. Yichen offered a faint smile. Thank you. In stark contrast to the tranquility on the balcony, the living room had erupted into a lively discussion following Lao Yuan's announcement. Just then, Mosheng emerged, once again startled by the unabashed stares of the crowd. Xiao Jiao gazed at the girl before her with innocent envy. Is she the one lawyer he has liked all along? She did not seem at all like the noisy person lawyer he described. At least now, she appeared somewhat shy and unsettled. Miting exclaimed. You are the one who found lawyer his wallet. Mosheng recognized her too and smiled. Hello. Xiao Jiao immediately seized Mai Ting's attention with keen sensitivity. Sister Mai Ting, do you know the inside story? Mai Ting replied, I once hosted her. During that occasion, she found lawyer He's wallet, which likely contained identification and business cards. She returned it to the firm, and I imagine they became acquainted because of that incident. Then with the addition of a woman's unique imagination, a romantic tale born from the integrity of returning lost property officially emerged. Mai Ting's voice was not soft and the surrounding people listened intently. Thoroughly engrossed. Mosheng, however, was left dumbfounded. This Miss Mai Ting would be perfectly suited to craft love stories for their magazine, and remaining at the firm felt like a waste of talent. In the future, if I find a woman's wallet, I must return it, a gentleman concluded. Xiao Jiao immediately teased him. When it's your turn, you become a dinosaur. Laughter erupted among everyone. just as Yichen and Xianghan returned from their smoke break. Seizing the moment, someone shouted, "Lawyer He, confess and receive leniency, resist and face severity. You may remain silent, but every word you utter could be presented as evidence in court. What on earth does this mean?" Are these future legal talents all raised on Hong Kong crime dramas? Yichen chuckled. "All right, I confess. How about I explain while I eat?" Naturally, Lawyer He would not truly divulge anything, and everyone was somewhat hesitant to press further. Thus, their collective enthusiasm swiftly shifted to the steaming hot pot, and they continued their lively feast until past 9 o'clock. To avoid the curious gazes of others, Mosheng kept her head down, devouring her food. When Yichen returned after dropping off several female colleagues, he found her satiated and unwilling to move from the sofa. With a mix of amusement and exasperation, he remarked, "Didn't you say you didn't want to go out to eat?" He approached and lifted her, who was sprawled on the sofa, commenting, "You've gained quite a bit of weight." Yichen muttered to himself, "How much did she eat?" What did you say?" Mosheng, suddenly caught in his embrace, reacted a touch slowly. "Did she miss something?" "It's nothing." Yichen's voice unexpectedly faltered. Nothing seemed rather suspicious. That night, Mosheng finally grasped the essence of the saying, "Absence makes the heart grow fonder." In the following days, Yichen received a flurry of inquiries from all directions. First came old Ju from the court. "Xiao He, the last time you mentioned you got married, I thought you were making excuses. I never imagined you actually tied the knot. Now that you're married, my wife can finally relax, and I can enjoy a few peaceful days. By the way, don't forget to send me an invitation." Next, it was Prosecutor Fang from the inspection office. "Is it that day at KFC? He, I noticed it then. I just didn't expect you to move so quickly. When will you treat us to your wedding banquet?" Then came Lawyer Li from the United firm, and so on. For the first time, Yichen sincerely admired old Yuan's ability to disseminate news, estimating that everyone from a city's law school graduates now knew of his marriage. That afternoon, after bidding farewell to a few longtime clients, old Yuan remained seated on the sofa, inquiring of Yichen, "When are you planning to host a celebration?" "I'll consider it after the new year. I haven't even discussed it with Mosheng yet. That's far too late. The new year is still a few months away. It'll be just about right after the school anniversary. You should arrange it sooner." Old Yuan was quite enthusiastic. He relished a lively atmosphere. School anniversary. Yichen flipped through the calendar and indeed saw that the 15th marked C University's centennial celebration. He had been so busy lately that he completely forgot about it. "Let's discuss the date later. I'll need you to be the witness." Yichen smiled, although they had never explicitly expressed it. He felt immense gratitude toward old Yuan. Without old Yuan's connections and capabilities, the present-day He Yichen might not have come to be. A witness sounds good. Old Yuan grinned. "As long as I can save on the red envelope, I am fine with anything." Just then, another call came in, and old Yuan cheerfully waved as he stepped out. The call was from the editor of Xiaosei, regarding an interview. When Ji Li first brought this up, Yichen had declined, likely due to recalling that it was Mosheng's workplace, resulting in a somewhat stiff tone. Ji Li chose not to press further. Now, Yichen still politely refused. "I'm sorry, Miss Dao, but I believe I'm not quite suited to be featured as a cover character in a women's magazine. Is it due to your professional image?" Lawyer He, our magazine aims to create a series on urban single elites. We will provide an objective and fair evaluation of your profession. I assure you it will not harm your professional image. You might take a look at our recent issue featuring Mr. Kang Zhenian. Dao Yijing persisted in her encouragement. Single. Yichen latched onto the keyword and gently replied, "Miss Dao, I believe I no longer meet your magazine's single criteria. I recently got married." Seizing the moment when the other party appeared visibly stunned, Yichen exchanged a few pleasantries before hanging up. After a moment of focus on the materials, his phone beeped with a text message from Mosheng. "Yichen, what are we having for dinner tonight?" Yichen rarely sent text messages. During his university days, mobile phones were still a luxury, and as a broke student, he could hardly afford one, thereby missing the golden era of texting once he began working and purchased a phone. He preferred calling, clear, straightforward, and efficient. Occasionally, when Yima messaged him, he lacked the time to type out each word, typically opting to return her calls to ask what she needed, and gradually, her messages became less frequent. Yet now, he found himself patiently typing out each word, "What do you want to eat?" After sending it, he glanced at the time. It was still not yet 3:30. It was indeed typical of Zhao Mosheng. Whenever they had lunch together, she would immediately pull him aside afterward to discuss dinner plans. "Yichen, what are we having tonight?" A quick response followed. "How about eating at home? You'll cook." "Yes," she added several exclamation marks. Before Yichen could respond, a subsequent message, filled with trepidation, arrived on his phone. "But I heard it's not very tasty." "Who said it's not tasty?" "That person." Yichen stared at the succinct message on his phone. Feeling a rush of emotions, his finger hesitated for a moment before he succinctly replied with a single word, "Good." Although Mosheng appeared confident, experience told Yichen that it was best not to have overly high expectations. Thus, upon arriving home after work and witnessing Mosheng awkwardly slicing potatoes in the kitchen, he felt no disappointment whatsoever. However, upon noticing her open notebook on the dining table, with a large red headline reading "Sweet and Sour Ribs Recipe," he couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. He approached, took the knife from her hand, and skillfully began slicing the potatoes. Mosheng's eyes widened at his actions, feeling somewhat disheartened. "Yichen, how come you can cook too? Are you leaving me with no room to breathe? I started helping my aunt cook when I was 10. Oh, such proficiency with a knife surely came from years of experience." Mosheng suddenly felt a pang of sadness. While she had been living a life of ease, Yichen had been all alone, relying on others. "If only I had met you sooner," she reached out, wrapping her arms around him from behind and resting her head on his shoulder. "Yichen, teach me, and I'll cook for you in the future." The warmth of the embrace seemed to dissolve the last remnants of bitterness in his heart. Let us leave the past behind, Yichen thought. What's done is done, and there's no need to dwell on it, for he was utterly exhausted, and so eager for happiness. Chapter 10. No avoidance. The newlywed lawyer He Yichen was busier than ever before. The cases he had taken on previously were still ongoing, and recently, due to personal connections, he had taken on a particularly challenging case. With several cases progressing simultaneously, he often worked late into the night, frequently finding Mosheng asleep while the lights in his study remained aglow. Yet even in such circumstances, Mosheng found joy. While Yichen busied himself, she kept herself occupied, fiddling with various things, occasionally peeking into the study, where Yichen was invariably engrossed in his work. In such close proximity, Mosheng truly realized how diligent Yichen was. To outsiders, He Yichen appeared both young and successful, eliciting envy, yet few knew the immense effort he invested in the shadows. Without a solid background, achieving his current status must have been a formidable challenge, but during his most trying times, she had not been by his side. When Yichen emerged from the study with an empty teacup, he found Mosheng curled up on the sofa, hugging her knees and staring blankly at a cookbook, lost in thought. It was a Sunday afternoon, just past 1 o'clock. Yichen had spent the morning in the study, hastily eaten lunch, and returned to his work. Upon seeing him, Mosheng immediately tossed aside the book, leaping up from the sofa. "I'll make the tea." She cheerfully snatched his cup and dashed to the kitchen. Watching his empty hands, Yichen suddenly felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. It was as if he had returned to his university days, where he juggled academics, part-time work, and student council duties while Mosheng slipped into the cracks of his busy life. It seemed as though Mosheng clung to him tightly, yet in reality, he had scarcely devoted much time to her. Now, it felt as if old patterns were resurfacing. Yichen returned to the study, glancing at the calendar where today was marked as November 15th. The day of C University's centennial celebration. The firm was making a donation to the law department, and old Yuan had been urging Yichen and Xiangheng to join the festivities. Yichen was not particularly keen on mingling, especially since he had a mountain of work, yet now he felt uncertain. Mosheng entered the study with a steaming cup of tea, and Yichen pulled her closer. "Do you have plans for this afternoon?" "What are we doing? Are we going out?" As Mosheng's eye sparkled with excitement, she joyfully exclaimed. The anticipation reflected in her gaze dispelled the last remnants of uncertainty in Yichen. He shut down his computer and said, The school is celebrating its centennial. Shall we take a stroll?" Naturally, Mosheng was eager to attend such a lively event. By the time they arrived at the school, the crowd was so dense that driving in was impossible. Yichen parked far away in a distant lot, and they proceeded on foot. However, halfway there, Mosheng paused and pointed at a roadside stall selling t-shirts emblazoned with the name of XX University. Yichen, should we get one of those? Yichen frowned, feeling it rather odd to wear such attire, but as Mosheng tugged on his hand and refused to move, he reluctantly conceded, fine, you go buy one. Having rushed out without her wallet that morning, Mosheng rummaged through Yichen's wallet and squeezed out a few dozen yuan, triumphantly emerging from the crowd a moment later with 2 shirts in hand. Both were dressed casually in sweaters, but Mosheng layered the t-shirt over her already loose sweater, resulting in a rather plump appearance that seemed somewhat peculiar. In contrast, Yichen, adopting the same style, still appeared tall and handsome, exuding an air of confidence that attracted glances from passing girls. It seemed to be the same as before. Walking through the campus, Yichen was invariably the center of attention, while he remained aloof, seemingly unaffected by the stares. Mosheng tugged at his sleeve and asked, Yichen, don't you think people are looking at you? He glanced at her and replied, don't be so distracted while walking. Mosheng fell silent, pondering that he was indeed the least romantic person imaginable. Following the flow of the crowd to the school gate, Yichen received a phone call from Xiangheng. Are you at home or the office? Come out for a bit, many classmates are here, and Su Minute said she would come to your house if you didn't show up. Su Minute, the former president of the law school's student union and now a faculty member, had frequently interacted with Yichen during their time at school. I'm at the North Gate. Where are you? Oh, you're here, that's great, we're in the new building, hurry over. Yichen ended the call and told Mosheng, let us take a quick tour of our department first, then we can head over to yours. What, your department? I'm not going. Mosheng hesitated. Why not? Yichen immediately became alert, nearly forgetting how prone she was to unexpected situations. After all these years, he realized that he still retained a reflexive response. There are so many people in your department. Mosheng muttered. Yichen had once been a prominent figure in the law school, known to many, and their past entanglements were likely common knowledge. Mosheng truly did not wish to confront those inquisitive gazes. You can go alone. Besides, I want to take some photos, and I find inspiration when I'm alone. What is the point of going out then? Yichen felt somewhat exasperated as he grasped her hand, which was determined to flee. You didn't bring any money or your phone. How will you find me later? How will you get home tonight? Seeing Mosheng's sheepish expression, he realized she had not considered that. Sometimes, Yichen felt as if he were looking after a child and sighed, I hope our future child will take after me. Enough with the daydreaming, Mosheng mumbled, extending her hand, give me some money. However, Yichen merely handed her his phone. I'll call you later, don't wander too far. If you need to reach me, call Xiangheng. I really don't understand what you're so worried about. Yichen casually brushed her hair, tousled by the wind. Deep down, he understood her concerns, but he deemed such matters inconsequential and was willing to indulge her. Lawyer He, your reputation is quite grand now. Su Minute teased Yichen upon his arrival at the new law building. Yichen, well aware of Su Minute's temperament, she thrived on debate, chose to remain silent. After a few jabs, she reluctantly ceased her banter. Xiangheng scrutinized Yichen's attire. When did you develop such taste? Yichen looked down at himself, the t-shirt adorned with the conspicuous name of XX University. Indeed looking rather silly. He chuckled and removed it, holding it in his hands. Xiangheng immediately grasped the situation. Where's that girl of yours? Who knows where she's wandered off to? Yichen replied, feeling a headache coming on. As they conversed, acquaintances began to approach to greet them, and while they chatted, Su Minute pulled Lao Yuan aside. Does he Yichen have a girlfriend? Lao Yuan stroked his chin and replied with certainty, no. A wife isn't he counted as a girlfriend? He's quite clear on that. Still the same old story. Is he really waiting for her? Su Minute, well versed in Yichen's past, seemed skeptical, but it's for the best. A new young instructor has joined the department. She's beautiful, comes from a good family, and has a high degree. We should invite her to dinner later, and I'll introduce you to her. Just don't say a word. Lao Yuan, of course, kept quiet, grinning. Yichen intended to exchange pleasantries and leave, but he found himself unable to escape. First, they visited several professors, then attended an alumni seminar, and by the time they emerged from the building, It was nearly 5 o'clock. Lao Yuan called out to a few familiar faces. I booked a table at Binjiang. Let us have a feast. The Binjiang Hotel was the only 5-star hotel near the school. And it seemed Lao Yuan was ready to splurge. Yi Chen borrowed his phone to call Mosheng. In truth, Mosheng had no concrete plans for photography. She had merely grabbed her camera on a whim before heading out. While He Yichen was at the law department, she made her way to her OWN. Mosheng's college entrance exam scores barely met the threshold for C University, relegating her to the less prestigious chemistry department, where she struggled, particularly as chemistry was her weakest subject. She barely scraped through her first year, largely thanks to He Yichen's assistance. Mosheng spent just over a year in the chemistry department, often studying in the law school, so she was not particularly familiar with her own department. After wandering through the chemistry building and not encountering anyone she knew, she left and took a couple of casual photos. But her enthusiasm waned. As her fingers brushed against her phone in her pocket, she couldn't help but think of He Yichen. She wondered what he was up to in the law department. Recently, their relationship seemed to have improved, especially since her return from Hong Kong. While Mosheng felt happy about their current dynamic, there were times when unease crept in. She found it difficult to decipher He Yichen's thoughts. He had always been an enigma. Would there come a day when everything reverted to how it once was? Not wanting to dwell on that, Mosheng kicked the dirt beneath her feet and muttered to herself, "If I can't figure it out, I might as well keep things simple." Today, C University was unusually lively, teeming with students of all ages, from the youthful current students to the silver-haired alumni. This land held the memories of countless youths, perhaps due to her t-shirt emblazoned with the university's name. Several people approached her, asking for directions to various buildings. Mosheng, relying on her memory, pointed them in the right direction. After walking a few steps, she was halted by a young man in a suit. "Excuse me, do you know where Yinghui is giving his speech?" Mosheng, startled by the unexpected question, momentarily doubted her hearing. "Yinghui, who are you talking about?" she asked, bewildered. "Yinghui, the internet miracle of China, the CEO of Soso. Where is he speaking?" The young man looked at her anxiously, and upon seeing her bewildered expression, he turned to another student, urgently inquiring, "Excuse me, do you know where Yinghui is speaking?" "In the main auditorium." "Why are you only going now? The speech is from 2 to 4 o'clock. And it's already started. You won't be able to get in now." Although she said this, the female student still pointed him in the right direction. The young man thanked her hurriedly and dashed towards the main auditorium. Mosheng stood there for a moment, processing the information. Yinghui. He has returned to the country, and now he is at C University. The main auditorium, capable of holding 1,000 people, was already packed to capacity, with even the entrance congested. Fortunately, the school had anticipated such a scenario and set up an electronic screen outside the auditorium to broadcast the speech live. Mosheng found herself amidst the crowd, gazing up at the confident figure on the screen, his broad forehead symbolizing wisdom, his thick brows embodying determination, and his chiseled features, shaped by life's hardships, bore a calmness that was occasionally pierced by a piercing gaze. His expression, stern and unapproachable, was unmistakably Yinghui, the self-made tech mogul from Silicon Valley, a billionaire in the burgeoning technology sector, her nominal ex-husband. Perhaps also her de facto one. The topic of Yinghui's speech was rather ordinary. A well-worn discussion on the development and forecasts of the Chinese IT industry, yet, his unique perspective, powerful analysis, and distinctive identity rendered his address exceptional. Due to his background in engineering, Yinghui emphasized factual evidence, ensuring that his depiction of the IT future was not a mere fantasy but a logical deduction grounded in feasibility, which made his arguments all the more compelling. His legendary journey of struggle resonated deeply with the students in attendance. Moreover, his appearance was strikingly handsome. More specifically, he exuded a robust and commanding handsomeness, leading to a chorus of applause mingled with the excited shrieks of female admirers. At least outside the auditorium, the girls surrounding Mosheng were already buzzing with admiration for Yinghui's charm and allure. "Wow, he is so handsome. Even if he is older, I'd still be interested." "Come on, who says he is old? He is only 34, in the prime of his life. If I were to have such a husband, one who is talented, successful, and handsome, he would surely turn heads wherever he goes. But alas, such individuals are best married before they achieve fame." By now, it is too late, have you heard, when Yinghui was still a student at our school. His girlfriend was the belle of our department. Upon uttering this, the audience, previously engrossed in the lecture, was drawn in. Which department are you from? A boy inquired. The foreign languages department. And what about now? Are they still together? I heard it from someone else, so it may not be accurate, the girl emphasized before continuing. I've heard that Yinghui was quite poor during his university days, having come from a rural background. Nevertheless, he became quite renowned in the mathematics department, known for its exceptionally gifted individuals. Eventually, he won over the department's recognized beauty, and their relationship was said to be very good. Unfortunately, upon graduation, the belle accepted the courtship of the department head's son in order to secure a position at the university, prompting Yinghui to forego a job at a domestic research institute and go abroad. The daughter-in-law of the department head. You're not referring to the one who teaches us British literary history, are you? I just heard she got divorced. Goodness, could it be true? Do you think she regrets it now? Who knows? The girl stuck out her tongue, mentioning that this was information shared by their counselor during a celebratory dinner after receiving a scholarship, so it has a high degree of credibility. The lively discussion continued, as the past and private lives of celebrities remain endlessly fascinating to the public. Mosheng pursed her lips, gazing at the vibrant image of Yinghui displayed on the electronic screen. He rarely spoke of his past to her. Perhaps, at 23 or 24, she appeared to him as nothing more than a little sister. Only once did he casually mention, I once had a girlfriend at C University, intelligent and beautiful, before trailing off, leaving an unspoken sense of longing. At that moment, not fully grasping the weight of his words, Mosheng interjected, my ex-boyfriend was quite impressive as well. Oh, Yinghui chuckled, then your boyfriend wasn't he as fortunate as I was? Mosheng vividly recalled the conflicting emotions of loneliness and pride that surfaced in his usually tranquil eyes. Over the years, she had not seen anyone by Yinghui's side. Perhaps he, like herself, could not let go of the past. She pondered with a sense of melancholy. Unbeknownst to her, the lecture was nearing its conclusion, and the host stepped forward. If we were to end now, would anyone feel a sense of dissatisfaction or regret? A resounding chorus replied, yes. Thus, a half-hour of open questions ensued, and students eagerly seized the opportunity. The atmosphere grew increasingly animated, as one student after another posed unusual inquiries. The open QA session vividly showcased Yinghui's quick wit, as his clever and humorous responses garnered applause. Today, he truly embodied the pride of C University in every aspect. Goodness, these boys are dreadfully dull, Mosheng thought, as a series of technical questions bored the girls, who had little interest in matters of computers and technology. Just then, the microphone was handed to a girl. She stood, cleared her throat, and said, Mr. Ying, I must clarify, this question is not mine, it's one my classmate texted me from the sidelines. She promised me a dinner if I asked it, so for the sake of my free meal, I implore you to answer, Senior Yinghui. Of course, Yinghui graciously gestured for her to proceed. Well, the girl skillfully paused until the room fell silent before boldly asking, are you married? Is there still a chance for us? The audience erupted in uproar at this question, the boys whistling in admiration of her courage. However, amidst the lively atmosphere, the man who had been so composed on stage suddenly appeared lost in thought. He maintained his posture, yet his mind seemed to drift far away, as if this unexpected question had transported him to another realm. Forgetting the audience below, those watching the close-up on the electronic screen could even perceive the sorrow hidden in his eyes. Gradually, the venue quieted, students exchanging glances, their voices fading. The girl who had asked the question began to look uneasy. The host, sensing that the inquiry might have crossed a line, quickly intervened. This question is quite personal. Dear student, you aren't a paparazzo in disguise, are you? The students responded with scattered laughter. An assistant's prompt brought Yinghui back to reality, and he gestured for the host to cease. It's all right. I merely recalled my wife, whom I haven't seen in quite some time. Amidst the murmurs from the audience, Yinghui affirmed, yes, I am indeed married. In that moment, among the multitude present, only Mosheng comprehended the profound implications behind his words. Married, she had said the same to Yichen, married, yet in name only, and now it no longer exists. As the lecture drew to a close, the final scene on the electronic screen depicted students rushing the stage, Encircling Yinghui, the broadcast then ceased, transitioning to a promotional video for He University's centennial celebration. The crowd outside the auditorium gradually dispersed, and Mosheng moved with the flow of people. Suddenly recalling the moment when Yinghui had escorted her to the airport upon her return home, his parting words echoing in her mind, "If you don't return to America, let us not keep in touch for now." In truth, there was much regret. They could have been wonderful friends had so many events not transpired. A heaviness settled in her chest, and Mosheng felt a wave of dizziness. On this unguarded afternoon, bathed in sunlight, the emotions long buried were unearthed by Yinghui's presence, memories resurfacing like a haunting nightmare, the fear of being in a foreign land, the shame of being discriminated against due to language barriers. The silence that gradually took hold after being mocked for her accent, and the devastation felt upon reading about her father's suicide in the newspaper 2 months after arriving in America. Everything from that time felt like a web woven by demons, impossible to escape, filled with infinite despair. Two tigers, running fast. The sudden ringing of a somewhat childish ringtone jolted Mosheng from her reverie. This ringtone, a choice made while Yichen was preoccupied with his phone, had elicited a frown from him, yet he had never changed it back. It rang twice before Mosheng finally answered. Mosheng. Yichen's deep, resonant voice filled her ears, and she felt an inexplicable surge of emotion akin to being moved. It was as if a gentle breeze had swept through her heart, rendering the world serene and benevolent. Her eyes grew moist. Yichen, I miss you. Mosheng heard herself say, or perhaps it was the version of herself that had once stood in a foreign land. Zhao Mosheng, speaking to Yichen. I miss you. Yichen, do you know, once, standing on the streets of a foreign country, surrounded by unfamiliar faces, I couldn't find even a shadow that resembled yours. Now, I can finally tell you, I miss you. The tears that had pooled in her eyes could no longer be contained. Silence enveloped the other end of the line. All that remained was the sound of their quiet breaths, mingled with the distant clamor of traffic. Moments later, Lao Yuan's booming voice broke through. Yichen, why did you stop in the middle of the road? Yichen, startled, coughed slightly. Yes, I understand. The esteemed lawyer hesitated, then asked, where are you? Mosheng glanced around. I don't know either. After the lecture, I wandered aimlessly with the crowd and lost my way. Lost? No wonder. Yichen's voice turned hoarse. Let us see. Just come to the Binjiang Hotel across from the north gate of the school. I'll wait for you at the entrance. Binjiang Hotel. Lao Yuan's reserved table had somehow been taken by someone else, and the lobby manager repeatedly apologized, assuring that they would arrange a table shortly. The group didn't mind much, seated in the lobby, chatting as they waited. Besides Suminit, Lao Yuan had also invited a few friends he was close with from before. Life outside of school is not the same, opportunities to gather are scarce, and now they finally had a chance to enjoy a lengthy conversation. Seizing the moment, Suminit introduced the female teacher she had invited to Yichen. While the leading man appeared somewhat distracted, he noticed the teacher's bashful glances toward him, and Suminit felt a sense of quiet satisfaction, believing that at least half of this endeavor was a success. Just then, Xianghang, sitting by the window, suddenly stood up, staring intently outside. Yichen, seated opposite him, instinctively turned around, only to witness a large truck narrowly brush past Mosheng, who stood frozen, her face pale with shock. Having narrowly escaped disaster, Xianghang, still shaken, remarked, Yichen, your wife is truly alarming. I just saw her absent-mindedly cross the street without noticing the red light. Before he could finish, Yichen had already risen, his expression cold as he strode outside. Minute, catching a glimpse of the woman standing by the roadside, was taken aback, and upon hearing Xianghang's words, turned to Lao Yuan and asked, wife? What do you mean? Lao Yuan chuckled. A wife is a wife, not merely a girlfriend. The young female teacher gazed at Suminit in confusion, seemingly questioning why she was still introducing someone when everyone else had already married. Suminit felt a deep sense of frustration and shot a fierce glare at Lao Yuan. In the distance, Yichen held Zhao Mosheng's hand as they walked ahead. The moment they crossed the street, he immediately released her, standing by the flower bed, at a loss for words. Observing his demeanor and Zhao Mosheng's increasingly lowered head, it seemed he was scolding her. Such nostalgia washed over Suminit, her eyes beneath the lens of her glasses softening into a smile. It had been so long since she had witnessed such a scene. Back in university, Yichen had been remarkably mature for his age. Adept at handling situations, and rarely lost his temper, except with Zhao Mosheng, who would often receive lengthy reprimands for any mistakes she made. It was indeed still her. Su Minute shook her head, uncertain whether to feel happy for this junior or to find it undeserving. In their law school, there had been countless talented young women enamored with him, yet he had chosen someone from a different department. She thought, if he were to pursue someone from another field, he might as well go for a campus beauty worthy of the top scholar of the law school, wouldn't you agree? Yet, he had picked someone rather unremarkable in every aspect. When Zhao Mosheng had pursued He Yichen, most of the law department had taken a spectator's stance, not believing for a moment that He Yichen would accept this girl. Considering his previous rejections of those with far better qualifications, thus, when He Yichen brought Zhao Mosheng to classes and study sessions, many were taken aback, and surely, several girls regretted not being more proactive in their advances. Later, when Zhao Mosheng moved to America, He Yichen returned to singlehood, and the enthusiasm of some new students surpassed that of Zhao Mosheng's time. However, He Yichen always found a way to dismiss them within a few days. One day, Su Minute could not help but ask, "Do you dislike being pursued by others?" To which she followed up, "But you didn't seem to mind Zhao Mosheng back then," the moment the words left her lips. Su Minute regretted her impulsiveness and quickly laughed it off, never expecting He Yichen would respond. That was different. He Yichen's reply was composed of just a few words, delivered in an unremarkable tone. Su Minute pondered the difference. Perhaps it was because he allowed Zhao Mosheng the opportunity to pursue him while denying others that same chance. Hearing her words, Lao Yuan rarely offered a serious remark. Such matters are akin to drinking water. One knows their own warmth and coldness, so why concern yourself so much? As they spoke, Yichen and Mosheng approached, Yichen maintaining his composed expression while Mosheng appeared to have been thoroughly chastised. Her greeting to the crowd considerably dulled. Mosheng, once a frequent visitor to the department office, naturally recognized Su Minute and offered a faint smile. "Senior, hello." Su Minute managed a weak response, about to say something when she was abruptly interrupted by an exuberant shout. Mrs. In, the loud and enthusiastic call silenced the previously bustling hall, the unrefined English causing a stir, yet the portly middle-aged man, oblivious to the attention he had drawn, rushed excitedly across the hall to stand before the frozen Mosheng. "Mrs. Mrs. Ying," he exclaimed, excitement rendering him somewhat incoherent. "I never expected to see you here. Did you return to the country with Mr. Ying this time? I am Lin Xianghe, chairman of Daeshang Company. Do you remember me?" He, last year in America, I was so grateful for the hospitality you and Mr. Ying extended. Now that you two are back, you must allow me to extend my hospitality in return. Mosheng stood in shock. Her limbs feeling icy, she recognized this middle-aged man, who had business dealings with Yinghui's company. He had been a guest at a banquet hosted by Yinghui when he visited America last year. But why was he here? The worst timing, in the worst setting. Mosheng sensed the curious and astonished gazes of Lao Yuan and the others upon her, and she lacked the courage to meet Yichen's expression. Just as she had begun to feel a hint of happiness, however faint, it seemed ready to dissipate. A creeping fear began to spread through every corner of her body, yet, in the next moment, a warm, strong hand grasped her slightly trembling one. This hand, which had just moments ago pulled her across the street in anger, now offered a reassuring strength, holding her tightly. Mosheng slowly turned her head. Yichen was looking at her, his eyes filled with a painful calmness. Had he already guessed? Indeed. Mosheng heard Yichen's clear and composed voice. "I am very sorry, but she is no longer. You have mistaken her for someone else." The unfinished words were swiftly interrupted by Mosheng, causing Yichen to pause, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Mosheng gently withdrew her hand from his grip and reiterated to Mr. Lin, "You have mistaken her for someone else." Her tone was surprisingly steady, although she knew she would eventually have to confront that marriage. This was neither the time nor the place, especially not in front of Yichen's many friends. Yichen might be able to endure it, but she did not wish for him to be judged by others because of her past. Yichen had always been so proud. Mistaken identity? How could that be? Mrs. Ying, please do not joke. Mr. Lin chuckled awkwardly, somewhat embarrassed yet reluctant to leave. Amidst this tension, the hotel door swung open. The synchronized greetings of the staff and the impressive entrance of newcomers drew everyone's attention. A tall, handsome man in a luxurious tailored suit entered, exuding an air of authority and grace as the dazzling lights of the lobby illuminated him, enhancing his nobility. Su Minute, with her keen eyes, noticed a prominent figure from C University among the crowd. Her curiosity piqued about the man who could command such respect from the school's leadership. At that moment, Mr. Lin joyfully exclaimed, waving his hand in excitement, "Mr. Ying, Mrs. Ying is here." The mention of Mr. Ying instantly reminded Su Minute of someone, Ying Hui, the CEO of Soso, who had donated a building to the school. As Mr. Lin's voice rang out, Ying Hui had already paused, turning to look in their direction, his entourage following suit. He stood still for a few seconds, his brows arching, before striding directly towards them. It was as though he had entirely overlooked the frozen Mosheng. Ying Hui approached, extending polite pleasantries to Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, I was just thinking of visiting you tomorrow. But I didn't expect to run into you here. Mr. Lin, flustered, replied, "Oh no, it is indeed a fortune to meet Mr. Ying." Har. Mr. Ying, this must be Mrs. Ying, right? Just now, Mrs. Ying insisted that I had mistaken someone. He pointed at Mosheng. Ying Hui casually glanced at Mosheng, then laughed heartily. "There is a slight resemblance, but my wife is on holiday in Switzerland." Mr. Lin, your eyesight must be failing. Mr. Lin, skeptical, glanced at Mosheng but quickly replied, Yes, I can see that she does not resemble her at all." He bowed repeatedly to Mosheng. "I am sorry for the mistake, Miss. My apologies." Mosheng lowered her gaze, slightly shaking her head. It is better to meet by chance than to be invited. If Mr. Lin does not mind, perhaps you could join us for a casual meal. Of course. With that, Ying Hui and Mr. Lin gradually moved away. Mosheng looked up to find He Yichen gazing expressionlessly in the direction Ying Hui had departed, his deep eyes concealing a complex array of emotions. Noticing her anxious gaze, He Yichen withdrew his attention, lowering his head to speak to her in a tone noticeably gentler than when he had scolded her by the roadside. Though still somewhat serious, take some time to reflect on how to write your self-critique when we get home. Mosheng stared at him, her mind in a whirl. Yichen took Lao Yuan's cigarette. "How to cross the street? Did you forget what I just told you so quickly?" As Ying Hui and his group were led to the VIP elevator by the servers, just before the elevator doors closed, Ying Hui seemed to casually glance in their direction, his gaze intersecting with Yichen's profound one. This brief interlude left everyone momentarily at a loss for how to react, but seeing Yichen's demeanor remain unflustered, they quickly returned to their conversations and laughter. They harbored no doubts. After all, Ying Hui's status was evident, and Zhao Mosheng seemed a world apart from him. If they truly were a couple, that would be truly astonishing. The lobby manager soon notified them that a table had become available, and due to a mistake on their part, they would receive a discount of 20% off the bill. Excluding drinks, calculating the savings, Lao Yuan beamed with delight. The atmosphere at the table grew lively as everyone spontaneously recounted amusing tales from the law school, despite being weighed down by her thoughts. Mosheng occasionally found herself chuckling at the funny moments shared. Someone even recalled a humorous incident involving Mosheng in criminal law class, bringing it up to tease her. Mosheng felt embarrassed and quietly asked Yichen how he knew about it. Considering they were not from the same class. Yichen smiled. "You don't know that you are quite famous." Professor Zhu still mentioned Mosheng when teaching subsequent classes, sharing a story about a girl who had come to class with her boyfriend and was unexpectedly called upon to answer a question, causing much laughter among the students. Later, even a junior who was not well acquainted with Yichen asked him with a friendly face, "Are you the boyfriend of the girl Professor Zhu mentioned?" The one who had to be silenced. At that time, Mosheng was already absent. After Lao Yuan had poured several drinks for him, Yichen excused himself to the restroom, guided by the servers. He found the restroom and pushed the door open. There was already someone inside. The man, who had been washing his hands at the sink, straightened up at the moment Yichen entered. Yichen instinctively halted, their eyes meeting in the mirror. Ying Hui. Silence enveloped the small restroom for a moment. He Yichen. After a brief pause, Ying Hui spoke first. "I have long admired your reputation," with an unwavering gaze. Yichen met Ying Hui's eyes, his demeanor exuding calmness. "Mr. Ying is indeed a man of great renown. Are you not curious as to how I came to know your name?" Ying Hui turned off the faucet and, as he turned around, a fleeting tenderness that starkly contrasted with his rugged image flickered in his hawk-like eyes. He spoke deliberately. My former wife once searched for this name in the search engine I developed. By the time they returned home, it was already quite late. Mosheng had been plied with copious amounts of alcohol by Lao Yuan and Su Minute during the banquet, and as she stumbled out of the hotel, she leaned heavily on Yichen for support. Once seated in the car, her head tilted and she promptly fell asleep. Yichen carried her back to the bedroom, and as soon as she was placed on the bed, she instinctively burrowed under the covers, curling up to sleep soundly. Perhaps due to the effects of the alcohol, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and her long eyelashes lay softly against her skin. Yichen gazed at her for an extended period, before finally lowering his head to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead. Had he ever bestowed such a tender kiss upon you? His low, husky voice betrayed the emotions he had long struggled to conceal. His eyes harbored a pain that he would never wish her to witness. Yinghui silently recited the signature in his heart, finally discerning the name of the individual. A glance at the back of the letter revealed that it had been sent a month prior. Surely, one would not compose such a letter filled with faint hope unless they were driven to the brink of despair. Ignoring the presence of his classmates nearby, Yinghui hastily dialed the number provided in the letter. After 2 rings, a delicate female voice answered the call. The following day, Yinghui boarded a flight to An City. They had arranged to meet in a park during the early spring, a season of tender greens. From a distance, he spotted a young Chinese girl seated on a bench, wrapped in a scarf, appearing somewhat cold as she rubbed her hands together for warmth. As he observed her from afar, a sudden warmth enveloped him, a sensation reminiscent of returning home. By this time, he had been alone in America for 6 years. Approaching her, he inquired, "Excuse me, are you Miss Zhao?" The girl immediately rose to her feet, replying, "Yes, I am. Are you Mr. Yinghui?" At that moment, he took a clearer look at her, a youthful girl, perhaps in her early 20s, possibly still a student. Her clothes appeared somewhat worn, indicative of several years of use, yet they were impeccably clean, and her large eyes conveyed a sense of innocence. He offered a slight smile. "Miss Zhao, let us find a warm place to sit and converse." After a brief exchange of formalities, Yinghui asked, "I am somewhat curious, Miss Zhao, why did you initially send me that money? Weren't you concerned that I might be a fraud?" The question left her momentarily stunned, and she replied somewhat evasively, "At that time, I had some money to spare." She glossed over the details and continued, "In truth, Mr. Ying, you need not have come all this way." Upon cleaning out some old papers, "I stumbled upon the letter and had little hope attached to it." "And what is your stance now?" Yinghui skillfully extracted the crux of the matter. In summary, Miss Zhao had a neighbor, Sister Huan, with whom she shared a good relationship. Sister Huan was sentenced to 3 years in prison for injuring her husband with a knife. She had a child named Xiaojiao, whom she entrusted to Miss Zhao due to her violent white husband. Currently, Miss Zhao was entangled in a struggle for custody of the child against the neighbor's husband. Sipping hot cocoa, Yinghui remarked, "Miss Zhao, do you often find yourself so eager to assist others?" In fact, he preferred to use the term meddlesome instead. "Not really," she replied, somewhat flustered, the blush on her cheeks either from the cold or her embarrassment. "We've been neighbors for quite some time, and she has helped me. Once, I fell gravely ill and collapsed in my apartment. Unknown to anyone, she discovered me and saved my life. Had she arrived any later, I might not be here today. Isn't that a matter of life and death? Mr. Cruz indeed exhibits violent tendencies. I have witnessed him strike Sister Huan and Xiaojiao with a glass bottle. Xiaojiao is very well behaved and obedient, and Sister Huan is truly pitiable." She fervently sought every justification. However, Yinghui remained unmoved. The world is inherently filled with its own tragedies, yet, he mused, this girl before him is almost foolishly kind. If not for that touch of naivety, how could she have sent him $500 despite never having met him? "You need not worry, I will assist you." This matter was far from simple. Yinghui's private attorney, Mr. Smith, explained, "Miss Zhao lacks sufficient evidence to prove Mr. Cruz's violent behavior. Even if evidence were obtained to revoke his custody rights, she would still be ineligible to adopt the child, as she does not meet the state's criteria for adoptive parents. If this matter were to be resolved through legal channels, it would be quite challenging. Privately, it could be simpler. In that case, perhaps bribing that villain with money might yield better results." "Indeed," Yinghui replied, "but I am loath to spend money on a scoundrel. And he may become greedy, continually extorting, or worse, turning against us. This is not a fundamental solution, unless that young lady were to marry immediately. Finding a suitable husband could potentially enhance her chances. Mr. Smith shrugged. Jesting, in that case, you would be the perfect candidate. Smith's jest sparked a thought in Yinghui. He realized he was not averse to the idea at all. He relayed the attorney's message to Mosheng. Even if you prove Mr. Cruz's violent tendencies and revoke his custody rights, you would still be unable to adopt Xiaojia. Your age, financial status, and marital situation do not meet the state's legal requirements for adoptive parents. Xiaojia would be sent to a welfare institution, which, for a mixed-race child, is certainly not an ideal environment. Mosheng, in a state of disarray, replied, I merely wish to help a friend. Why is it so difficult? Perhaps it is not insurmountable, Yinghui thought to himself. He had spoken with Cruz once. He was indeed only interested in extorting money, but Yinghui had no intention of fulfilling that plan. Having met Xiaojia, a mixed-race child with black hair and eyes, he learned that her apparent dullness stemmed from childhood trauma. If you are truly determined to bear this burden, I have a suggestion, Yinghui said casually. You could find a trustworthy person who meets the adoption criteria and enter into a fictitious marriage. Perhaps I could assist. On the other end of the line, Mosheng was momentarily stunned. Upon regaining her composure, she quickly objected, that is out of the question. Yinghui did not press the issue further. Subsequently, progress was made. A photo of Cruz, intoxicated and burning Xiaojia with a cigarette, was inadvertently captured by Mosheng's landlord. However, as Mr. Smith had predicted, while Cruz lost his custody rights, Xiaojia was still sent to a welfare institution. Mosheng, busy with her studies and work, visited Xiaojia every couple of days. A few months later, while Yinghui was in California, he received a phone call from Mosheng, her voice tinged with tears. Mr. Ying, I wish to adopt Xiaojia. Xiaojia had been bullied by other children of different races in the welfare institution, and this incident had escalated. She had been pushed into a toilet bowl, and had it not been for a timely intervention, she might have suffocated to death. When Yinghui traveled to N City, he brought with him a contract. The agreement stipulated that she would relinquish all rights arising from their marriage. Correspondingly, she would also be exempt from all obligations, meaning they would only exist as a married couple in name. Yinghui explained, a contract would naturally ease Mosheng's stance. This was precisely Yinghui's objective. He understood that a contract ensuring Mosheng gained no advantage would, in fact, relieve her burdens considerably. Thank you, Mr. Ying. She murmured, uncertain of what to say next. No need for thanks, this marriage benefits me as well. My company is on the verge of going public, and the image of a married man garners more trust from investors. Furthermore, being married would spare me numerous inconveniences. As he spoke, he found the rationale rather amusing, yet his final statement held sincerity. Moreover, Miss Zhao's kindness towards me extends beyond mere gratitude. Thus, he wished to shield her under his wing, but was that the sole reason? Yinghui dared not question himself. He observed her hesitating hand as she signed, and in her eyes, it seemed as though something was extinguishing. Then, gripping the pen tightly, she swiftly inscribed her name and handed it back without a glance. That very night, Yinghui returned to California, having secured Mosheng's custody of Xiaojia. Mosheng had yet to complete her studies and remained in N City. Due to the welfare institution's routine inspections, Yinghui found himself flying to N City at the end of each month. Mosheng felt guilty for the trouble she caused him, yet with each passing month, Yinghui grew increasingly eager for the month's end to arrive. Yinghui's charming white secretary, Linda, remarked cheerfully, Boss, you have no idea how much I look forward to the end of each month. You are always so amiable during that time. Upon hearing this, Yinghui smiled, his mood uplifted. Xiaojia remained delightfully oblivious, and Mosheng had finally taught him to call him Uncle Ying in Chinese, while Yinghui was not particularly moved by the title. Mosheng was overjoyed, affectionately stroking Xiaojia's head. In that fleeting moment, lost in her smile, Yinghui realized he had developed feelings for her. A long-forgotten sensation. His interactions with Miss Zhao Mosheng had spanned merely a few months. This emotion arose without reason, even lacking any discernible origin. The analytical nature of a scientific mind compelled Yinghui to seek the logic behind his feelings, yet for the first time, he found himself powerless to elucidate the causal relationship. Fortunately, he quickly extricated himself from this quandary, and his pragmatic disposition led him to embrace the situation as it unfolded. Hui's life of frequent travel continued for nearly 2 years. One day, Mosheng called to share 2 pieces of news. The first was that she had graduated, the second was that Sister Huan was being released early, and she had decided to bring Xiaojia back to their homeland. Upon hanging up, Hui's first thought was, "The time has come." At City's international airport, Hui met Sister Huan for the first time, her face weathered from hardship. Mosheng had occasionally mentioned Sister Huan's past. She had originally come as a companion for a student, but was abandoned when her partner married an American woman for a green card. Sister Huan had once enjoyed a glamorous life abroad, yet now faced a less than desirable fate. Reluctant to return home and face ridicule, she hastily married an American man, only to find herself even more unfortunate. 2 years in prison had left her desolate, and with newfound clarity, she resolved to return home. Mosheng, clutching Xiaojia, bid her a reluctant farewell. Sister Huan expressed her gratitude to Hui. "Thank you for everything over the past 2 years." "You should thank Mosheng more," Hui replied. Sister Huan turned to Mosheng. "She is far more fortunate than I." Hui understood the envy reflected in her eyes and smiled. "Each has their own destiny. There is no need to force matters." As the plane ascended into the sky, Mosheng gazed wistfully at the departing aircraft. "Do you long to return home?" Mosheng paused for a moment, shaking her head as she replied, "I don't want to. I suppose I am rather cowardly. It seems natural for someone like me to be all alone in a foreign land. Every foreigner experiences this, however. If I were to return and still be solitary, that would be truly tragic." She lowered her gaze, not wishing to continue on that topic. As they exited the airport, Mosheng said, "Brother Ying, I have something to discuss with you." Of course, Hui was aware of what she intended to talk about, and he interjected, "Coincidentally, I have something to ask of you as well." Hui's parents were coming to America to visit their son for a month, having inadvertently learned that he was married. He sought Mosheng's assistance in managing his parents. The timing was perfect. Mosheng had completed her studies and was ready to leave City, while Hui's company was on a solid footing, allowing him more free time. Upon her arrival in California, Missouri, Shing prioritized finding employment, but her identity as a Chinese woman presented frequent obstacles. Hui was inclined to leverage his connections to assist her, but Mosheng declined, saying, "Brother Ying, you have already helped me immensely. I cannot continually rely on you." Hui recalled that Mosheng had seemingly never accepted his financial support, which made him reflect on the words of his former girlfriend during their breakup. Stirring a sense of melancholy within him, noticing his pensive demeanor, Mosheng inquired, "Brother Ying, what are you thinking about?" Hui smiled faintly and replied, "Nothing, just reinterpreting the concept of pride." Mosheng looked at him in confusion. Her curiosity piqued, but she refrained from pressing further. Before Hui's parents arrived, Valentine's Day came first. However, Hui was not inherently romantic, and Mosheng had not given it much thought, resulting in a Valentine's Day devoid of any ambiguity. That evening, while Hui was in his study taking an international call, he saw Mosheng seated on the sofa, her head propped on her hand, a laptop resting on her lap, utterly oblivious to his descent. From his vantage point, he caught a glimmer of something in the corner of her eye. Assuming she was watching a tearful movie, he approached only to discover she was merely browsing a familiar so-so search page. The search term was a name he had never heard before, He Yichen. Only then did Mosheng notice him. Swiftly turning her head, tears on her cheeks unacknowledged, she closed her laptop, rose, and stared at her toes. Exuding an awkwardness, Hui immediately understood. He hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. Mosheng looked up at him, her eyes shimmering with clarity, revealing the sorrow within. "Has Brother Ying ever liked someone?" she asked. "Yes," Hui replied slowly. "I once had a girlfriend at C University. She was very intelligent and beautiful. My previous boyfriend was quite remarkable too," Mosheng said softly. "Oh," Hui forced a smile. "Well, your boyfriend certainly isn't he as fortunate as I am. After all, he is merely your past now." Mosheng misinterpreted his words, perhaps believing that Hui implied her boyfriend was unfortunate for having her, and somewhat defiantly remarked, "I am not that bad." "Am I?" Hui did not clarify, hastily retreating to his study, but he found it difficult to concentrate. Once he had encountered that name, it seemed to appear everywhere in his life. From that day forth, Mosheng would occasionally absent-mindedly utter He Yichen's name. Mosheng's inexplicable smile would evoke He Yichen, her sudden sense of desolation would invoke He Yichen. Mosheng began to frequently mention this name, as though at last finding someone with whom she could share her thoughts about him. How exceedingly clever he was, how remarkably capable he was. Yinghui, of course, grew impatient, yet, when he observed the sadness and despondency in her eyes as she spoke of that person, his impatience transformed into a profound sense of compassion, accompanied by an unfamiliar pain. Even though he had previously recognized that Mosheng viewed him primarily as an older brother, Yinghui had always felt a certain conviction that no one could surpass him in her life. Allowing him the luxury of taking his time, however, that feeling began to dissipate, and he clearly sensed the icy wall Mosheng had erected within her heart, a barrier that kept all ambiguity at bay. He might forever remain confined to the role of an older brother. Yinghui gradually grew anxious. Thus, the events of that evening unfolded, the culmination of suppressed emotions or perhaps a momentary loss of control. That day, having been out for socializing and returning home inebriated, Mosheng hurriedly tended to him. Yinghui found himself unable to discern whether he was drunk or sober, if he was intoxicated. How could he remember every detail so vividly? If he was sober, why was he so devoid of rational control? In a hazy state between consciousness and dreams, he found himself pinning Mosheng beneath him. He awoke to the realization that it was already past midnight. In the fleeting moment of clarity, he dashed downstairs. The hall was shrouded in darkness, devoid of light. He vaguely saw Mosheng sitting on the sofa below. Clutching her knees tightly, her head bowed, Yinghui recalled having read somewhere that when a person suffers great trauma, they instinctively adopt a fetal position, seeking comfort. His hand hovered over the light switch but then fell away. Suddenly, Mosheng spoke softly, "Brother Ying, did you take me for her?" Yinghui was stunned for a moment before grasping who she meant, his ex-girlfriend. He realized he had only mentioned her once to Mosheng, and he couldn't quite recall what he had said. Did she think he still thought of her? "Mosheng, do you believe everyone clings to the past as you do?" Yinghui replied with a bitter smile. He recognized that Mosheng had placed him in an amusing predicament. If he affirmed her assumption, he would be unable to reveal his true feelings, perhaps forever unable to take a step forward. If he denied it, he would have to acknowledge that he was a would-be rapist, albeit one who had not succeeded. Faced with Mosheng's trusting gaze, Yinghui ultimately chose to close his eyes and remain silent. Let her seek the most comforting answer for herself. In truth, afterward, Mosheng could no longer coexist with him in the same space comfortably. When she suggested moving out, Yinghui said, "Mosheng, perhaps you should return home for a visit." Mosheng stood there, taken aback. "You cannot always be an ostrich. Go back and take a look. If the weather is pleasant there, you may choose to stay. If it is stormy and desolate, then return swiftly. Forget that place, forget that person completely. As he bid farewell to Mosheng at the airport, who was no longer even his nominal wife, Yinghui gazed up at the sky, watching the airplane's trail. Loneliness permeating every corner of his being. Did she understand his last words? In certain matters, she seemed astonishingly obtuse. If you do not return to America, then let us not keep in touch for the time being. He told her before she boarded. Would he still have a chance? Perhaps. The one named He Yichen might have long since fallen for someone else. How many people in the world, like Zhao Mosheng, could be so naive? The fragrance of tea wafted gently. In the span of a few hours, the lengthy tale was recounted. It turned out there was indeed more than one. Yinghui concluded. Sometimes, she truly was remarkably slow on the uptake. He sighed, contemplating the strange twists of fate, never expecting that amidst all this, she would be the only person he could confide in. He Yichen remained silent, finishing his last cigarette, then picking up his clothes beside him. It's getting late, Mr. Ying, I shall take my leave first. Why the haste? Yichen paused momentarily. Mosheng is drunk, I am concerned. Yinghui burst into laughter. Mr. He, are you flaunting your success before a failure? Without looking back, Yichen swiftly exited the tea house, pushing open the door, the cold air striking him. He took a deep breath, his tense hands gradually relaxing. By the time he returned home, it was already 2 in the morning. Mosheng, having drunk too much, was oddly obedient, curled up under the covers, motionless, maintaining the same sleeping posture as before he left. Yichen gently removed his shoes, slipped under the blanket, and pulled her close. She stirred slightly, adjusting to the new position, furrowing her brow. Yi Chen relaxed his arms, and only then did her brow unfurl. The scent of her hair filled his nostrils. Yi Chen murmured, "I won't let you drink again." She offered no protest, continuing to sleep soundly, yet Yi Chen found it impossible to slumber, his eyes wide open until past 4. With a sigh, he got up and went to the study. A mountain of work awaited him, and he hadn't even prepared the materials for the court session in the morning. No, it was all ready today. This was a rare experience of last-minute cramming for him. He worked until dawn broke. Exhausted, Yi Chen closed his eyes, rubbing his forehead, and when he opened them again, he saw Mosheng standing at the study door. Watching him. Yi Chen, "You haven't slept at all?" Mosheng asked, biting her lip, a small gesture she exhibited when nervous, which Yi Chen recognized. "Come here," he beckoned. Once she reached his side, he wrapped her in his embrace. Placing her on his lap, "Are you awake? I've never seen someone sleep so soundly after drinking." Mosheng seemed confused by his tone, dumbly countering, "Then what should I do? Engage in something meaningful." As he spoke, he lowered his head to cover her soft lips with his. When Mosheng, breathless, collapsed against him, Yi Chen remained silent for a moment before saying, "Last night, I met with Yinghui." The figure in his arms tensed abruptly. "He told me that someone had searched for my name in a search engine, and I wanted to ask that person what they discovered." Mosheng remained silent as Yi Chen continued. "I just searched your name and discovered that you have actually won a photography award. You never mentioned it. It's not a well-known award. And you never asked." Mosheng replied softly. Yi Chen sighed and held her tighter. "I am sorry, that was my mistake. Now, could you please tell me what you have been up to in America?" The tenderness in Yi Chen's voice was something Mosheng had never experienced even during their best moments in college 7 years ago. A gentle inquiry from him effortlessly unearthed all the grievances she had endured over the years. Mosheng began to recount her experiences in America, sharing how she struggled with the language upon her arrival, got lost due to her inability to read the signs, and how much she despised learning English. She spoke of the peculiar habits of foreigners and the unpalatable food, particularly emphasizing how dreadful a certain brand of instant noodles was. "Then why didn't you eat something else?" Yi Chen asked. "Everything else was too expensive. I was quite poor back then. Didn't your father give you any money?" This was the first time Yi Chen had spoken about Mosheng's father in such a calm tone. Mosheng glanced at his expression before continuing. "He did, quite a substantial amount. I was initially taken aback, but later, when I read about it in the newspaper, I realized that he sent that money to the embassy." Did the embassy not send you a letter of appreciation?" "I didn't leave my name. I contributed during a donation for overseas Chinese. Honestly, I had no noble intentions. I simply couldn't bear to spend money that was earned at the cost of a life. I even deceived myself into thinking that without that money, my father wouldn't have died, as if none of this had ever happened." Mosheng is quite astute. What else? Well, Mosheng had always contemplated discussing these matters with Yi Chen one day, but she never imagined it would unfold in such a manner. There was no heaviness in the atmosphere, as if they were engaged in the most casual conversation, and the painful memories that had once tormented her seemed to evaporate overnight. Their dialogue began to dwindle. The sun had fully risen. Yi Chen, "I find it astonishing that I am not sad at all. I thought talking about this would bring sorrow." Yi Chen quietly replied. "You have me now." Mosheng remained silent, resting her head against his chest, so still that Yi Chen thought she had fallen asleep, only to gradually feel a dampness against his chest. It was already Monday, and she had to work in the morning. Yi Chen found himself unprepared for court that day. Upon arrival, he realized that the prosecutor and the judge seemed even more disheveled than he was. Consequently, they all muddled through to the end, rescheduling for another hearing. The relatives of the parties involved, seeing Yi Chen's evident lack of sleep, assumed he was exhausted from the case, and they expressed their heartfelt gratitude, leaving him both amused and helpless. When Mosheng arrived at work, her eyes were still swollen. Xiaohong scrutinized her eyes with a serious expression and asked in a tone of heavy mourning, "Did you suffer a heartbreak?" Mosheng lowered her voice, playing along with her somber demeanor. "Xiaohong, would you like to treat the wounded with some beef rice?" After pondering seriously for a moment, Xiaohong replied, "Then you should avoid heartbreak." The newspaper that old by board prominently featured news about Yinghui on the front page. As Mosheng walked past his desk, she casually picked it up. The article elaborately detailed Yinghui's life experiences, filled with flattering words, and at the end, it retained the tabloid's characteristic gossip about the lady he referred to. Mosheng set the newspaper down. Lost in thought for a long while, she didn't have many acquaintances in America. Huan Jie was one, but since her return to the country, they had lost contact. The only remaining connection was Ying Hui. In truth, Mosheng felt far more gratitude towards Ying Hui than any other emotion, for he had helped her immensely. After all, during that drunken episode, he had not caused any real harm. After hesitating for a moment, she opened her computer, typed in the Sosamail website, and accessed an email account she had scarcely used since returning. Retrieving Ying Hui's email address, she revised the email's contents several times until it finally boiled down to a single line: Brother Ying, thank you for what happened in the hotel lobby yesterday. A few minutes after sending the email, she received a notification of a new message. Upon refreshing her inbox, she opened it. Recipient: Zhao Mosheng. Sender: IN. Subject: Re. No subject, no need were the two simple words that hit her like a cold wave. Unfamiliar and distant. Mosheng's fingers paused over the keyboard, unsure of how to respond. Thoughts of the gossip she had heard at Sea University flashed through her mind, and she quickly composed a reply: Brother Ying, did you see her during your visit? Perhaps you still have a chance. This time, there was a prolonged silence before a response arrived. Mosheng felt a twinge of regret, questioning whether she had overstepped. Everyone has parts of their hearts that should remain untouched. That person might very well be the deepest wound for Brother Ying. When she mentioned this to Yichen that evening, he gave her a sidelong glance and remarked, indeed, rather slow-witted. Then he added, fortunately, you are a bit naive. Mosheng was taken aback. More than a month later, while regularly cleaning out her various inboxes, she finally spotted Ying Hui's reply, dated 2 days prior. She opened it. Recipient: Zhao Mosheng. Sender: IN. Subject: Re. No subject. Not everyone can endure prolonged solitude like He Yichen. Sheng, I have changed my heart. P.S. Wishing you a Merry Christmas in advance. Mosheng stared blankly at the screen. Those brief lines took an eternity to send. Perhaps the sender had revised them many times, pondering for a long while. In that moment, something seemed to click for Mosheng. Yet just as swiftly, that intuition slipped away. Her mouse hovered over the delete key, hesitating before finally moving away, and she simply logged out of her inbox. Perhaps she would never use that email account again. That message would quietly linger in some corner of the internet, unopened yet eternally present. Autumn quickly retreated with the arrival of the cold front. Under Xiao Hong's influence, Mosheng became enamored with knitting scarves. Though she consistently made mistakes, resulting in an uneven and haphazard product. Yichen was immensely grateful for her thoughtful gesture, but was reluctant to wrap it around his own neck. On Christmas Eve, Yichen invited Yimai and her boyfriend Zhongshu to dinner. Zhongshu, Yimai's boss's boyfriend, was quite charming, and it was during this dinner that Yichen met him for the first time. After finishing the meal, they stepped outside only to discover that snow had begun to fall. Young people and children danced joyfully in the streets, celebrating the first snowfall of the winter in City A. Mosheng and Yimai stood by the roadside, waiting for Yichen and Zhongshu to return with the car. Yimai smiled and said, I had originally planned to invite you to be my bridesmaid for my wedding next year. But who knew Yichen couldn't wait? Yet, we can't blame him, he must have been waiting for a long time. She winked playfully. Mosheng felt her cheeks flush. When did Yimai become so unrestrained? Yimai burst into laughter and turned to see Zhongshu waving at her from across the street. She told Mosheng, I won't keep you waiting any longer, I'm leaving first. All right, Mosheng nodded. Yimai took a couple of steps before pausing, but she didn't look back. You both must be very happy, even if. She murmured softly, barely audible, it's for me. Mosheng was taken aback. Yimai had already sprinted across the street without looking back. When Yichen returned, he saw Mosheng lost in thought, staring at her toes. Did Yimai leave? Mosheng looked up but did not see the car. It's snowing, let's walk back. Oh, her lack of enthusiasm caught Yichen by surprise. He had expected her to be overjoyed. Mosheng walked in silence, her mind elsewhere, and nearly bumped into a lamppost when a pair of large hands caught her just in time. What are you daydreaming about? Are you thinking of writing a self-reflection? Yichen frowned. Mosheng's wandering thoughts gradually returned, and she looked up at him with a reproachful expression, suddenly feeling an overwhelming urge to embrace him. Her hands instinctively slipped under his coat, wrapping around him. Yichen was startled by her sudden action, lowering his voice. What's wrong? Buried in his embrace, she shook her head, murmuring, nothing. Yichen attempted to pry her hands away to understand what was going on. But Mosheng refused to let go, instead clutching him even tighter. Mosheng, he said with an exasperated tone, puzzled by her sudden clinginess. At your age, acting like this will just invite ridicule. He leaned down and whispered in her ear. Nonsense, I'm not, I'm just testing if my coat is warm enough. Go ahead. Yichen resigned himself to her embrace, forcing a smile as they attracted both envious and admiring glances from passers-by. On that snowy night in the bustling streets, for the first time, he felt that Christmas was indeed a holiday. Chapter 12. It turns out the Lunar New Year arrived particularly early this year. Before long, the Christmas festivities had barely passed. And it was time for the Spring Festival. Naturally, they needed to return to City Y for the celebrations. City Y was not far from City A. The drive typically took just over 3 hours. But due to the holiday traffic, Yichen and Mosheng set off in the morning and did not arrive in City Y until past 1 in the afternoon, noticing that the person beside him had been quiet for quite a while. Yichen turned to look at her. She had been nervously fidgeting since yesterday, yet now that they had arrived in City Y, she seemed much calmer. Mosheng was lost in thought, gazing blankly out of the car window. Completely unaware of Yichen's prolonged scrutiny. A flicker of inexplicable emotion crossed Yichen's eyes as he paused briefly before calling out to her, Mosheng. It took Mosheng a moment to respond. Turning to ask, what? Do you know how to play mahjong? Play mahjong? Mosheng questioned, doubting her hearing. Auntie has a penchant for playing mahjong. If you are unfamiliar with the game, it would likely dampen her spirits. With a tone as light as a breeze yet deliberately grave, Yichen spoke. Mosheng was momentarily taken aback, her swirling thoughts dissipating, leaving only the words mahjong spinning in her mind. What should I do? I am not very skilled at it. Mosheng felt a wave of frustration. Why hadn't she mentioned this sooner? I am utterly unprepared. It is not too late to get ready now. Yichen replied with a faint smile, pulling over to the side of the road. Mosheng, we have arrived. How long has it been since she celebrated such a lively New Year? Outside, snowflakes danced in the air, and the sounds of firecrackers filled the atmosphere. The family gathered around the table, enjoying the New Year's Eve feast while listening to the elders' incessant chatter. You 2 children are growing up and becoming more unfilial. One has a boyfriend without informing me, and the other doesn't even mention marriage. I made a face at Yichen. Mom, you've been saying that all afternoon. It's rare for the children to come home. Let them enjoy their meal without incessant nagging. Father, he interjected. I think you're the one who's tired of me. Mother, he swiftly turned the conversation to Father, who wore a pained expression. Having been submissive to his wife for a lifetime, Jiangshu, unable to comprehend the dialect, kept insisting that Yi might translate, and Yi might found it bothersome, remarking on how a grown man was throwing a tantrum. Mosheng listened with a smile, accustomed to spending New Year's abroad in solitude. In such a warm atmosphere, she felt an unexpected shyness. After dinner, Mother, he indeed organized a mahjong game for the family. Yichen had long retreated to the study, while Yimai volunteered to wash the dishes, leaving only the reluctant father Mosheng and her Fiang to take the stage. Mother, he was a seasoned player with decades of expertise, and Father, having been her companion for years, was no novice either. Yimai's boyfriend, a businessman, had a natural talent for calculation. Sadly, Mosheng, having spent so many years abroad, was only vaguely familiar with this national treasure, and her impromptu participation ended in utter defeat. Yichen emerged from the study, incredulous. In less than an hour, how could you lose so spectacularly? Mosheng felt deeply embarrassed, mumbling, I had bad luck. Yichen patted her shoulder and urged her to stand. Let me take over. Now that's a fair match, Mosheng thought as she watched, increasingly entertained, her reluctance to sleep growing as the night wore on. Yichen urged her to bed twice, but eventually, with a stern look, Mosheng had no choice but to comply. Later that night, while Mosheng was in a drowsy stupor, she heard the door creak open and flicked on the bedside lamp. Are you done? Did you win or lose? Yichen slid beneath the covers, looking fatigued. Auntie lost all on her OWN. Mosheng glared at him. How could you 3 grown men let that happen? According to the He family rules, there are no father-son alliances in gambling. Moreover, Auntie refuses to quit until she is completely out of luck. Yichen pulled her into his embrace. Go to sleep. I am exhausted. It's all your fault for being so unskilled. Mosheng immediately felt a wave of shame. He worked tirelessly, and now he had to endure this torment during the new year. It was truly pitiful. She obediently nestled into his arms, surrendering to sleep without further protest. After a while, she felt his warm lips wandering along her neck, and Mosheng breathed lightly. Aren't you tired? Yichen's voice was muffled. I can endure a bit more fatigue. On the morning of the first day of the new year, Mosheng woke around 7, sitting up to get dressed only to be dragged back under the covers by Yichen. Why are you up so early? He said sleepily. I'm making breakfast. Let go of me. Mosheng struggled against his large hand clasped around her waist, but Yichen didn't budge an inch. Frustrated, she surrendered. Yichen, stay with me a little longer. Honestly, she grumbled. You're acting a bit strange today. Yichen stiffened, silence hanging for a few seconds before he responded awkwardly, what a strange. You reacting like a child, Mosheng complained. Yichen relaxed his grip slightly. Stop fidgeting and sleep. Outside, it seemed no one was stirring, and Mosheng relented. After all, she couldn't escape his hold. Then I'll sleep a little longer. However, this sleeping position was quite uncomfortable. Within a minute of closing her eyes, Mosheng began to fidget, attempting to push away the arm Yichen had placed beneath her head. Why is a girl so restless while sleeping? Yichen opened his eyes. Can you please stop moving around? Mosheng frowned, wishing for a softer pillow. Yichen, your arm must be getting sore like this. She truly did think of him. If she were to sleep separately, it would likely lead to both of them catching a cold. Yichen simply ignored her, closing his eyes to sleep. Mosheng glared at him for a while, yet found herself unable to sleep, her gaze wandering around the room, ultimately landing on his handsome face. Yichen, you really are quite handsome. Stealing a gentle kiss, Mosheng finally felt drowsy, her mind hazily reminding her to wake up early when she next opened her eyes. It was already past 10, and Yichen was nowhere to be found. Mosheng hurriedly got up, dressed, and exited the room to find Yichen and father he engaged in a game of chess in the living room. Feeling a bit shy, she greeted, Uncle, father. He smiled warmly and nodded at her. Mosheng approached Yichen and whispered her complaint. Why didn't you wake me? Yichen replied, focused on the chessboard. After making his move, he looked up. Go help auntie in the kitchen. Oh, Mosheng peeked into the kitchen, where only mother he was bustling about. All right, mother. He smiled at Mosheng's arrival. Little Sheng is up. Did you sleep well last night? Mosheng nodded vigorously. She was probably the last to rise. How could she not be accustomed to it? Auntie, let me handle this. She took the knife from Mother He's hands and began to slice the meat. Mother He washed the vegetables nearby, chatting with Mosheng about mundane matters. Suddenly, she exclaimed, oh dear, how could I forget to ask, Little Sheng, your parents are also in this city, right? When can we have a meal together and meet? Mosheng froze, nearly slicing her finger, biting her lip, contemplating whether to speak. Looking up at Mother He's kind and gentle face, she truly did not wish to deceive her, so she decided to speak the truth. My father Mosheng. Her words were abruptly interrupted as Yichen appeared in the kitchen doorway, his face pale and his jaw clenched. This child, you startled me by suddenly appearing, Mother He said, patting her chest. Yichen's expression softened slightly, but his eyes remained tense. Mosheng, where did you put my coat? I can't find it. Oh, Mosheng was momentarily taken aback, washing her hands and heading to the room. The coat was hanging prominently on the rack by the bed, easily visible upon entering. Mosheng stood before the rack, her heart swirling with an indescribable emotion. Yichen retrieved the coat from behind her. Don't you overthink it. I just don't want them to have any thoughts about you, he sighed. Mosheng, you need to have a little more faith in me. The unspoken bitterness in his words made Mosheng feel a pang of sorrow. She was overthinking things again. Yichen, I'd prefer it if you were a bit more careless and didn't think so much. Mosheng gazed up at him, but if I did? You'd find me troublesome. At least you know yourself. Yichen ruffled her hair. It is indeed quite bothersome, but I wouldn't feel any heartache. Let us go eat. Auntie should have prepared the meal by now. During lunch, Mother He inquired about Mosheng's parents again. Mosheng simply mentioned that her father had passed away and her mother was abroad. Mother He sighed a couple of times but didn't press further, focusing instead on persuading everyone to play 3 rounds of mahjong after the meal for their well-being. Unfortunately, no one was interested. Father He wanted to nap. Yimai needed to take Jiangshu to famous scenic spots in Y City. And mother, he had no choice but to give up. Yichen hadn't he slept well the previous night and took the afternoon to catch up on sleep. Mosheng, having woken up late and feeling restless, began rummaging through his old belongings while he napped. Even an old exam paper captivated her for quite a while as she examined his handwriting and noted which questions he had missed. She also read through his past compositions, finding comfort in the fact that his argumentative essays were consistently excellent, usually around 90 points, while hers had only ever reached the 60s. Fortunately, his lyrical pieces weren't as impressive. Providing her with a modicum of solace, when Yichen awoke, he found Mosheng sitting on the wooden floor, sifting through his old items, and coughed to draw her attention. Mrs. He, you are infringing upon my personal privacy. Yichen, you're awake. Mosheng looked up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Is there anything else fun to discover? She was truly engrossed. Yichen chuckled and pulled her up. Don't sit on the floor. He bent down to sift through the scattered items. Why is Auntie still keeping all this? How old were you in this photo? Mosheng handed him an old picture. In it, a youthful Yichen stood tall and handsome in the uniform of Y City High School, holding a trophy, likely from a national physics competition in his first year. Physics? Aren't you studying law? Yes, but I majored in science in high school. Had I known you were at Y City High, I would have gone there too. Mosheng lamented. I could have attended, but then I thought it was too far from home, and I definitely wouldn't have been able to get up in the mornings. Good thing you're lazy, Yichen replied, his tone one of relief. It allowed me a peaceful high school experience. Mosheng shot him a fierce glare. Are there any photos? Yichen retrieved an album from the cabinet above. Not many, our family isn't fond of taking pictures. The album was quite antiquated, clearly showing its age. Upon opening the first page, there was an infant photograph inscribed with Yichen at 100 days. The baby in the photo was fair and delicate, with a slight furrow in his brow, exuding an undeniable presence. Mosheng stared at it for a while, incredulously remarking, Yichen, you were so serious from the moment you were born. Babies don't have expressions. Yichen frowned. They do, Mosheng countered. My father said that I smiled brightly whenever I saw a camera when I was little. Most of the subsequent photos were group shots, featuring a young woman cradling a child, nestled beside her youthful husband, blissfully posing for the camera. Even though the photography techniques of that era were rudimentary, they vividly captured the woman's exquisite beauty and the man's tall, handsome stature. In terms of appearance, Yichen resembled his father more. Mosheng remained silent, quietly flipping through the solitary album, then lifted her gaze to Yichen. I'm fine. Yichen took the album from her hands, stating, it's been so long, any lingering emotions have faded. Mosheng scrutinized his eyes carefully before feeling reassured. Shall we go see them? Wait until the Qingming festival. Yichen gently stroked her hair, which resembled a dog's chewed-up mess. Wait until your hair grows out neatly, otherwise, you'll truly resemble an ugly bride. The spring break was short, and Mosheng spent most of her time being dragged to the mahjong table by Mother He for casual gambling. Unfortunately, after several days of intensive training, she saw no improvement, still forgetting what cards she held while failing to remember what others played. Yichen could only shake his head and sigh, uncertain whether to feel embarrassed for his wife's lack of talent or relieved that she likely wouldn't squander money at the mahjong table in the future. As they were set to return to City A the next day, Mosheng found it difficult to sleep that night. When she turned over for the third time, Yichen pulled her firmly into his embrace. What are you thinking about, Yichen? In the darkness, Mosheng paused for a moment before softly saying, have I ever told you about my mother? Yichen placed his hand on her back, his voice heavy. No, my parents are quite strange. After a brief pause to gather her thoughts, Mosheng continued, when I was little, I felt like my mother didn't really like me, possibly because of my father. But I didn't dwell on it too much. Later, when my father's incident occurred, I was in America, and my mother cut off contact with me. It was only after my father's old classmates informed me that I learned my parents had divorced a month before the incident, and my father committed suicide in prison, actually to avoid implicating my mother as well. He didn't want her to bear the burden of blame. Although the initial shock had faded, Mosheng's voice remained heavy with emotion. I knew there were issues between them, but I never imagined it was this severe. Feeling her body tremble slightly, Yichen tightened his embrace. Let go of the past, there's no need to dwell on it. Though eloquent, he was not skilled in offering comfort, he merely patted her gently, resembling a caregiver soothing a small child. Mosheng imagined He Yichen comforting a child, unable to suppress a laugh, feeling a considerable weight lift. I'm not sad anymore, I just thought of it earlier. I'm quite happy now. She still spends the new year alone. I wonder how she's doing. He Yichen gazed at the ceiling, his expression indifferent in the darkness. Yet his tone was as gentle as the night itself. If you're worried, go see her tomorrow morning. Okay. Mosheng felt a bit drowsy, leaning against his chest, her voice weary as she said, at least tell her I'm doing well. The next morning, He Yichen and Mosheng reluctantly bid farewell to father and mother before embarking on their journey home. Yi Mai and Jiangshu had returned to work earlier. Having left 2 days prior, before departing from City Y, they stopped by Qinghe new village, but this time it seemed they were met with disappointment once again, as Mosheng knocked on the door for several minutes without anyone answering. Should we wait a bit? Mosheng shook her head. Forget it, let us go. The staircase of the old building was narrow and deep. As they descended, Mosheng, with experience, advised, you need to walk slowly on these stairs. Or you might bump into someone at the corners. Yi Yichen glanced at her. How many times have you bumped into someone? Mosheng hesitated. Not many, I think. That means it's quite a few times. Walking without looking where you're going is one of your flaws, Yi Yichen remarked, turning her face to examine it closely before letting out a relieved sigh. At least you didn't bump into anything. Mosheng stuck out her tongue at him. Sitting in the car, Mosheng looked back at the old building, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Once again, she had failed to see her mother, despite being mother and daughter. Perhaps their fate was simply too shallow. As the car was about to exit the community gate, Mosheng casually glanced out the window, only to suddenly exclaim, Yi Yichen, stop! Yi Yichen promptly slammed the brakes. The car halting efficiently. Mosheng opened the door and dashed back. Yi Yichen remained in the car, noticing through the rearview mirror that she had caught up with a slender middle-aged woman several meters away. An unexpected surge of irritation arose within him. He instinctively reached into his pocket for a cigarette, only to find it empty, recalling that he had decided to quit smoking entirely and hadn't brought any with him. He leaned back against the seat with a sigh, turning on the car's audio system, allowing soft music to flow out and soothe his spirit. As the same piano piece played for what felt like the umpteenth time. A tapping sound on the window interrupted him. Yi Yichen opened his eyes to see Mosheng and rolled down the window. I just told my mother that I got married. Do you want to say hello? Mosheng asked him. Yi Yichen silently nodded. In the distance, Mosheng's mother, Peifang Mai, watched her daughter approach with a tall, distinguished young man. Her eyesight was poor, and she couldn't make out his features clearly. But she sensed an extraordinary aura about him. It seemed that Xiaosheng had made a good choice. However, Peifang Mai furrowed her brow, recalling that Xiaosheng had mentioned his name was He Yichen. Why did this name evoke a sense of familiarity? Before she could ponder further, the two had arrived before her, and she could see his handsome features clearly. Mosheng introduced them. This is my mother. This is He Yichen, the one I mentioned. Hello, Yi Yichen greeted coolly. Peifang Mai's contemplative gaze lingered on him, her sense of unease intensifying. She smiled somewhat reservedly and said, so you're He Yichen. Xiaosheng has good taste. Yes. Mosheng felt a bit awkward. They all fell silent, with Mosheng at a loss for words. The questions she wanted to ask felt like taboos, while the usual greetings were quickly exhausted. Yi Yichen, did you bring your business card? Mosheng suddenly remembered to ask. Yi Yichen nodded, saying, it's in the car, I'll go get it. As he hastily wrote his phone number on the back of the business card he brought. Mosheng handed it to her mother. This is my contact number. You can call me if you need to reach me. Peifang Mai took it, glanced at it, and said, since you're in a hurry to leave, I want to keep you. Okay, Mosheng replied, hesitating for a moment before saying, then we'll be on our way, after hastily bidding farewell to her mother and sitting back in the car. Mosheng's expression instantly became much more relaxed compared to before. This arrangement was quite satisfactory. After all, they had been apart for 8 years, and this somewhat formal meeting surprisingly eased her mind. Yi Yichen, momentarily distracted by her words, recalled Peifang Mai's earlier thoughtful gaze, a wave of doubt washing over him. Had she remembered something, noticing that Yi Yichen was taking a long time to drive? Mosheng playfully nudged his hand. Yi Yichen, have you returned to Earth yet? Her bright eye sparkled as she smiled at him. Yi Yichen's unease lingered, and he began to feel a headache returning. Wondering why he increasingly perceived certain quirks of hers that had once troubled him resurfacing, could it truly be that one's nature is hard to change? It seemed the wisdom of the ancients was indeed accurate. And his premonitions were correct. At 27, Zhao Mosheng was undoubtedly more mature than at 18 or 19, yet some of Yichen's familiar little quirks had evidently not faded with age. For instance, when she couldn't win an argument, she resorted to being stubborn, or how she increasingly liked to cling to him, or how she would pick out the dishes she disliked and leave them for him. Or fine, lawyer, he privately conceded that he actually enjoyed it. Furthermore, nurturing her little temperaments back was no simple task. The wedding banquet was set for a month and a half later, and Yichen planned to take a break afterward. So he busied himself finalizing ongoing work, delegating tasks whenever possible, and had long since declined an offer to host a special legal event. As for the preparations for the wedding banquet, drafting the guest list, booking the venue, and other tedious tasks, Yichen had taken it upon himself, leaving Mosheng feeling rather overly relaxed. In fact, all these matters could have been managed by a professional wedding planner. But Yichen evidently preferred to handle it personally. Of course, Mosheng had her own headaches. She was struggling to find a bridesmaid. Yimai was unavailable, having swiftly obtained her marriage certificate right after the new year. Xiaohong was even less of an option. Mosheng had already been subjected to several lavish meals due to her insistence on keeping the truth of her marriage hidden from the innocent populace. When she brought it up once, Xiaohong had shrieked, "No way, if I serve as a bridesmaid again, I'll never get married." The look of terror on her face made Mosheng feel immensely guilty. Then there was Xiao Xiao, who, after hearing from Yichen, had called Mosheng, her tone significantly softer than during their last meeting, even offering to act as a matchmaker. In short, none were willing to be bridesmaids. The final candidates were somewhat unexpected. That evening, Yichen was engrossed in some demanding materials in the bedroom, explicitly instructing Mosheng not to disturb him. Mosheng lay on the bed, copying invitations. The guest list had already been drafted by Yichen, and she merely needed to transcribe it neatly. However, what does this character mean? Yichen's handwriting was so scrawled. Mosheng held the paper at various angles. Examining it for quite some time, she couldn't decipher it. Biting the tip of her pen, she pondered whether to ask Yichen, glancing up at his focused demeanor. He seemed to have mentioned not wanting to be disturbed. Never mind, perhaps it would be best to skip over it for now. Of course, Mosheng was not the type to be so obedient. During her university days, she was adept at feigning compliance while secretly defying authority. Back then, Yichen would merely scowl and reprimand her for a moment. However, now that they were married, things had changed. Yichen had certain methods of punishment that were utterly unrestricted. Truth be told, Mosheng was genuinely afraid of him. A flush crept to her cheeks as she thought about how she could never have imagined this side of Yichen before, yet it felt so stifling. As she continued to copy, she couldn't help herself, grabbing a blank piece of paper and scribbling, "Yichen, you have caused a rift between me and my colleague." Once finished, she handed it to him. Surely that didn't count as disturbing him, right? Yichen had initially intended to ignore her, but upon raising an eyebrow and catching sight of the words on the note, he seemed to find the matter more serious and wrote below it, "What's going on? It's Zhao Yijing, you know her, right? She just found out that I knew you before, and she's furious, thinking I deliberately hid it from her, but what could I say about how things were back then?" Yichen rubbed his forehead, writing on the small note, "Is it really that serious?" "Yes, it is. I managed to find an opportunity to explain everything to her, and I even asked her to be my bridesmaid. She agreed, but she said she won't be giving a red envelope," followed by a very pitiful crying face. Indeed, it was serious. Yichen tossed the small note into the trash and pulled her up. "I think you're just too bored." She found herself in his embrace, his grip firm around her waist. Giggles escaped her as she attempted to rise, her hands pressing against his chest, the lingering scent of her post-bath freshness filling his senses. For a fleeting moment, Yichen felt captivated. This was everything he craved, and from now on, he would never let go, no matter what. A few days before the wedding banquet, an unexpected guest arrived at the office. That day, Yichen had just returned from the prosecutor's office when Mai Ting saw him and immediately said, "Lawyer He, a lady has been waiting for you for quite some time." Yichen followed her and looked over. The visitor, upon spotting him, stood up gracefully and nodded in acknowledgement. It was none other than Mosheng's mother. Pei Fangmai, please enjoy. Mai Ting placed the tea on the coffee table in front of Pei Fangmai. Thank you. Pei Fangmai inclined her body slightly. As the former mayor's wife, she was undoubtedly poised and gracious. Mai Ting gently closed the door, and the office fell into an unusual silence. Pei Fangmai scrutinized the young man seated silently behind the desk, and was the first to speak. We met briefly last time. You should still remember who I am. Of course, Yichen replied coolly. Mrs. Zhao. The cold manner of address deepened Pei Fangmai's suspicions, prompting her to soften her tone further. You needn't be so formal. Since you are now married to Xiaosheng, it would be appropriate to call me mother-in-law. Yichen smiled faintly but said nothing in response. Pei Fangmai continued with a smile. If you find it hard to adjust, you may call me Ms. Pei. Ms. Pei. This time, Yichen complied readily. I am quite curious about your purpose for visiting. Pei Fangmai took a delicate sip of tea, her demeanor calm. After our brief exchange last time, Xiaosheng had much praise for you, so I merely came to see and understand more. Lawyer, he need not be overly defensive. Mosheng would be very pleased to hear how much you care for her, Pei Fangmai remarked with a warm smile, gazing at the sharp-eyed younger man. Are you feeling sorry for Xiaosheng? Yichen's expression remained impassive. Mosheng has never felt wronged. Why would I need to go to such lengths? Indeed, Pei Fangmai sighed, her brow slightly furrowing. I have never fulfilled my responsibilities as a mother to Xiaosheng. On one hand, I was preoccupied with my career, and on the other, my relationship with her father was not particularly harmonious, inevitably neglecting her. Thankfully, the child was not overly sensitive and grew up healthy. She paused, seemingly reflecting deeply, then added, I genuinely wish to make amends now. I just wonder if there is still an opportunity. Unmoved by her earnest words, Yichen replied, if Ms. Pei wishes to express maternal love, why not seek out Mosheng directly? Pei Fangmai studied his expression closely. You seem to harbor some hostility towards me. That is likely your misperception. An awkward silence ensued. Pei Fangmai lifted her teacup again, gently blowing on the leaves, and after a while, said, I wonder what professions lawyer his parents were engaged in. Perhaps it would be better to arrange for a formal meeting between our families at some point. That seems unlikely. My parents have long since passed away. Yichen replied indifferently. Oh, I am very sorry to hear that. Pei Fangmai responded apologetically, yet her eyes betrayed no surprise, as if she had known all along. She hesitated for a moment before asking, did they pass away due to illness? A wave of weariness washed over Yichen at that moment. By now, he was quite clear about Pei Fangmai's intentions for visiting. She had likely recognized who he was but was uncertain about his awareness of past events, thus subtly probing him. Yichen could certainly pretend to be oblivious, but he suddenly grew tired of this endless circling. Ms. Pei, he said in a flat tone, why go around in circles? Why not ask me directly if I know whether my father's death was related to Mayor Zhao? Upon his words, Pei Fangmai's gentle and kind facade shattered instantly. She stood up abruptly, her demeanor sharp and threatening. You are indeed aware. What is your purpose in marrying Xiaosheng? Is it for revenge against us? I see no need to disclose my reasons for marrying, Yichen replied coldly to her accusation. Furthermore, I lack the patience to concoct such an elaborate scheme of revenge. Pei Fangmai scrutinized his expression with suspicion, and after a long silence, said, I do not believe you. Yichen replied bluntly, your belief or disbelief is of no consequence to me. Pei Fangmai was momentarily speechless, then after a pause asked, does Xiaosheng know about this matter? She is not suited to know these things, nor will she ever know, Yichen replied coolly. It was already decided, even if they ultimately did not end up together, he would not reveal these matters to her. These burdens were his alone to bear. In truth, that incident was ultimately an accident. No one could have anticipated such an outcome. Pei Fangmai's tone softened. After all, it resulted in a loss of life. And so Pei Fangmai had been deeply impressed by the He family back then. Years later, when Mosheng mentioned Yichen's name, Pei Fangmai felt a sense of familiarity, and upon seeing his appearance, her suspicions only deepened. Anxious, she conducted an investigation, and indeed, he was the 10-year-old son of the He family from back then. However, she did not know if he had been aware of the events during his childhood, which led to her current probing. Her voice lacked conviction, and Yichen saw no need to argue. He stood up and opened the window. Fresh air rushed in, and looking out from the 10th floor window, He saw the clear sky and vast expanse, alleviating his irritability somewhat. When his father died, He Yichen was only 10 years old. Though he was clever, he was too young to comprehend the complexities of the adult world. He only remembered returning home from school one day to find his father, who had been well that morning, lying blooded in a hospital bed, breathless. Shortly thereafter, his already frail mother passed away, leaving him an orphan without parents. Fortunately, his father's neighbor and comrade took him in, and it was only as he grew older that he gradually understood the reasons behind it all. He Yichen's father had taken a loan from the bank in the late 80s to invest in real estate. But when the building was only half constructed, the bank, due to changes in credit policies, demanded repayment. At that time, Zhao Qingyuan was the bank president of Y City, and as the local bank president, he had the authority to decide whether to recall the loan early. Yichen's father made various efforts, and Zhao Qingyuan eventually agreed to extend the loan. However, the promised funds never materialized, and the half-finished building quickly became a derelict project. The construction crew and material suppliers soon came demanding payment. And in his attempts to evade them, Yichen's father accidentally fell from the incomplete building, dying on the spot. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingyuan, who had previously been tight-lipped, ascended the political ladder, eventually becoming mayor, although he did not directly cause Yichen's father's death. He was undoubtedly the catalyst for a series of tragedies. His aunt often told him while watching Zhao Qingyuan speak on television, "Yichen, just wait, the wicked will face retribution." Yichen could not forget the myriad complex emotions he experienced upon discovering that Mosheng was Zhao Qingyuan's daughter: absurdity, anger, ridicule, and a torrent of negative emotions that erupted uncontrollably towards her. Perhaps this also included self-loathing, for even then, he still did not wish to part ways. The words he had spoken in the heat of the moment caused him heartache. What of Mosheng? And he had almost regretted it immediately. Yichen furrowed his brow slightly, the past too painful to revisit. At that time, he had been young, even if he had been more mature for his age. He was still only 20, unable to understand how to conceal his emotions. Now, he would never repeat those mistakes. The host exuded a clear message of dismissal. Pei Fangmai realized her visit had been a misstep. If he had no intention of seeking revenge, her presence was redundant. If he truly sought retribution, what could she possibly do to stop him now? However, unwilling to concede defeat so easily, she lowered her voice and gently said, "I hope you can give me a promise. Although I am not particularly close to Xiaosheng, I am still her mother." A prolonged silence ensued. Pei Fangmai, ever proud and haughty, had already reached her limit in humbling herself for Mosheng. At that moment, she stood up and declared, "If that is the case, I shall take my leave." As she moved toward the door, just as her hand grasped the doorknob, she heard the young man, who had been so relentless, speak in a calm and measured tone. "They have given me 10 years, I want Mosheng for a lifetime." His voice was laced with an indescribable weariness, and after a brief pause, he added, "I submit to the warmth of reality." Pei Fangmai was momentarily taken aback before realizing that this was the promise she had sought. She turned back. The young man stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, enveloped in a soft golden sunlight, casting a desolate silhouette. Pei Fangmai barely had time to utter a word before she heard his faint request, "Mosheng tends to overthink. Please do not let her catch wind of these matters." The office had returned to a state of tranquility, yet Yichen found himself unable to concentrate on his work. Noticing the time, which was approaching the end of the workday, he decided to close the files and leave them for tomorrow. Suddenly, his phone buzzed in his pocket, signaling a text message. It was undoubtedly from Mosheng. Upon opening his phone, he confirmed it was indeed her. "Yichen, I'm distributing bonuses today. Let's go out for dinner. I'm about to arrive downstairs." A smile crept onto Yichen's face, picturing her triumphant demeanor. Just as he was preparing to reply, his phone rang. After finishing the call, he noticed 2 new messages had appeared. "If you don't reply, you aren't here, are you?" "Poor phone, Yichen, where have you left it this time?" So impatient. Yichen couldn't help but shake his head. He had only been on the phone for a mere 10 minutes. He quickly texted her back, "No need to come up. Just wait for me downstairs." Yichen stood by the window, anticipating Mosheng's arrival within his line of sight. It reminded him of a time when Yimai had asked him why he could wait so patiently. In truth, waiting had nothing to do with time, it was a habit, growing freely, one that he could not suppress. Soon, Mosheng appeared, swaying with her camera in hand, standing under the shade of a tree across from him. Her head bent as she tapped on her phone. Moments later, a new message pinged on Yichen's phone. Yichen, I've arrived, hurry down, you know the drill, I'll count to 1,000. The end. Extra chapter. My story 1. At the tender age of 9. My neighbor Yichen became my brother. I was overjoyed and nestled against my mother's embrace, asking her, Mom, does this mean Yichen will live with us from now on? My mother held me close and replied, Yes, Yimai, do you like that? I do. I nodded vigorously to express my delight, unable to comprehend why my mother appeared so sorrowful. Having Yichen as a brother was an impressive matter. Classmates envied me, and sometimes even teachers regarded me with a different eye. When I just transitioned into junior high, a teacher glanced at the attendance list and inquired, Do you know He Yichen? I nodded. He is my brother. I taught him in the first year. It seems we have a connection with you siblings. The teacher chuckled. Well, since the school year has just begun, you shall be the class monitor for now. If your brother is capable, surely you won't disappoint. Gradually, my classmates learned that I was the sister of He Yichen, and soon enough, some girls began to subtly inquire, He Yimai, has your brother ever mentioned any girls in front of you? No, I would always reply. Oh, did you know that Yin Lamine from class 3 has a crush on your brother? At that age, it seemed girls were particularly intrigued by matters of affection, and several had confided in me about their secret crushes on my brother. Each time revealing a different name. It appeared there were indeed many girls at school who fancied Yichen, yet he seemed utterly oblivious to their affections. Once, while I casually asked him a question, I feigned nonchalance and inquired, Brother, do you have any girls you like? Many girls in my class like you. No, he answered disinterestedly, his focus entirely on helping me solve a problem, devoid of any curiosity. That afternoon, as I gazed at his handsome profile, an inexplicable joy welled up within me. When I finished my second year of high school, Yichen was accepted into C University, which felt like a distant place to me. In a city. I was unaccustomed to the absence of someone at home. It felt suddenly empty. During dinner, my mother unconsciously served 4 bowls of rice, only to remember Yichen was not there and poured one back. A surge of frustration arose within me, and I declared at the dinner table, I will also get into C University. My father chuckled, That's great, Yimai, you have ambition. But ambition alone was insufficient. My grades were good, yet not enough to secure a place at C University. After a year of effort, it still fell short. Ultimately, when it came time to apply, I chose N University. When Yichen learned that I had applied to N University, he was taken aback and said, Yimai, you could apply to a better university. However, I silently thought, none are closer to you. Yet when September arrived for university enrollment, I discovered what it meant for plans to go awry. My college was located in a suburban campus, requiring a 2-hour commute to C University in the city. Thus, I could only see him during winter and summer vacations, during the winter break of my freshman year. I met Zhao Mosheng. I still remember that day when I went shopping for New Year's goods with Yichen. The streets were bustling and noisy as the new year approached. Yet I distinctly heard someone calling Yichen's name. Turning around, I saw a girl rushing toward us from across the street. That was my first encounter with Zhao Mosheng, the person who would later entangle herself with Yichen for a lifetime. My initial impression of her was that she was fluffy, a girl clad in a white fluffy hat and a thick white scarf, with only her pitch-black eyes visible, sparkling with mischief and a delightful charm. Oh, and her fluffy hands were wrapped around Yichen's arm as she exclaimed, Yichen, I knew I would see you. She excitedly chattered away, clinging to Yichen's arm, until she finally noticed me standing beside them. Her expression turning slightly puzzled as she glanced between me and Yichen. Almost instantly, Yichen clarified, This is my sister, He Yimai. I recalled previous outings where I encountered Yichen's female classmates, some of whom would overly enthusiastically stop us and teasingly remark, Hey, Yichen, is this your girlfriend? Yichen's eyes would reveal his displeasure, prompting those classmates to tactfully refrain from making such jokes. He had never been so eager to clarify. Upon hearing Yichen's introduction, she immediately smiled at me, a hint of eagerness in her demeanor, saying, Hello, I'm Zhao Mosheng, your brother's girlfriend. In that instant, my mind went blank, unsure of how to react. I could only stare at her in a daze. She seemed taken aback by my reaction and turned to Yichen for reassurance. Yichen, however, pulled her hand away and reprimanded her. Did you not see the red light as you rushed over? Oh, her enthusiasm was dampened, and she quickly descended into a sulking demeanor, kicking at the stones beneath her feet. I was just so excited, I didn't expect to actually see you. You wouldn't give me your home phone number, so I had to come to the street and try my luck. I've been wandering around for several days. Her voice trailed off, and suddenly she stomped on Yichen's foot, turning on her heel to flee. Yichen seemed momentarily stunned, remaining rooted in place. I tugged at him, urging, "Let's go," after taking a few steps. He turned back, and I followed suit, noticing that the girl was standing at a distance, staring at us intently. Upon catching our gaze, she appeared flustered, hastily averting her eyes before turning to run away. I distinctly sensed Yichen stiffen for a moment, an unfamiliar emotion flickering in his eyes, before he set down the bags he was holding. "Yi mai, wait for me," without waiting for my reply. He took off after her, although only about 10 minutes had passed. Every second felt interminable. When he returned, I feigned indifference and asked, "Yichen, didn't you say before that you weren't planning to date anyone in college?" But his previous demeanor had clearly indicated acceptance. "This one is quite persistent." He sighed. "There have been many proactive girls before, but perhaps this one is particularly clingy." Suddenly, I found myself justifying my negative impression of that girl as if I had discovered a valid excuse. Many years later, when I recalled this scene, I realized the things I had deliberately chosen to overlook, such as the hint of laughter in Yichen's eyes as he spoke. That year was, unfortunately, an unhappy one. After the new year, when school resumed, I received a surprise from the school, though I was unsure whether it could still be considered a surprise upon learning that Yichen had a girlfriend. Our entire business school had finally moved to the old campus, just a street away from C University. Zhao Mosheng and I had also become good friends in her eyes, walking along the paths of C University. She often held my hand in one and Yichen's in the other, saying, "Yichen, slow down, you might can't keep up." Yichen, clearly exasperated, would retort, "If you don't hold her hand, she walks just fine." Then she turned to me with a sense of grievance, saying, "Ime, you are so gentle, yet your brother is so fierce. You two siblings are nothing alike in personality, nor do you resemble each other physically. Is one of you like your father and the other like your mother?" I looked at Yichen with confusion and noticed a fleeting moment of discomfort on his face before he quickly regained his composure. Yichen had never shared anything about himself with her. I immediately formed a judgment, and my mood inexplicably lifted. This was a secret known only to me. Gradually, for reasons I could not comprehend, I grew increasingly close to her. She began to enjoy taking me shopping and calling me to discuss matters that Yichen would not understand due to his perceived dullness. When my birthday arrived, she insisted on buying me a cake. Pulling me to the bakery to ask about my preferred flavor. I replied, "Chocolate." Her face lit up with a broad smile, and she gleefully grabbed my hand, saying, "I love chocolate too, Ime. We truly share a connection." What connection? I merely noticed her stealing glances at the chocolate cake multiple times. She treated me quite well, I suppose. More often than not, I was her lifeline. For instance, now, Ime, I'm in trouble. I scored only 59 in English. Her voice on the phone was filled with despair. I comforted her, though my heart was heavy with discontent. So many girls, proficient in English and excelling academically, admired Yichen. Why did it have to be her? "Oh no, Yichen is surely going to scold me," she lamented. "It would be better if he broke up with you." This thought flashed through my mind like lightning, and I startled myself with its cruelty. "What score did you get?" she inquired. 87. "That's impressive. You can achieve excellence with that score. Ime, you're amazing," she exclaimed excitedly. By the way, Yichen also received an excellent score in level 6. "Let's have dinner together tonight to celebrate our victory over the convoluted letters, 3-2. We won." The frustration of her failing score was nowhere to be found in her voice. That evening, during dinner, Yichen indeed wore an unflattering expression, devoid of any joy from his excellent level 6 score. I could somewhat understand his mood. Zhao Mosheng's English was nearly a product of his reading, and now that she had fared poorly, my perfectionist brother was likely feeling more defeated than Zhao Mosheng herself. Naturally, I defended Zhao Mosheng, citing it as her first exam. even though I didn't genuinely believe that. Once Yichen finally relaxed a bit, she dared to whisper her complaints. English is so frustrating, there's no discernible pattern to it. Besides, I won't be going abroad, so why bother learning it? Years later, reflecting on her words, I would feel that life's unpredictability could not be more evident. After dinner, I strolled around for a while before heading back. As I neared the sea gate of the campus, I suddenly remembered that the reference materials Yichen had lent me were conveniently placed in Mosheng's backpack. I needed those materials for class tomorrow. So I thought it best to turn back and retrieve them. To save time, I took a shortcut through Jingyuan. Jingyuan is renowned at Sea University as a couple's garden, although I had mentally prepared myself for the possibility of encountering a few lovebirds. I was still taken aback when I saw couples lost in passionate kisses along the main path. Feeling awkward, I sidestepped them and veered onto a quieter side path. This route was much more peaceful. Yet as I passed by several Taihu stones, my steps faltered inexplicably, as if compelled by some unseen force. I turned to gaze toward the stones. In the dim, yellowish light of the moon, he held her close. She perched on his lap, and he kissed her. That night, I dreamt of Yichen. Fragmented and incoherent scenes played out. The underpass we passed by on our way home from school as children. Me and him seeking shelter from the rain beneath it. Then suddenly, I was at home on a breezy afternoon, watching him listen to English with his eyes closed. I had stood at the door for a long time, hesitant to interrupt. Finally, I found myself once again on the path through Jingyuan, watching her nestled in his embrace, her head resting on his chest, her fingers playfully entwined with his, as he indulgently allowed her to do so. The silence between them profound. After a moment, he grew slightly impatient, pulling her closer and bending down to kiss her once more. Thus, for the first time, I realized that even in dreams, one could experience heartache. A pain so acute that it could rouse one from slumber. 2. I never truly believed that Yichen harbored deep feelings for Zhao Mosheng, even when he acknowledged her as his girlfriend. I recalled a time when I had feigned curiosity and asked Zhao Mosheng how they met and began dating. She shook her head playfully, sticking out her tongue, and replied, by persistent pursuit. Then she tugged at Yichen's sleeve beside her and asked. Right, Yichen merely grunted in response, ignoring her. His treatment of her seemed no different from how he treated others. He maintained his usual aloof demeanor, speaking little and displaying no overt affection when they walked together. If Zhao Mosheng did not hold onto him, he would stroll ahead alone. On one occasion, Zhao Mosheng confided in me, "Ime, do you think Yichen truly likes me?" I held back from contacting him for a few days. And he didn't think to reach out to me. Her eyes were filled with a sense of grievance. I advised, why not try getting a bit upset with him and see if he comes to comfort you. Yichen had always detested irrational outbursts, and I felt a twinge of guilt for suggesting such a thing. He definitely won't. She immediately shook her head, looking dejected, and I'm too scared to. The longer I spent around them, the more I sensed that Yichen's acceptance of Zhao Mosheng was likely merely a result of temporary loneliness. She seemed to be a brief detour in Yichen's life, destined to fade away quickly. They were simply too incompatible. One was calm and reserved, while the other was passionate and impulsive. One had matured too soon, while the other remained naively innocent. All I needed was patience, waiting for Yichen to realize just how ill-suited they were. However, the scene in Jingyuan shattered my confidence. I had not realized that, in my absence, they shared such intimacy. That image from Jingyuan replayed in my mind, and I rolled over, burying my face in my pillow. Days had passed, yet the memory of that moment still tugged painfully at my heart. The dormitory lights were out, and a few chatty roommates had yet to sleep, animatedly discussing the boys in our department. I had never been interested in their discussions, but this time, I couldn't help but ask, if a boy doesn't really like a girl, would he kiss her? The answer came swiftly, as long as he doesn't dislike her. A kiss is nothing, sleeping together is even possible. He may. Has someone kissed you? One of my roommates excitedly inquired. I stared blankly at the ceiling, remaining silent. If a kiss could occur without affection, then did Yichen not truly like her? My roommate continued to prattle on. He may. Come on, tell us, has someone kissed you? Don't worry, if it were you, it must mean he likes you. You're so great, beautiful, and clever. I listened in a daze as she rambled on. What did being great matter? He didn't like me. However, if Zhao Mosheng's qualities surpassed mine, I might not feel so resentful. Yet she happened to possess many attributes that were inferior to mine. Why was it her? That night, I drifted into a restless slumber amidst my tangled thoughts. In the days that followed, I continued to frequent He University and dine with them, yet the unwavering tranquility I once felt had vanished. I gradually realized that even if Yichen did not harbor feelings for me, I no longer wished to be his sister. Thus, one day, over a month later, I arranged to meet Zhao Mosheng. I sat in KFC, preparing myself mentally. Zhao Mosheng, with her small backpack, walked past the window. Upon seeing me, she waved cheerfully through the glass and breezed in through the door. She appeared to be in high spirits. I had long noticed that when she was happy, her steps had a slight bounce. The first time I visited He University after the business school relocated to this campus, she had come to escort me. I stood at the school gate waiting for Yichen, and from a distance, I saw her walking along the tree-lined avenue of He University, her steps light and bouncy, sunlight filtering through the dense leaves, dappled across her, as if she was one with the sunlight. "Imei, hello, He Tong is in a meeting, so he sent me to fetch you," she greeted me with a smile as she approached. Now, she walked towards me with the same buoyancy. "Imei, you arrived so early." She took a seat across from me. "What should we eat? I have some discount coupons." She laid out a stack of coupons from her bag, studying their details. "Anything is fine, then I'll order a children's meal for you. And the toy can be for Yichen," she said earnestly. I knew she was joking, yet I couldn't muster a smile. I almost resented her carefree demeanor, which starkly contrasted with my own anxiety. She went to stand in line, leaving me to guard our table. The queue was rather long. Placing her at the end, she craned her neck, jumping to catch a glimpse of the menu, oblivious to those around her, and accidentally knocked over a boy's soda, resulting in a flurry of chaos. I imagined that if Yichen were present, he would undoubtedly frown and rush over to help her clean up the mess. What could such a girl offer Yichen? She and Yichen were from entirely different worlds. Her blissful ignorance could never penetrate his inner sanctum. Yichen needed someone who could support and care for him, not a girlfriend who required constant attention and care. She returned with her tray, the hem of her right sleeve soaked with soda, yet she remained oblivious, sheepishly saying to me, "Imei, please don't tell Yichen that I caused trouble again." I nodded, my mind adrift as I absent-mindedly consumed a few French fries. "Mosheng," I called her name. She raised her gaze from her collar, her dark eyes fixated on me. I averted my eyes and spoke rapidly. "Yichen and I are not siblings. Our families were once very close neighbors, both surnamed He, which is why the adults bestowed upon us similar names. Later, after Yichen's parents suffered an unfortunate accident, my family adopted him." Once I had finished my explanation in one breath, she stared at me blankly, still sipping her soda, seemingly unable to comprehend my words. Growing impatient, I intensified my tone. "Did you not understand? We are not related by blood at all. Imei, are you jesting?" At last, she reacted, but her response only served to infuriate me. "Yichen has never mentioned." She trailed off, clearly flustered. "Why would Yichen confide in you about our family matters? Has he ever shared anything truly significant with you?" Observing her suddenly pale complexion, I realized I had struck a nerve. Sometimes, their interactions resembled those of a parent and child rather than romantic partners. Would an adult share important matters with a child? Later, in a marketplace, someone remarked, "He Yichen, you epitomize the adage don't judge a book by its cover. You appear gentle and easy to deceive, yet you possess the most cunning methods, adept at exploiting vulnerabilities and leading others to their demise." I listened with a faint smile, recalling the first time I employed this talent on a particular afternoon, directed at my dear friend, a girl who lacked confidence in her own love. At that time, who among us truly believed in their relationship? I, along with Yichen's classmates and Zhao Mosheng's friends, all deemed them incompatible, convinced they would eventually part ways. Only Yichen harbored the belief that they would endure forever. And he was mistaken in his overconfidence. I gazed at the obviously flustered Zhao Mosheng and dropped the second bombshell. "I wanted to tell you today that I love Yichen. I do not wish to love him in secrecy. I intend to compete with you openly." Seizing the moment while the aftershocks lingered, I added softly, "Zhao Mosheng, do you believe you can rival our 20 years of childhood companionship?" With those words, I rose and departed. In that fleeting moment as I pushed open the door, I found myself pondering whether she had eaten the things she had purchased, wondering if she still had the appetite to do so. The following days, I remained at my own university, avoiding C University. Upon reflection, I realized I was quite cowardly, perhaps even despicable. I lacked the courage to express my feelings directly to Yichen, opting instead to confront Zhao Mosheng and let her relay my sentiments to him. I have never considered you a brother, do you know? How would Yichen respond to her? I continually imagined his answer, trapped in a state of despair tinged with hope, after a week of silence from them. This feeling morphed into anxiety. I picked up the phone several times, yet remained uncertain whom to call. Zhao Mosheng, hadn't we already had a falling out? What about Yichen? The days stretched on, leading me to feel abandoned and forgotten by them. After 2 more days, I could no longer resist visiting C University, only to discover that in such a brief span, everything had turned upside down. Zhao Mosheng had left. Some said she had gone to America. The impact of Zhao Mosheng's departure on Yichen became apparent to me only in the subsequent years. At that moment, I even believed the effect to be minimal, for Yichen's demeanor remained remarkably composed. That day, I anxiously sought him out at C University. C University had an unwritten rule: no boys in the girls' dormitory, and girls were not allowed in the boys' dormitory. Thus, I made my way unimpeded to Yichen's residence. He was not there. His roommate, already familiar with me, greeted me with the first question about whether I knew Zhao Mosheng had left. I was taken aback. Before Yichen returned, his roommate had already shared everything he knew with me, concluding with a request for me to help Yichen process his feelings, stating that a fickle girl like that was not worth longing for. I paid no attention to the latter part of his words. I had envisioned many scenarios, yet never anticipated Zhao Mosheng would leave so abruptly. My mind raced with questions. Why did she depart so decisively? Was it, as they claimed, to leave for abroad without a word, or was it a consequence of my earlier remarks? Furthermore, had she mentioned anything to Yichen about what I had said? As I fidgeted anxiously, Yichen returned from the department office. He appeared well enough, though slightly weary, a cloud of melancholy shadowing his brow. I stood up. He called me softly. Yes, I'm coming over. I was at a loss for words, momentarily flustered. If Zhao Mosheng had left because of my words, how would he react? He seemed oblivious to my unease, inquiring as he usually did if I had something to discuss. I shook my head. He said little more, simply inviting me to lunch. We went to the cafeteria of Teaching Building 3. If we weren't dining at a small restaurant, we frequented that cafeteria, as Zhao Mosheng adored the sweet and sour ribs prepared by the head chef there. Always arriving early to queue, fearing she might miss out, the cooks there likely recognized her, serving her larger portions than others. If she couldn't finish, she would meticulously offer Yichen the leftovers with her chopsticks. Although Yichen did not particularly care for sweet dishes, he never seemed to refuse them. During lunch, he remained silent, and I dared not speak much either. Upon exiting the cafeteria, he turned to me and said, "I'll go to N University with you." At that moment, a surge of joy welled within me, yet his next word swiftly extinguished that delight. Mosheng's library card is with you. What? I responded, bewildered. The last book I had borrowed for him, Monetary Banking, was under her library card, which I had carelessly left inside. Despite repeatedly mentioning her, his expression remained neutral, devoid of any emotion. Oh, I replied, dazed. We walked in silence to N University. The journey felt unusually quiet. Yichen had always been reserved, and the previous liveliness had stemmed from Zhao Mosheng's incessant chatter. Upon arriving at my school, he waited downstairs while I hurried upstairs. Recently, I needed to write a paper on monetary banking, and the books at N University on the subject were outdated, so I had asked Yichen to borrow them from the library at C University. His library card was already maxed out, so he used Zhao Mosheng's instead. Climbing onto my bed, I pulled out the book, quickly flipping through it, and indeed found the library card nestled among the later chapters, something I had overlooked before. The photo on the card depicted Zhao Mosheng with a ponytail, her large eyes curving into a crescent of a smile, radiating sunshine and warmth. It was a familiar smile, one I had often seen not long ago. Perhaps it was her genuine happiness that made her smile so infectious. When she beamed, her dimples danced, exuding a mischief and vivacity that naturally lifted the spirits of those around her. Yichen must have been captivated by her smile. I, too, could look appealing when I smiled, but not in the same way she did. For a fleeting moment, I contemplated discarding the library card and telling Yichen I couldn't find it. Yet in the end, I handed it to him, watching as he slipped it into his pocket. She was gone. As I watched Yichen's solitary figure recede into the distance, I repeatedly reminded myself that no matter how radiant her smile had been, she was no longer present. Having exited the stage, even if he still held onto some remnants of affection, he would soon forget her. At least for now, he appeared remarkably composed. Back then, I failed to comprehend that a certain kind of tranquility could be akin to still waters running deep. With Zhao Mosheng gone, my opportunities to see Yichen diminished compared to before. No one frequently called me to visit the university, and I struggled to concoct excuses to go there repeatedly. Thus, it was some time before I noticed how heavily he had taken to smoking. In university, it was commonplace for boys to smoke, and I didn't want to associate it with anything else. Deceiving myself into believing it was merely a product of the environment, despite its apparent inconsistency with Yichen's character, but knowing and witnessing were two different matters. One day, I visited their dormitory and saw him intoxicated, swaying unsteadily alongside his roommates. It was a birthday celebration, and everyone was equally inebriated, but I could not fathom why I felt utterly overwhelmed. Yichen was not like this. He was always composed and measured in his actions. I attempted to convince myself that he was merely celebrating with friends and not drowning his sorrows in alcohol, yet the despondency etched across his features betrayed my self-deception. The blind spots that had once eluded me now crystallized with clarity. I recalled how Yichen's eyes would light up with a hint of amusement whenever he spoke of Zhao Mosheng's clinginess. Sometimes, when she was tardy, he would grow restless. No matter how careless she was, he would only frown and assist her in tidying up. There were countless moments I had overlooked. Why had I failed to see them before? Unbeknownst to me, tears streamed down my cheeks, though I knew not for whom. It turned out he had merely been striving to maintain a facade of calm. Now, inebriated, he could no longer uphold it, and everything was laid bare. Once he regained his composure, I had calmed considerably. Yet I spoke to him with a heavy heart. In this state, not just my parents but even those who have passed will be saddened to see you like this, and I too felt heartbroken. Yichen, do you know? He remained silent for a long time, his gaze cast downward, his expression concealed in shadow, before finally uttering, "You are right. I do not have the right to indulge." Thus, the exceptional and composed He Yichen returned. Yet I sensed an indefinable change. I could not articulate it, and so, it seemed, this was how it would be between Yichen and me. Zhao Mosheng likely did not have the opportunity to mention the words I spoke to Yichen, for he has never broached the subject. I too lacked the courage to repeat them. I have come to accept the current state of affairs. It seems as though I have returned to the past. Although there has been no progression in our relationship, there has also been no intrusion of a third party. In truth, I'm quite timid, afraid to actively pursue anything, merely hoping that one day he might unexpectedly turn around. Yet, the solitude continues to deepen. I am kind to everyone, which paradoxically leaves me without close friends. After Zhao Mosheng departed, no one invited me to go shopping, no one cheered enthusiastically after I tried on clothes, and no one reminded me a month in advance that my birthday was approaching. I hazily felt that I, too, cherished this friendship. It was merely complicated by Yichen's presence. 4 years of university passed in a monotonous haze, and upon graduation, I found myself still alone, much to my roommate's astonishment. One of my female classmates graduated with a diploma in one hand and a marriage certificate in the other, and we immediately transitioned from our farewell dinner to a joyous wedding feast, which became a tale of wonder. When I took Yichen out for a meal with my first month's salary, I recounted this event as a joke, but he seemed a bit dazed, casually remarking, "I had also planned to marry right after graduation." I stared at him in shock. It seemed he had only just realized what he had said, a flicker of melancholy passing through his eyes. The room fell into a silence. Gradually, I regained my composure and said, "Yichen, my mother asked me if you have a girlfriend. You should find one, too." In that moment, my words were sincere. The years of idleness in university had made it clear to me that after Zhao Mosheng, Yichen might love someone else, but it would certainly not be me. I was no longer the He Yichen of yesteryear. Now, I wished for him to find love again, and this time I would offer nothing but heartfelt blessings. Despite the pain it caused me, he deftly diverted the conversation, avoiding the topic altogether. The meal passed amidst various unrelated discussions, and although it was ostensibly my treat, Yichen ended up paying the bill. While we waited for the waiter to bring change, Yichen excused himself to the restroom, When the waiter handed me the change, he had yet to return, and noticing his coat draped over the chair, I reached into the pocket to place the change inside. Upon opening the wallet, I stumbled upon a photograph, seemingly torn from some identification, still bearing the imprint of a seal. The girl in the picture had her hair tied back in a ponytail. Her large eyes curved into a crescent smile, radiating a sunny disposition. It was a familiar smile, one I had not seen in a long time. When He Yichen returned, I remained transfixed, still holding the wallet. It was too late to return it, so I decided to generously place the change back inside. He nodded in acknowledgement, accepting it with a calm demeanor, reminiscent of the time when Zhao Mosheng had just left. In that moment, I suddenly grasped the meaning behind his expression. His calmness stemmed from a decision already made, to wait. Some wounds heal slowly over time, like mine, while others fester, like his. It turned out that all these years, he had only healed on the surface. A certain wound had burrowed deep into his being, wreaking havoc where no one could see. After leaving the restaurant, we walked to the bus stop. That time, he had just begun his career and I had recently entered the workforce, both lacking financial means, opting for the cheapest mode of transportation, the bus. As we waited, we exchanged no words. My bus arrived swiftly, and just as it was about to stop, he suddenly called out to me, "Ime." I turned to look at him. The vibrant city lights of the night danced upon him, accentuating his solitude. "You will understand one day. If that person ever appeared in your life, everyone else will seem like a compromise," he said. I refused to settle. As the bus pulled away, his figure gradually blurred from my view. His words echoed in my mind. "You will understand one day. If that person ever appeared in your life, everyone else will seem like a compromise. Why wait until later?" I have always understood, yet I too refuse to settle. Thus, in this vast metropolis teeming with people, we stubbornly embraced our solitude. Engrossed in our respective careers, we gradually grew more distant than during our university days. I had always feared this day would come, but when it did, it felt inconsequential. I did not feel sadness. I had grown accustomed to it. Yichen had afforded me a long time to adapt. Later, he came to my office to take me back to Y City to visit my ailing father. While waiting for me downstairs, a female colleague of mine spotted him. The next day, she inquired about his identity and bluntly asked if he had a girlfriend. I replied that he already had one. But she was in America. Disappointment flickered in her eyes as she begrudgingly remarked, "Long-distance relationships often falter, and international ones are perilous." I retorted, "No, they will end up together." I was unsure where this conviction stemmed from. She would return. My colleague was likely astonished by the determination in my expression. Ime, you are not her. How can you know?" I chose not to respond, repeatedly telling myself in my heart, how could she not return? He had always been waiting for her. However, none of us anticipated how prolonged the waiting would be. 1 year, 2 years. The 5th year, the 6th year. The 7th year. On that day, I brought some pickled vegetables my mother had made and, while placing them in the refrigerator, discovered it devoid of any food, completely empty. I then called him to go to the supermarket. The weekend supermarket was bustling with activity. As we walked, I chatted with Yichen about our recent lives. It had already been 2 months since we last met. Suddenly, I thought I heard something collapse. I turned around inadvertently and amidst the noise, I saw her. From the last time I had seen her at KFC to now, 7 years had passed. Yet, I felt as if that long stretch of time was merely a fleeting moment as I turned back. The world had changed dramatically. Only my heart had aged, and Yichen had developed an increasingly hardened exterior. Yet, she appeared unchanged, carefree, and smiling on the other side. That night, I returned home, seated on the sofa as the sky gradually brightened. Due to my busy work schedule, my rented room had not been tidied in quite some time. The flower on the balcony, which I had bought and carelessly tossed aside, had bloomed and withered without my notice, leaving only a few petals swaying in the morning breeze. I suddenly felt akin to that nameless flower. One blooms, another withers, and throughout the years, no one has inquired. The epilogue, one blooms alone concludes. Epilogue 2, Bits and Pieces 1. Regarding the photograph, one day, lawyer, he was astonished to discover that the old photograph in his wallet had been replaced by a recent close-up of someone. Upon returning home, he inquired about it. That someone, with a sense of justification, replied, "You often see my photos from when I was 18 or 19. If you look at me now, you will realize I am growing older." Ever since marrying a lawyer, that someone had become increasingly adept at reasoning. Point 2. Regarding the naming of the baby, one day, as the stove simmered with pork rib soup, the bored Mosheng decided to find something meaningful to do, such as naming their future baby. Flipping through a Chinese dictionary, Mosheng discovered that naming was indeed a daunting task. To create a name that was both phonetically pleasing and meaningful was no easy feat. Suddenly struck with inspiration, Mosheng devised a simple naming method. The father's surname, the mother's given name, plus an additional character, which resulted in the name He Yichen. It was both beautiful and melodious, and most importantly, it held significant meaning. Proud of her creation, Mosheng rushed to the study to write it down and asked He Yichen for his opinion. Yichen glanced at it, raised an eyebrow, and with a flourish of his pen, changed the character mu to by He Bisheng. Mosheng felt dejected, along with the baby, poor baby, not yet born and already disdained by his father. 3. A declaration of love. On yet another day, during a break from work, Yichen suddenly recalled that he had yet to utter those 3 words to someone. Just then, that someone entered the study in search of a novel. He casually pulled her over and had her sit on his lap, encircling her waist with his arms, resting his chin in the nook of her neck. Help me turn the pages, ho? Mosheng was taken aback, glancing at the documents on the table. On page 14. Finally understanding what he wanted her to do, she grumbled, Yichen, you are so lazy. Yichen seemed determined to remain lazy, asking her to underline the first sentence of the first paragraph. Mosheng picked up a pen and drew a wavy line beneath the sentence. The study of preliminary issues in the field of international private law in China has consistently followed the viewpoint of British legal scholar J. H.C. Morris. Third to last line. Since you have already been in contact with the police, you must know the legal provisions regarding such situations. What was this? It seemed like a line from a case study. Why underline it? Under Yichen's guidance, she flipped through several more pages, unable to locate the necessary character. She heard Yichen muttering to himself, sounding somewhat frustrated. Mosheng couldn't comprehend. Let's switch to another book. Yichen casually grabbed a magazine from the shelf behind him. This seems to be a special issue published by their magazine. Does Yichen have an interest in women's magazines? Underline the first sentence of the 3rd section on this page. We really need to underline highlights in a magazine. In the spring, we often venture into the countryside, a season when the sky is an astonishing shade of blue. The 5th line. A child who delights in telling lies will find their nose elongating. He smiles as he gently brushes my nose. The final sentence. Are you certain you saw him emerge from here at 9 o'clock? What a cacophony of nonsense, Mosheng doodled, beginning to yawn, gradually feeling a touch weary.